Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a stay of execution and ended with the death of a man's soul.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
I didn't like it. I didn't like any part of it. It's bad enough that the guy's got to die without being constantly reminded of it. Okay, so you can't live forever. I know that, but when the time comes, it should just end quick, with no warning, no anticipation, no nothing. Just like that. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not scared of the idea. That is, no more than the next guy. I just don't like it constantly tossed up in my face. That's why the managing editor could never sell me on covering the hospital beat of the city morgue. And an obituary is something that absolutely refuses to write itself out of my typewriter. That's what I was trying to tell the guy on the desk when he told me over the phone I had to go down to Joliet to cover an execution.
Sure, Randy, I understand, but...
No, you don't understand. He'd send somebody else.
How many times I gotta tell you I got no one else?
How about one of the guys on the day side? Hold him over.
Impossible.
What's the matter? Afraid to shell out for a little overtime?
Cut it, Randy. It's late now. You're gonna have to go some to make it as it is.
Now, look, Garrison, I don't want to pull rank on you. But when I took over this night beat, the managing editor assured me my assignments were completely my own. I found my own stories where I pleased. That was all through being a leg for the desk.
Well, I've got news for you, Randy. When he gave me this job, he told me he was making me an executive, and all I'd have to do was sit back and tell the boys what to do. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm telling you, get down to the depot and on that train as fast as you can. The execution has got to be covered. You better hurry. There's a storm coming up.
So I grabbed a cab. It was clouding up. When I got to the depot, the sky was as black as a city editor's heart. It wasn't my idea of traveling with her, but it's only a short run. We made it to Joliet before the storm broke. The train ground to a stop. It started to rain, and when I was in the taxi on the way out to the prison, it really came down. A perfect setting for the undignified event I was going to be forced to witness. I showed them my press card at the main gate, and they took me straight to the warden's office. Randy Stone, Warden, Chicago Star.
Come in, Randy. I'm sorry you had to come down on a night like this.
Well, I can take the storm better than the execution, I'm afraid, Warden.
Oh, then you haven't heard.
Heard what?
Well, you should have been notified. There's been a stay.
A reprieve? When?
Yes, the governor ordered a stay of execution about an hour ago. His office was going to telephone the press. It's too bad you had to come all the way down.
It's a great pleasure, Warden, I assure you. Come next election, I might even vote for the governor.
Well, I'm pretty relieved myself. I've executed a lot of men, Randy, and I don't like it.
It's be pretty tough having to kill a man, even when the law tells you you've got to.
It's the toughest part of any warden's job, Randy. They're all human beings, and everyone with a story.
Yeah, but not the kind I like to write, thank you.
You driving back to Chicago?
No, I came by train.
Well, there's no train for a couple of hours. You're welcome to wait here.
Oh, thanks, Warden. I think I'll go on into town. Maybe catch a newsreel theater before train time.
No, excuse me.
Sure.
Hello. Yes, this is the warden. Oh, Dr. Graham. Yes, doctor. Just a minute, please. Randy.
Yeah.
Yeah, pick up the receiver on that other phone and listen to this.
Okay, sure.
Yes, doctor.
I said I wanted to come over and visit you, Warden.
Well, are you sure you want to come out here to the prison, doctor?
Yes, Warden, I feel I've got to come out there. I have to...
Yes?
Have to see it.
Have to see what, doctor?
Electric chair. I've got to see it.
Are you sure you want to see it, doctor?
Yes, I've got to. You've got to let me, Warden.
But you've telephoned so many times before, doctor, and then you haven't come.
I couldn't I? But this time I'll come.
Well, all right. If you feel that it's really what you want, you come ahead, and I'll take you over and show you the chair.
Thanks, Warden. This time I'll come. Thanks.
That's all right, doctor. Goodbye.
What is this? This supposed to be some kind of a joke?
I'm afraid not.
Well, how morbid can a guy get calling you this time of the night so he can come out and see the electric chair?
No, he won't come. He never does.
You mean this goes on all the time?
Whenever he's been drinking like this.
But a doctor, what did you say his name was?
Graham. Howard Graham.
Well, it doesn't make sense. No rhyme or reason.
No, he has a reason, all right. A pretty grim one.
It'd have to be.
His son was executed in the electric chair.
Oh. Oh, that poor doctor. No wonder.
He hasn't ever forgotten it.
What did the boy do?
He killed a girl. She was going to have a baby. They weren't married, and I guess he couldn't bear to disgrace his family.
Oh, and so he did this to his family instead. Theodore Dreiser wrote a book once called An American Tragedy. How many times do these things have to happen before people learn?
It doesn't seem they ever learn, Randy.
Oh, that poor old doctor. Why does the guy go on torturing himself like that?
I don't know. Maybe what psychologists call a substitution of guilt. The father feeling guilt for the crime committed by his son.
Yeah, but why? Why?
Who knows, Randy? You're the writer. You're the one that's supposed to have the answers about people.
Yeah, a lot of answers I got. Mind if I look this guy up?
No, not at all. I'll give you his address.
Might be a column in it.
I wouldn't bother him with too many questions, Randy. It's tough enough to forget as it is.
He doesn't seem to be doing too much forgetting by himself. The warden sent me into Joliet in his own car. We got to the business district. I switched to a cab and headed out to the doctor's address. If my life depended on it, I couldn't have told you why I suddenly had this intense desire to see Dr. Graham. I'd like to think it wasn't just a morbid interest in the other guy's grief, but then it wasn't in my line of duty either. Maybe my reason was as simple as the question, why? But if I'd stopped to analyze it, then I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have gone. Graham lived in one of the better residential neighborhoods, a 2-story brick house looking smug and comfortable behind a wide apron of lawn. I left the cab at the curb, walked up the path to the front porch. There was a light on inside. I rang the bell, waited for somebody to answer the door. The rain had let up for a while.
You ring the bell?
Yes, I hope I didn't disturb you.
What is it you want?
Are you Mrs. Graham?
She's dead.
Oh,
Killed herself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Over the boy.
I didn't know.
I thought everyone knew. I'm the housekeeper.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm a newspaper reporter, and
He'll be next. You wait and see.
Dr. Graham?
Well, who else you think I meant?
Well, I don't know, lady. Is the doctor in, please?
This time of evening?
You have any idea where he might be?
Where he always is. Not here.
Does he have an office?
Yeah, but I don't know what for. I don't have no practice left.
Would you mind giving me the address?
Morrison Building downtown. But it won't do you no good.
Oh, you don't think he'll be there?
Yeah, more likely in the hotel next door to the Morrison Building. In the bar.
I see.
Drinking himself to death.
Well, thank you.
If he ain't killed himself already.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good night. I thought things like that only came out on Halloween. Oh, well. I climbed back in the cab more curious than ever about Dr. Graham and the macabre set of characters and circumstances that seemed to have been lousing up his life. There was still an hour and a half until train time, so I asked the cabbie to drive me downtown to the Morrison Building. The night watchman took me up in the elevator. I walked down the dim hallway to a door marked Dr. Graham, but the housekeeper was right. The doctor wasn't in his office. The night watchman evidently expected me to be coming right back down. The elevator was still waiting at the end of the hall when I got back.
Down?
Yeah, I was looking for Dr. Graham.
Yeah, figured you were.
Well, he's not in. The office is dark.
I could have told you that.
Well, what did you let me come up here for? Why didn't you tell me he wasn't in?
You didn't ask me. I'm one for minding my own business. They come and go, but listen, they ask me. I don't butt in.
Well, I'm asking you, do you happen to know where I might find Dr. Graham?
Well, you might find him at home.
All right, I just came from there.
The only other place would be is next door.
What, in the hotel?
Yeah, in the bar.
Oh, swell, swell. Would you mind taking me down?
Sure thing.
You seem to know the doctor pretty well.
How so?
You know his son, too? The one that, had the trouble?
He got the electric chair.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did you know him?
That's right. That's what? Knew the girl, too. The one was killed.
You did?
Yeah, one of the old doc's patients. Rode her up in the elevator quite a few times.
Doc is, not doing too well these days, I hear.
No, kind of gone out of practice, you might say, since the trouble.
Oh, thank you. I think I'll try and find him next door. By the way, what does the doctor look like?
Don't you know him?
No, that is, I've only talked to him on the telephone.
Oh, well, he be at the bar. He's a kind of middle-aged man, heavy set. He looks like a doctor. You'll know him all right.
I'm sure I will. I went back out to the street and told the cab driver not to wait. Then I went next door to the hotel, walked through the half-empty lobby, and into the bar. Just like the watchman said, I didn't have a bit of trouble spotting Dr. Graham. He was the only customer in the place, sitting on a high stool at the far end of the bar. I climbed up alongside him and motioned to the bartender who had his ear in the jukebox. Hey,
Yeah. What's it gonna be?
Make it a gimlet. That's,
Gimlet?
Yeah, you know, it's in a martini glass.
Of course I know. You're trying to tell me how to run my business?
No, certainly not. I just didn't know if you understood.
17 years I've been mixing drinks in the finest place.
Now, look, fella, now, don't get me wrong.
Shaved ice, dry gin, little sugar, lemon peel, and lime juice.
That's right. There's no argument.
Only. Lime juice got to be imported.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They ain't got it. Not imported.
Well, that's all right. Just make it a martini, then.
In taste, you can't tell the difference if lime juice is imported or regular. So I make you a gimlet. That's what you order, huh?
Sure. Make it any way you like. Imported, regular. What's the difference?
Nobody ever complained before.
I'm not complaining. Look, what's the matter with everybody in this town? Everybody I meet tonight gives me double talk. All I want's a drink. I don't care what you bring me.
Bring the gentleman what he wants, Bud.
Okay, Doctor.
Well, thank you, Doctor.
That's all.
I can really use a drink tonight. I'm a little on the jumpy side.
Nerves can be a treacherous thing.
No, it's more than that. I've been over to the state prison.
Tonight?
Yes, I came down to witness an execution.
In the electric chair?
It was called off. There was a stay of execution.
I've seen many men die. I'm a doctor, you know.
Yes, I know.
But I've never seen a man die in the electric chair.
Well, it's pretty rough.
Have you ever seen the electric chair?
Yeah.
Would you mind very much describing it to me?
Well, I'd rather not, Doctor. See, I know who you are.
I'm Dr. Gray.
Yes, my name is Randy
One
Stone.
gimlet, just like you ordered.
Okay, thank you very much. As I was saying...
Aren't you going to taste it?
Well, sure later.
Well, maybe you don't like it.
Well, sure, I like it. Here, if it'll make you happy. Oh, yes, it's fine. It's just fine.
Sure, I told you.
I'll call you when I'm ready for another one.
17 years. I'm mixing drinks, and he tried to tell me how to make a gimlet.
As I was saying, Doc, you know, I know who you are. I was in the warden's office tonight when you telephoned.
Warden's office?
Yeah. I'm a newspaper man. It's only fair that you know, because I want to ask you a couple of questions.
What kind of question?
They're rather personal.
Well?
For one thing, why do you keep on telephoning the warden?
Didn't he tell you?
Yeah, he told me.
Because I want to see the electric chair.
Now, look, Doc, that's not going to help. You know it isn't.
I know I'll never be able to go and see it, but I've got to call him. It's compulsion. I drink and I telephone him, and I drink some more. It's kind of a circle.
But don't you realize you'll never forget that way? You're just torturing yourself.
No. Down deep, I know why I call him. But it's a secret. Nobody's supposed to know. You see, I'm the one that's guilty. It should have been me who died in an electric chair.
Look, Doc, I know how you feel, but you got it all wrong. A father can't go on being responsible for the sins of his son. Even in the Bible, it's the other way around. Try to bring up your kids the best way you know how, but after they reach a certain point, there's nothing you can do. You did your best, it just didn't work out.
No, you don't understand. It was my child. I'm the one who's guilty. I'm the one who should have paid. That's why I telephoned the warden. That's why I got to see the electric chair.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
By the time the bartender got through proving to me that he really knew his business, it got to be kind of late and just a little wet out, so I missed my train. As the evening grew more and more confused, so did Dr. Graham. And somehow, after talking to him, I didn't feel quite so sorry for him. He seemed to be enjoying his strange fixation on the electric chair. It was different from just a father's grief. The guy seemed to be going off his rocker. I vaguely remember pouring him into a cab after the bar closed and then checking into the hotel for the night. When I woke up, the sun was beating through the window. I put in a call to Chicago and got the paper on the phone.
Good afternoon, the Star.
Afternoon? Honey, is it that late?
I beg your pardon?
What time is it?
Well, one moment, please. please, I'll give you our information service.
No, wait a minute, honey. It's Randy Stone.
Oh, Randy, why didn't you say so? Gee, everybody's been calling for you all morning.
Oh, fine. Give me the desk,
Just a second, Randy. I'm ringing.
Thank you.
City desk.
How are you, Phil? Randy Stone.
Randy, for the love of Mike, where have you been?
In Joliet, where you sent me last night, remember?
I know, but that was last night. Where are you now?
In Joliet.
But the execution was called off. Why didn't you come back?
I had to stay over. There was a storm.
Oh, rats, the trains were running.
Well, maybe next time you won't send me out of town on an assignment I didn't want in the first place.
All right. When are you coming back?
As soon as I can get dressed and catch a train.
Get dressed? At this time of day?
I work the night beat, remember? When you dayside lads are catching up on your beauty sleep, I'm working.
Just exactly what kind of work were you up to last night, Stone? Or does that come under the heading of personal?
Personal, my eye, was following up a contact, the human interest you're on, the warden touted me on.
And?
Well, it fizzled out, that's all. There was a doctor here whose son was executed last year for murder.
That's nice. Be sure and check in at the office when you get back.
Okay, I'll see you later, Phil. Hey, Phil, you worry too much.
Goodbye.
That guy's going to get himself a Nelson. Yeah.
Mr. Stone.
Talking.
This is Dr. Graham. I met you in the bar last night. Do you remember?
Oh, certainly. How are you, Doctor?
I wasn't sure whether you were still in the city.
Well, I kind of overslept. By the way, how did you know I was staying over at the hotel?
Why, you mentioned that you were going to last night before I left you.
I didn't think you'd remember. You were feeling no pain when I put you in the cab, Doc.
I always remember. Everything. That's my difficulty.
Well, what can I do for you, Doctor?
I said a lot of foolish things last night.
No, I don't think so.
It was the alcohol talking, not me.
Well, maybe the alcohol just made it a little easier for your heart to put it in words.
Did you believe the things I said?
Well, yes, certainly.
Everything?
Of course. I just didn't approve of everything.
I was hoping you wouldn't remember.
Well, fortunately, I do.
Yes. Unfortunately.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
It isn't good to remember some things. They cause such unhappiness.
What are you trying to say, Doctor?
I shouldn't want them to bring you unhappiness. That would be such a pity. You'd be better off dead.
What the... Hello. Hello, Doctor.
Operator.
Oh, is this the outside operator?
No, this is the hotel operator. Can I help you?
I was just talking with somebody and I was cut off. Can you connect me again?
I'm sorry, sir, but that was an outside call and your party is disconnected. You have the number. I will be glad to call it for you.
No, thank you. No, thanks very much. Never mind. I have an idea my party hung up. After that choice bit of dialogue, and before breakfast, mind you, I was convinced that the telephone, like the noble horse, had outlived its usefulness. I took a fast shower and climbed into yesterday's clothes and then stopped off at the barber shop in the lobby to get rid of the stubble on my chin. It was now after 2 o'clock. I could either have breakfast or stop at the bar to take care of the butterflies that seemed to be nesting in my stomach. The butterflies won out. My bartender friend of last night was back on duty listening to the same tired old recording.
Yeah. What's it going to be?
Hello. The doc around?
No, a little early for him. What's it going to be, gimlet?
No, I don't think so.
But you were drinking gimlets last night?
Yeah, I know.
You don't like them?
Well, not today. Thank you. I'll try a stinger.
You didn't like the lime juice because it wasn't imported.
I loved it. I just happened to want a stinger today, something to settle my stomach.
But stinger tastes like licorice.
I know. It's the anisette in the brand.
My licorice is not good for the stomach. Maybe something with bitters.
Oh, no, not again. Look, just forget the whole thing. Forget I ever came in here.
What's the matter? You mad?
No, I changed my mind. I'm in no mood for another basic course in bartending. I think I'll have breakfast instead. With a little tomato juice and coffee under my belt, I felt some better, but not nearly so good as I would when I got out of this town and back to my own. I seem to be living upside down on a Ferris wheel ever since I got on that train yesterday afternoon. Or maybe it was just my subconscious still fighting against my undue familiarity with the general subject of death. Oh, I shook that ugly word out of my mind. After settling up with the cashier and checking the desk clerk about my train time, I made my formal exit from the hotel. The fresh air and the bustle of traffic picked me up, and I started walking in the general direction of the train station. There was a dark blue sedan parked in front of the hotel and started up just as I swung out of the lobby, but I didn't pay any attention to it. Not until I got to the corner, that is, and started to cross the street. The car had been inching along behind me, and just as I stepped out into the intersection, its engine roared, and the car came straight at me. This was no accident. The car didn't stop. Whoever it was had deliberately tried to run me down. I got a fleeting glimpse of the rear of a blue sedan as it sped down the street. I couldn't make out the license number, but right above it was one of those little green crosses, a doctor's car. Dr. Graham, it must be. And he tried to kill me. I wasn't hurt, but I was mad. I couldn't believe that I'd almost been killed. It didn't make any sense. I couldn't figure out why Dr. Graham or anyone for that matter would want to kill me. Unless the poor guy was really unhinged and he resented my putting my nose into his affairs. But that'd make him more than just psycho. It would make him homicidal. And that was something I just couldn't walk away from now. I brushed some of the street off the seat of my pants and headed back to the hotel bar. There was a question or two I wanted to ask the fancy drink mixer.
Well, you back again, huh?
Yeah, same guy. How about turning off that tune, huh?
What's the matter? Don't you like it?
I like it, but I've heard it before. Huh?
Okay. Gimlet?
Yeah, make it double.
Okay, double gimlet. You see? I don't give you no argument. Mm-hmm. You say double, I give you double.
Thank you. Say, has Dr. Graham been in here in the last hour since I was in before?
Sure. You didn't see him?
No.
I told him you was looking for him.
Well, I checked out of the hotel.
Yeah, he was asking about you.
He was asking about me? What do you want to know?
Well, just if you ask me anything about him.
Oh, I see. How long have you known the doc?
Oh, I don't know. He comes here.
Has he been coming here long?
Oh, mostly since the boy was... You know.
Yeah, I see. Before that?
Once in a while. Never drinks much before.
He come here with his son?
No. He come in sometimes with a girl, though.
What girl?
His patient. The girl the boy killed. They had a big argument in here one night.
With the doctor and the girl?
That's right. Doc kept saying he would kill his wife if she found out.
Found out what?
I don't know. Just if she found out. But the boy, I guess.
About the boy or about himself?
About the boy, of course.
And last night, why did he say the child is mine? I'm the one that's guilty.
What are you talking about? You crazy?
Now, sure, I must be crazy. It couldn't be true. So why would the doctor try to kill me?
Who tried to kill you? When?
Never mind. Tell me. Have you ever seen Dr. Graham's car?
Sure, lots of times.
What kind is it?
Sedan.
What kind of sedan?
Blue sedan. Why?
Now, where's your phone?
Booth in the corner.
Thank you. Graham, Gates, Gordon. Oh, great. Albert, Charles, David, Elmer, Frederick, Howard, Graham, physician residence.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Graham there.
He ain't in.
You know where I can reach him? It's urgent.
He's at his office.
Are you sure it's terribly important?
I said he's at his office. I just talked with him there.
Uh-huh.
You the man he was expecting?
Yes. Yes, I guess I am. Thank you very much. Now I knew it. Dr. Graham was a murderer. He was literally guilty, not just a substitution guilt. And last night he told me more than he wanted to. Sure, that's why he'd asked me on the phone if I'd believed him. He was as guilty as he could be. But of what crime? Once again, I took the elevator up to Dr. Graham's office, and this time he was in. I opened the door and walked into the reception room. Another door marked private was standing open. Inside, the doctor was waiting for me, seated at his desk, a small black revolver in his shaking hand.
Come in.
Well, I see you were expecting me, Doctor.
Yes. I was expecting you. Close the door.
Certainly.
You know, don't you?
Oh, yes. I know, but I can't understand it. I can't understand how any human being could possibly do such a thing.
You know. But you'll never tell. Because I'm going to kill you.
Oh, no, you won't, Doctor. Because you're afraid. You're a coward, Dr. Graham. You're afraid if you kill me, you'll be caught. Wouldn't be anyone left to blame it on this time. Wasn't your son, it was you who killed that girl, wasn't it?
You know.
She wasn't the boy's girlfriend at all. She was yours. Isn't that so, Doctor?
Don't say that.
An affair with one of your patients, and you were afraid your wife would find out. Wasn't that it?
He would have killed her.
Well, what about this? Didn't this kill her? And your boy, your own son, I don't see how anyone...
No. It was his idea. He wanted to take the blame so his mother would never find out. He would have killed her, he knew that. This way it wouldn't be so hard on her, he said. The good lawyer could fix things so that he wouldn't have... So that he wouldn't have to...
Die in the electric chair?
The electric chair. Now you know why I had to see. Why I had to keep telephone. Why I could never go and see him. You're right, Mr. Stone. I'm a coward. I can't.
Well, that's why you're not going to kill me now. You're afraid. You know you're safe as long as I don't tell, and I won't tell, Dr. Graham. The police will never know. You'll never go to trial, and you'll never be sentenced. You'll never see the electric chair, Doctor. Every hour of every day, you'll pay for your crime. You'll die again and again and again. God pity you. Well, here I sit doing the one thing I swore I'd never do. Writing an obituary instead of a story. Dr. Howard Graham, age 51, died from heart attack following confession of murder. Let me see, what day is this? Monday, August 21st, 1950. Contributing cause, death of son, death of wife, and of his own soul. Yep. But who are we to judge? As it says in the book, leave him to heaven. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Warren Lewis with music by Frank Worth. The part of the doctor was played by Bill Johnstone. Others in tonight's cast were Ted Von Eltz, Irene Tedrow, Wilms Herbert, Jay Novello, and Inga Yolis. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. 2 stellar chime stars will be back on NBC very soon. Beginning Tuesday, September 19th, that master clown Art Linkletter comes back to prove that people are funny. And Fanny Bryce returns as Baby Snooks in 7 weeks to add to NBC's top Tuesday of chime stars. Listen now for the first piano quartet on NBC.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, and Veronica Lake in So Proudly We Hail, introducing Sonny Tufts with Les Tremaine. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When the guns are silent and American boys come home again from all over the world, many of our sons will owe their lives to the courage and skill of women who were there when the battle was on. Each branch of the service has its own nurses, and tonight's play is dedicated to all of them. The inspiring drama, So Proudly We Hail. Paramount made the picture, and tonight we present the same 3 stars you applauded on the screen. Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, and Veronica Lake. And with this lovely and talented trio, we have Paramount's new discovery, Sonny Tufts. who became an overnight sensation in this picture. Among all the stories of human heroism, none will be remembered longer than the saga of Bataan and Corregidor. The heroes of that time were called expendable, women as well as men. And so proudly we hail is the drama of those women, the Army nurses. I don't remember any production in the history of the Lux Radio Theater that boasted 3 feminine stars of the magnitude we have tonight. And certainly there's no theater anywhere in the world that could hold the audience these 3 will draw. But Lux Toilet Soap has built a house as big as the nation itself, so that you may enjoy the finest in drama every Monday evening. You aren't actually present backstage while rehearsals are going on, but you do have a hand in everything that happens here. You select the plays and the players, and your purchase of our product is the power that keeps these footlights burning. I'm sure you buy Lux Toilet Soap anyway, but plays like So Proudly We Hail give you a double hit. And here's the first act, starring Claudette Colbert as Davy, Paulette Goddard as Joan, and Veronica Lake as Olivia, with Sonny Tufts as Kansas and Les Tremaine as John.
May the 7th, 1942. Last night at 11 p.m., after a week of unceasing attack, the island fortress of Corregidor was surrendered to the Japanese.
Out of the black sorrow and tragedy of defeat, there came a light, the light of a miracle. This is the story of that miracle, of 8 American girls, Army nurses, who were delivered from the flames of Bataan, from the roaring hell that was Corregidor. They arrived one morning at Melbourne. Out of the sky they came. 8 American girls, hungry, tired, dirty, still dressed in their blood-stained uniforms.
Welcome to Melbourne. I bring you General MacArthur's compliments.
Thank you, sir.
I am Colonel Mason.
How do you do? I'm Lieutenant O'Doul. This is Lieutenant Armstrong, Leonard, Schwartz, Bocelli, and Emerson.
I'm happy to know you all, and thank God you're here.
Colonel, did any of the other girls get off Corregidor?
We were told there were 10 more coming by submarine, but we haven't heard from them since they left.
But aren't there any more? They said that everyone was to be ordered off.
Everyone was ordered off, but we could only get about 20 before it was too late.
Oh, then the rest of the girls are in the hands of those filthy... We should have stayed.
You were carrying out your orders. Well, come along now. The Red Cross has warm baths and clean clothes for you.
Colonel, do you happen to know when we're supposed to go home?
On the very next transport. Wait, I thought there were supposed to be 8 of you.
That's right, sir. You see Lieutenant Davidson. She's just being brought off the plane.
Oh, a stretcher case.
Yes, sir.
Watch it, Joe.
I got it. Handle her easy.
What's the matter with her?
Well, we don't know exactly. She's been conscious all the way, but she won't speak. She just lies there staring.
Watch it, please. Hold that stretcher a minute. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Davidson, I'm Colonel Mason. You'll be all right now, Lieutenant. You're out of it now. Lieutenant, do you hear me?
It's no use, sir.
Take her to the hospital. Watch it, please.
We'll keep her out here on the deck for a while, nurse. The fresh air might help.
Yes, Major.
Lieutenant Davidson, is there anything you want? You're on your way home now, Lieutenant. Doesn't that mean anything to you? I'll see her again this afternoon.
Yes, Major.
Major, is Davy any better?
Oh, good morning.
How is she, Major?
Frankly, very bad. The closer we get to home, the worse she seems to be.
What do you think's wrong?
It's simple. When people don't want to live, they die.
Oh, no.
I knew we did the wrong thing. She didn't want to leave Corregidor, and when we got her on the plane, she just collapsed.
If it were a mere physical collapse, I'd know what to do. Frankly, I'm desperate. I wonder if perhaps you can help me.
We'll do anything, Doctor.
It's not going to be easy. I know how much you all want to forget what you've been through. But I only have one hope left. This letter is addressed to her. It came from Mindanao.
Who's the letter from, Major?
It's signed by somebody called John.
John? Why, that's the boy...
Just a moment, please. I want you to tell me everything you can remember. Things that might not even concern her. You never know. It might have its place in the pattern.
Well, Joan knew her best. Lieutenant O'Doul, I mean.
Well, Lieutenant?
Well, I guess I did know her best. As a matter of fact, we joined up together. That was almost a year ago. She was the best nurse I'd ever worked with. She was so good-natured, always patient and understanding, even about little things. Like the time we were ordered to embark for Honolulu. Davy was the first one at the dock and the last to finish up. Everybody else was running around saying goodbye, everybody except Davy. She was standing in the rain, seeing that things got done.
Hey, O'Doul, come on, you'd better get aboard.
Davy, you gotta help me. I'm in a terrible jam.
What's the matter?
Well, 2 of my fiancés came down to the dock.
2?
Well, you know how hard it is for me to say no. I mean, when somebody asks me to marry him.
I thought it would be easy for you to say no by now.
Oh, well, golly, it's all in fun. But if these 2 Irishmen ever meet up with each other, Davy, can you stall one of them for a minute for me? But there you are, darling.
I've been looking all over for you, Joan.
Well, I've been looking all over for you, too, dear. Now, you stay here, and I'll be right back.
Hey, wait.
Don't forget to write, dear.
What does she mean, don't forget to write? Hey, Joan.
Oh, no, Captain. Captain, will you hold these papers for me just for a second?
Well, I'm in sort of a hurry.
No, and this, here. Thank you.
Oh, we haven't had a chance to say goodbye yet.
Oh, there's lots of time to say goodbye. Say, who wrote that?
Who wrote what?
Whenever a snowflake leaves the sky, it turns and turns to say goodbye.
I haven't the faintest idea. Where'd she go?
Do you know the rest of it?
The rest of what?
The poem.
Oh, no, I never did. Now, look,
Well, it goes, let me see. Whenever a snowflake leaves the sky, it turns and turns to say goodbye.
That's fine. Goodbye.
No, Captain, don't go. I remember the rest. Goodbye, dear cloud, so cool and gray. Yes, and then it goes, there's something and something on its way.
Look, do you mind if I get on my way?
Whoop, here we go. Goodbye, Captain.
Now, you see what you did? Now I've missed her.
You see what I mean? Little things. Well, we sailed out of San Francisco in a downpour of rain. I remember seeing a Marine on deck walking around without his raincoat. I figured it was our job to keep the men healthy. Hey, you. You're going to catch cold, Leatherneck.
Who, me? Never had a cold in my life.
I found out later his name was Kansas. At least that's what they used to call him. He played football back there, made the All-American. One day he came out on the upper deck to get some sun.
Hi, Lieutenant. What's cooking?
Oh, hello, Leatherneck. How's your cold?
Oh, it's not a cold. It's just a little ruddy dose.
Oh. Well, you'd better not take too much of this tropical sun. You'll get burned.
Who, be? I'd have a bird. Best Tad you ever seen. What you doing?
I'm writing a letter to a friend.
Oh.
Oh, Irma, what's the date?
It's Sunday. We had chapel.
Sunday the what?
Sunday the 7th.
Sunday the 7th. December, Pearl Harbor. Most of us didn't even know what it was, let alone where it was. So instead of landing at Hawaii, we were ordered to join a convoy somewhere in the Pacific. None of us realized what the whole thing meant. All we knew was that we stuck to that convoy, and at night we ran without lights.
Hi, Lieutenant.
Hi.
Hey, wait a minute, will you?
Well, what do you want?
Look, what's the matter with me? Have I got dandruff or something?
Well, I really can't tell out here in the dark.
That's not what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Look, why don't you ever let me see you?
Officers are not supposed to fraternize with enlisted men.
But I don't want to fraternize. I just want to see you.
And pass the time of day?
Well, it'd be better than nothing.
Take your arm away. What's the matter?
Sunburn.
Well, just stop your maneuvers before you make contact with the main body.
Look, don't you like me?
I like you.
It's just sort of, so what, huh?
That's right.
Okay, won't bother you anymore.
Oh, well, don't go. I'm just being childish. Sure would like to meet one guy, though, that doesn't make a pass.
Well, when you do, you better begin to worry.
You're not so dumb.
I just talk dumb.
Well, all right, then. Come on and get it over with. Put your arm around me.
Oh, fine.
Incidentally, I'm warning you, Kansas. I melt at a very low temperature.
Well, then I'll try to be pals.
Okay, and when you can't stand it any longer, from time to time, I'll let you kiss me.
This, one of those times?
No.
Okay. Let me know.
Hey, golly, what's that?
I don't know. Submarine, I guess.
It was a sub, all right. They got 2 of the boats in our convoy. We picked up about 100 survivors. One of them was a nurse from another ship, a girl named Olivia. She was a strange kind of girl. Her hands had been burned, and we tried to be friendly, but she wouldn't have any part of us, so we wouldn't have any part of her. One morning, Davy was in charge of the sick bay. It was Olivia's first day of duty.
Oh, Olivia. Say, Olivia, it's good to see you. How are your hands? They're fine. You know you're a very lucky girl. Lucky? Well, yes, we didn't get many survivors. That's one way of looking at it. Tell me, why did your boat leave after Pearl Harbor? I realize we need supplies in the Philippines, but it doesn't...
I don't know, and I don't ask a lot of questions.
Oh, I see. Incidentally, your orders came through. You're to join our unit. You'll bunk in with Miss Pacelli.
She's already mentioned it to me. She doesn't want me to.
Oh. All right, I'll find someone else.
Doesn't matter to me.
Oh, Joan.
Yeah, Davy?
Joan, come here. Do you mind Olivia bunking in with you?
Now, what did I do to get punished?
Honestly, I'd do it myself, only Rosemary's still a little homesick and frightened.
That Olivia, I'd like to give her an injection and leave the needle in. But okay if I'm the victim.
Thanks.
I don't know why I'm so nice. Oh, Davy, there's a patient down there supposed to have a bath, and he won't let me give it to him.
You want me to take over?
Oh, I wish you would. It's the third bed from the door.
Right. Good morning.
Oh, don't be so cheerful. I know what you're here for, and I still say no female's going to bathe me.
No? Well, let's see your chart. Lieutenant John Summers.
That's right.
With the medical unit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fine. A doctor, and you won't let a nurse wash you.
I'm not a doctor. I'm a technician. I was associate professor of chemistry at Hawaii.
Oh, a professor? Well, that explains it. Give me your arm, please.
What are you doing?
You're going to have a bath, and don't be coy.
Now, go away. I told you no female's going to give me a bath.
Your mother did.
Let go.
Now, look, do you give me your arm, or do I take away the whole blanket?
Angels of mercy, huh? You're a bunch of wrestlers. Here.
There, that's better.
Oh, wait. Oh.
What's the matter?
My head.
You feel dizzy?
Yes.
No feeling in your hands and feet?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, you know what it is, don't you?
What?
You need a bath.
Oh, now look.
And stop faking.
Okay. Say, tell me, when people get to know you awfully well, what do they call you?
Lieutenant.
Oh.
That was John Summers. I'll tell you more about him later. Well, on Christmas Eve, we all decided to dress up a little and have a party. We'd been at sea for almost a month, and we needed some relaxation. I wanted to make an impression on Kansas, but the only snaky thing I had was a black nightgown, which, with a few trimmings, did for me. Rosemary Larson was in my room while I was getting dressed.
Here, Joan, why don't you wear this locket?
Oh, but that isn't mine. It must be Olivia's.
Oh, I don't think she'd mind. Here, put it on. Oh. Hello, Olivia.
Take that locket off.
I only want to wear it tonight.
I said take it off. What do you mean snooping around in my things?
Say, who do you think you are? Oh, you want to play rough, huh? Well,
Davy!
What is it? Stop it!
Well, she started it, and I don't get slugged by anybody.
Stop it, do you hear me? Now, what are you, a couple of children? What is this?
Sorry, Davy. It was my fault, Davy. By mistake, I opened Olivia's musette bag.
She had no right to take my locket.
She said it was a mistake. Now, I don't care whose fault it was. You were both wrong. You realize that, don't you? I don't want to have to take any official action. Look, girls, I know we're all nervous and jittery on a boat going nowhere, getting nowhere, but we've just got to hang on a little longer, that's all. I don't want this to go outside the cabin. Come on, forget it and shake hands.
Okay. Sorry, Olivia.
I'd like to be left alone.
All right, Joan. Go ahead. Olivia, Joan's just impulsive. She really didn't mean any harm. Come on, do you hear they're starting the party? Why don't you come up with me, It may be our last party in a long time.
Leave me alone, can't you? Leave me alone.
All right, Olivia.
John Summers was up and around now. He and Davy danced every dance that night.
You having fun?
Mm-hmm.
Say, did you get my present?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Well, what's mine in return?
My thanks.
Well, I suppose I'll have to be satisfied with just that. You realize this is the first time you've been in my arms?
Oh, I've been in lots of arms.
Oh, yes, but these are mine. I want you to get used to them.
Nothing. Why?
You seem to be smiling all over tonight.
Oh, go away.
Merry Christmas.
Good heavens, aren't you in bed yet?
Believe it or not, I was on the top deck with Kansas singing Christmas carols. Can I bunk in here, Davy?
Oh, did you have another row with Olivia?
No, but she's scary. She just lies there and stares and never goes to sleep. Ooh, it's like sleeping in a graveyard.
Okay, you take my bed. I'll try it for tonight anyway.
Thanks, pal.
So tell me, has she ever opened up? Ever given you a hint of what's wrong?
There's nothing wrong. She's just naturally a frozen-faced ghoul.
Oh. Well, good night, kids.
Night, Davy. Are you asleep, Olivia?
No.
Mind if I turn on the light?
No.
Is it all right if I bunk in here?
Yes.
Oh, what's the matter, Olivia? Something's hurt you. Why don't you talk about it? Come on, get it off your chest. You can forget I'm your superior officer.
It's none of your business, so don't forget you are my superior officer.
Well, maybe if I knew what was eating you, I could help.
Nobody can. I don't want anybody to try. I can do it myself.
Oh, this is the locket, isn't it? Now, why did you lose your temper when Joan...
Put that down. Do I go through your things?
Oh, I don't think we'd better talk anymore. I'm beginning to get pretty sore.
All right, so you're beginning to get sore. Enjoy it. But stop prying into things that don't concern you.
Maybe it does concern me. It concerns me that the morale of this group remains high, and until you joined up, it was. You're just a troublemaker. I don't really care what's bothering you at all. I don't like you any more than the rest of the girls do.
I'm supposed to be a nurse, and that's all.
Oh, no. There's much more than that now that we're at war. Maybe you don't know what's up. Maybe you don't know what we're doing here.
You think I don't know. All right, I'll tell you. I know what I'm doing. I know why I'm here. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill Japs, every blood-stained one I can get my hands on.
Olivia.
That doesn't sound nice coming from a nurse, does it? We're supposed to be angels of mercy. We're supposed to tend to the wounded and take care of the sick. We're supposed to be kind and tender and serve humanity in the name of humanity. What humanity? Jap humanity?
Olivia, be quiet.
No, you asked me. You wanted to know. You pried into things that didn't concern you. You wanted to know what this locket is. Well, look. It's a picture. It's a picture of a boy. Today is Christmas, isn't it? The time for cheer and good fellowship and for peace. Well, today's my wedding day. He and I were to be married today in St. Louis. And why weren't we? Because he's dead. He died that first morning they killed him. I saw him. He was running across the field to his plane, and they killed him. 60 bullets, and by the time I got to him, he was dead. His face was gone. I couldn't see him anymore. Just blood. Blood all over.
Olivia, don't, dear, don't.
Let me go. They must be punished, and I'm going to punish them.
Yes, dear.
He was dead. It was ended for him.
Olivia, darling.
I wanted him. He was all I had.
Yes, dear, I know.
I loved him so much.
We were pretty anxious to get off that boat, but we still didn't know where we were going. One night up on deck, Davy met John Summers. It was a quiet night, and all over the boat you could feel the throbbing of the engines.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Have you been trying to avoid me?
Frankly, I have.
Why?
Oh, because I've been trying to avoid you.
Oh. Well, now, look, I don't want to seem impetuous.
You don't?
All right, I do want to seem impetuous then. But the point is, anything can happen.
Such as?
Well, the boat might sink.
Oh, it might.
And if it does, we might never see each other again.
That's possible.
Unless it's someplace in the hereafter.
Well, I'll see you there sometime. Good night.
No, wait a minute. I haven't made my point yet. After all, I'm not such a bad guy. I'm supposed to be very intelligent, in fact. I work hard. I make $5,000 a year.
No, you make $166 a month now.
Please. I mean this. I'm in love with you, Lieutenant.
John.
If only we'd met somewhere else before, you'd have had a wonderful time as I wooed you.
You think so?
I'm positive. I'd have been really foolish. I would have spent sleepless nights and bought flowers to lay at your feet. I'd have been very careful with you in taxicabs, knowing, of course, that you're not that kind of a girl.
John.
At first, I think my dog-like devotion would have made you pity me a little. And then my fatal charm would have snuck up on you, and before you knew it, you'd be mine. In some dingy little French restaurant where the wine wasn't too bad. But with all that's happening, I don't have to be ridiculous for you to love me. There's no time. Out there this second, a torpedo might be spinning toward us. And you've no time either. We haven't got a second to waste.
You're right. There's no time. No time for anything personal. But thanks for everything you said.
Janet.
No, please, John, don't make it difficult. I've been trying to avoid you. That ought to tell you something. I can't love you. I won't permit myself to.
Well, why not?
Because I've got a job to do.
Well, what's that got to do with it? We've all got jobs to do.
I know, but our responsibilities are greater now. Nothing can stand in the way. I wish we had met somewhere in a dingy little French restaurant. But maybe we will. Later. Good night.
Let me kiss you goodbye, then.
No.
Just once.
All right.
Oh, Janet.
Oh, John, listen.
What's the matter?
The engines have stopped.
Your life preserver. Where's your life preserver?
I left it down in the cabin.
Here, take mine.
No, I'll
Take
go.
it. Darling, before anything happens, do you love me?
No.
You're lying. You do love me.
Yes.
Well, say it then.
I love you.
Better get down to your station, Summers.
What do the engines stop for, sir?
Run up to the captain. I'm sure he'll be delighted to tell you over a scotch and soda.
There's a plane up there. I can hear it.
Is it one of ours, I wonder?
Sounds like it. Listen. Yes, it is one of ours. It's a PBY.
Well, then we can't be far away from land. Land. That'll be a relief. I wonder where we'll make port.
I heard this afternoon. Oh, I don't know what the place is exactly, but I heard the name.
Any port in a storm, where is it?
It was a place called... Oh, what was it? Oh, yes. Bataan.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, Veronica Lake, Sonny Tufts, and Les Tremaine will return in So Proudly We Hail. These are days when thousands of American women serving on the home front are cheerfully working harder and longer than they ever thought they could, many as factory workers.
Sorry, Mary, I just can't make it Sunday. We're working all day, a rush shipment to get out.
Many housewives devoting their evenings.
Phew, I'm tired. But I promised I'd be at the home nursing course tonight, and I wouldn't renege for anything.
Not much time in their crowded days for elaborate beauty care, but busy as they are, these women consider it mighty important to keep on looking their prettiest. One reason being...
Oh, goodness. I wouldn't dream of neglecting my looks just because Bill's away. He wouldn't like that.
So these women with little time to spare are more than ever glad of Lux Toilet Soap, the gentle complexion soap that makes their daily beauty care so easy and so pleasant. They find active lather wonderfully rich and creamy. It whisks away stale cosmetics thoroughly, every trace of dust and dirt. Their daily active lather facials is the same that famous screen stars take, like this.
Smooth the creamy Lux soap lather well in. Lots and lots of it. You can just feel your skin taking on new freshness. Then rinse with warm water, splash with cold, and pat dry with a towel. Use this care every day and see if it doesn't make your complexion lovelier.
Yes, pretty women all over the country say that daily facials with Hollywood's beauty soap really work. Day by day, this care can help skin to be softer and smoother. Try it and see. If you should find your dealer is temporarily out of Lux Toilet Soap due to wartime conditions, ask for it again next time you shop. Remember, Lux Toilet Soap is worth waiting for. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act Two of So Proudly We Hail, starring Claudette Colbert as Davy, Paulette Goddard as Joan, and Veronica Lake as Olivia, with Sonny Tufts as Kansas and Les Tremaine as John.
We landed the next day at Maravellis on Bataan Peninsula, about 40 miles from the front line. That's where Kansas was heading for when I met him out on the road.
Hiya.
Hello, Kansas.
Gosh, I've been looking all over for you. Just wanted to say so long.
Oh, well, I'll be seeing you. Kansas, are you scared, too?
You mean you feel as if you suddenly lost your belly?
Yeah,
Well, me too, but I guess we'll get over it.
I hope so. Well, so long, Kansas, and don't get lost.
Who, me? I never get lost. Well, so long.
Hey, wait.
Huh?
Your gang went in the other direction.
Oh, thanks.
Don't let anything happen to you, Kansas.
Who, me? Nothing ever happens to me.
Hey!
Fell over my duffel bag.
Yes, you did. Goodbye, Kansas.
So long.
We arrived at Lamar that night. It was a dusty little village just behind the front lines. We were hoping to get a couple of hours' sleep, but Ma McGregor fixed that. She was our commanding officer.
So, you finally got here. Well, my name is McGregor, and my bite is worse than my bark. Now, you better all dive into your whites, and I'll get you some GI tomorrow. You can't wear whites here. The nearest laundry's in Manila. We need you right away. Some of our girls have forgotten what the word sleep means. Gee, show them to nurses' quarters. Now, get a move on. I'm glad you're here.
Captain McGregor?
Yes?
I'm Olivia Darcy. Do you have any Japanese wounded here?
A few? Why?
I'd like to handle them.
Oh, do you know the language?
No, but I'm anxious to learn.
Well, I guess you can be accommodated. I'll put you down for Ward 11.
Thank you, Captain.
Here's your list, Lieutenant Davison. You've been assigned to surgery.
Thanks.
O'Doull's in the children's ward, and Emerson's in surgery with you. Darcy's in with the Japanese wounded, and...
Darcy with the Japanese wounded? Oh, no.
Well, she requested it.
Oh, but you mustn't. We've got to get her out. Olivia! Olivia, where are you? Olivia, look at me.
It's all right. I couldn't do it. I didn't have the guts, I suppose. I couldn't kill even a wounded rat.
Will somebody tell me what this is all about?
Oh, there's no reason to worry, Captain McGregor. I was just a little silly.
Well, don't you think it'd be better if I took over here?
No, not at all. There's nothing wrong here. Is there, Olivia?
No.
You see, Captain, she'll be all right. I know she will.
Day after day, the wounded kept pouring in. After a while, there weren't any beds. There was no morphine, and still they kept coming. John Summers had been up in the front line, and then one evening he drove in with a truckload of wounded. When Davy went off duty for an hour, she met him down by the river.
This is the place. The Bataan River. Every time I get off, I come here and pretend that you're with me.
You wouldn't even know there's a war going on here.
That was the idea. Darling, was it terrible up there?
Well, it wasn't pretty. We're outnumbered. Sometimes the Jap losses are 300 to 1, and still they keep coming. And those Filipino scouts and our poor guys sleeping on their rifles and machine guns. They're the bravest men I've ever even heard of.
They must be.
They don't give quarter, and they don't ask for any. I can't figure it out, Janet.
Figure what?
Why they do it. There's something other than just fighting against the Japs. These fellows aren't a bit afraid to die.
Oh, that's our air raid signal. Come on. There's a trench over there.
You know, this is the only nice thing the Japs have done so far in this war.
What?
Giving us a place to hide out. An air raid, a foxhole, and you.
Oh, it sounds like a song. Look at that sign.
This foxhole approved by good housekeeping.
You see, we have nothing but the best.
You know, sometimes I thought you might forget me.
I tried to.
You did? What for?
Because you troubled me so much.
I'm sorry.
Everything that happens, everything I do, you're part of. I can't get you out of my mind.
Don't try.
No, I'm not going to anymore.
What are you looking at me like that for?
I want to remember exactly how you look. You know, sometimes I couldn't even remember the color of your eyes. Your whole face was hazy.
That's when I look my best. I'm glad I had you to think about up there.
John, I hate to think of you going back.
Well, then don't.
I have a feeling that if you do go back, I'll never see you again.
Now, don't worry. I'll take care of myself. Promise you won't worry.
I promise. But I'll worry. Oh, there goes the all clear. Well, I guess the honeymoon's over.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, John.
The pressure on the front line was too strong, and we finally got orders to evacuate. All over the town, the demolition squad was blowing up buildings. We were the last to get out. At least we thought we were getting out, but when we started to pile into the car... Get down! Get out of the car, everybody! Somebody, get back in the surgery. Hurry! It was a Jap patrol that had infiltrated through. We had 2 machine gunners with us, but they were both killed. We were alone in the village. 6 girls.
Get down on the floor. Close that door and put the light out. Now, quiet, do you hear? Davy, we're alone. There's no one left here but us.
We'll get out somehow.
Do you think they'll miss us? Do you think they'll send someone back for us?
Of course they will.
What are we going to do? I know what I'm going to do. If somebody doesn't come, we'd better all kill ourselves. But why? Somebody's coming. Davy said somebody's coming. I was in Nanking. I saw what happened to the women there. When the Red Cross protested, the Japanese called it the privilege of serving His Imperial Majesty's troops. It's an honor you die from.
Stop that nonsense, do you hear me?
Look, here's a grenade. Maybe we can get them if we...
Here, give me that. If we threw a grenade and missed it, it would mean sure death for all of us. We might kill one,
Stop talking about killing. Now listen to me. I want you all to stay here. I'm going out and start that truck. As soon as you hear the motor running, make a dash for it. It's our only chance.
Don't go, Davy. Don't go.
Shh, be quiet.
Davy, wait. Come here a minute.
What is it, Livy?
Listen. If one of us went... if one of us gave herself up...
Don't be crazy.
Listen, I've got a grenade. If I walk toward them with my hands up, it's only a patrol. I could wipe them out.
Give me that grenade.
Goodbye, Davy.
Give it to me, Livy.
It's one or all of us. Thanks for everything, Davy.
Livy, come back. Davy, where's she going?
What's she going to do?
Get away from the window. She's walking up the road. She's got her hands up. There's the Jap patrol. They're coming toward her. 5 of them. I can't see her. They've surrounded her. Oh, Livy! Livy!
When we reached Olivia, she was dead. But so were the Japs. Our new base was right in the middle of the jungle. We had more than wounded now. The men were coming down with malaria and dysentery. Some of us got malaria, too. Fevers of 104. There wasn't any coddling. The soldiers were the patients.
Hi, Lieutenant.
Kansas, why, you big tramp.
You always say what I expect.
Well, isn't that nice? Say, what are you doing here anyway?
I got some letters for you.
Oh, thanks, pal. Hey, they're open.
Yeah, well, I guess them censors must have run out of glue.
Kansas, have you been reading my mail?
Well, had to read myself to sleep, didn't I? You don't want to deprive me of my sleep, do you? Anyway, I didn't read all of them. Very dull, most of them. Very dull.
Oh, well, I'm terribly sorry.
Except this Dr. O'Leary. He's rather a cute guy, ain't he?
Is he?
Yeah. He writes with that real literary style. What's he to you?
Well, since you read them, dear, you ought to know.
Yeah, and I don't like him.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
Hey, I got some news. There's a big convoy on the way.
What?
Yeah, supplies and reinforcements. Ought to be here tomorrow.
Hey, kids! Yes, there's a convoy coming.
Yes, Colonel White?
Oh, come in, Davidson. We're sending McGregor to Corregidor. So I want you and your staff to report to Baguio in the morning and take over in her place.
Yes, sir. Do you know if there are any nurses coming on the convoy?
What convoy?
What convoy? Well, the one we've been celebrating all day.
There isn't any convoy. It's been sunk.
Oh, no.
They're trying to get others through to us, but only a few small vessels have succeeded. Not enough to mean much.
Is it as bad as all that?
Yes. General MacArthur left tonight.
Left Bataan?
He was ordered off. He's gone to Australia.
But why?
Because he's needed more there than he is here, I guess. He didn't want to go.
Well, I'd better tell the others.
No, don't do anything about it. Good evening of relaxation might help. What they don't know won't hurt them.
No, I suppose not.
Good night, Janet.
Good night, sir.
In a week or so, we got the worst of the news. The whole front line had collapsed. We were under fire for days. Rosemary was killed when they bombed the hospital. Davy's hands were burned down to the bone trying to get her out. And still the wounded came. And this time, one of them was John Summers.
Davy, John Summers just came in. He's been wounded.
What is it?
It's a leg wound. They're taking him to surgery now to remove the fragment.
There isn't time. We've been ordered off. We're going to Corregidor.
When?
Right now. Get him into a truck. I have to report to the colonel, but I'll be right back. I've got everyone, sir. We're ready to leave.
Good. Goodbye, Janet.
Aren't you coming?
No, I'm not.
Oh, but your orders.
New orders have just come through.
Have we surrendered?
We'll surrender at 9 in the morning.
Oh, no.
Go on now, quick.
Yes, sir.
Janet, wait. You've got to do one thing for me. See to it that the girls get through to the rock.
Yes, sir. We'll get through.
So long.
Good luck, sir.
We made Maravelli's that night. All we had were a lot of small boats to take us over to Corregidor, but Davy wouldn't come yet. The doctor was going to operate on John. She found him in a tunnel near the docks.
Doctor, is John Summers here?
Yes. Can you assist me, nurse?
No, my hands, they've been burned.
Oh, all right. I think I can do it alone. Come over here.
Janet.
Oh, John, darling.
Hey, where are the others? You better go with them.
No, there's plenty of time.
All right, I'm ready. We'll have to go in for that bomb fragment, Summers. It may become infected.
That's not likely. It's probably a piece of good American steel.
Here we go. Sorry, we have no anesthetic.
Oh, that's okay. Give me a hand, Janet. Is it out of order if we hold hands, Doctor?
Well, her hands are...
No, it's all right, Doctor.
Huh? Oh, very well. Well, let's get it over. Now.
It's all right, darling. Hold my hands. Now hold tight. Tighter.
Go.
I think I've located it. I'll have another try now. This may hurt even more.
Sounds like a dentist. Janet.
Hold tighter, darling. Tighter.
Hang on, Lieutenant. Try to think of something else.
Here I am. Ham and eggs. Hot cakes. White bread. Coffee.
Here it comes now. Hold on.
John. It's all right, Doctor. You can go right ahead now. He's fainted.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, Veronica Lake, Sonny Tufts, and Les Tremaine in the third act of So Proudly We Hail.
Evening, Mr. Kennedy. Who do you think I just met?
A lovely screen star, I'd guess, Libby.
And you'd be right. It was Mrs. Thomas Wallace.
Mrs. Wallace?
Carol Landis to you, Mr. Kennedy.
Oh.
Remember, she was married recently in London to an American Army pilot. I talked to her at 20th Century Fox studio where she's making 4 Jills in a Jeep.
Oh, of course. Say, Libby, wasn't Carol the girl who got right up close to the sound of guns when she was making that tour of army camps in North Africa?
Uncomfortably close, Mr. Kennedy. She actually had to crawl into a foxhole for shelter one night during a bombing raid. And do you know what she told me her first thought was when the bombs began to fall?
Tell us, Libby.
Well, only a woman would have thought of it, Mr. Kennedy. There goes my last pair of nylons, she said to herself. But seriously, Carol said she was impressed over and over again with the importance of looking lovely on that tour of the camps. It meant so much to the boys to see a pretty, well-groomed woman. She's come back convinced that no girl should think of letting down on beauty care these days.
Well, Libby, certainly Carol's complexion care is a quick, easy one that works. Carol's a Lux girl, you know.
She certainly is, Mr. Kennedy. She says, a woman is foolish not to give her skin gentle, protecting care. I always use Lux toilet soap. It's a real beauty soap. Carol depends on her daily active lather facials.
As many other busy and famous stars do, Libby. There's something about the creamy lather of Lux toilet soap that makes it the choice of lovely women everywhere. And here's a thrift tip about Hollywood's beauty soap. Lux toilet soap is hard milled. You can use each satin smooth cake down to the thinnest sliver. That means a lot right now when it's patriotic not to waste soap. Moisten that last little sliver and press it against a new cake. And remember, Lux toilet soap will last even longer if you always put it in a soap dish that's dry. Why not get some of the fine white soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use tomorrow? Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Our stars had quite a hectic experience at Paramount while working in So Proudly We Hail. We'll ask them to tell you about it after the play. Now here's the third act, starring Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, and Veronica Lake, with Sonny Tufts and Les Tremaine. On the deck of a hospital ship, homeward bound from Australia, Nurse Joan O'Doul continues the story of the escape to Corregidor. The ship's doctor listens attentively. Joan has paused for a moment, remembering the horror of Bataan.
Well, did Lieutenant Davidson get John Summers off Bataan?
Oh, yes, she did, Major. We rode across the darkness to Corregidor. Corregidor spelled safety for us. They called it the Gibraltar of the Pacific, and we lived most of the time deep in the tunnels under the rock. But the Japs plastered us day and night. The noise almost split our eardrums. Once in a while, we got out of the tunnel for a breath of air.
What, no dive bombers today?
Oh, well, it's not time. They're still out to lunch.
There's no quinine left.
No quinine? What are we going to do?
Nurse, what do you think we're going to do?
Well, they can't take us off. Oh, why are we here anyway?
Oh, why? Why isn't there any quinine? Why isn't there any food? Why aren't there any supplies? Why are we here like rats in a cage, waiting for the man to come and pour scalding water over us? Why was nothing done? Why?
Oh, take it easy, Davy.
I'll tell you why. It's our own fault.
Our fault? What did we do?
Because we believed we were the world, that the United States of America was the whole world. Those outlandish places, Bataan, Corregidor, Mindanao, those aren't American names. No, they're just American graveyards.
Well, why don't they get us off?
They can't get us off. We've become what they call a delaying action. That's what those 50,000 men on Bataan were. They were merely saving time. I only hope to God the people back home aren't losing it for us.
Well, here they come again.
Here, Rig. Take shelter.
Yes, they're always on time anyway. Come on, in the tunnel, kids.
Do the best you can, Davy. Quinine or no quinine, we've got to keep their fevers down.
We're doing everything we know, Mom.
I'm sure you are.
Oh, Janet, can I speak to you for a minute?
John, what do you want? We discharged you a week ago.
Well, I thought you knew I was your permanent patient.
What is it, darling?
I just wanted to say goodbye for a few days.
What do you mean?
Well, we sort of made up a little party, and we're going down around Mindanao to see if we can find some quinine.
You can't go.
Why not?
Your leg, you're still too weak.
Well, I'm no weaker than the rest.
John, you're not well yet.
We'll all be a lot worse if we don't get some supplies.
When do you have to go?
We leave at 5 in the morning. That's 9 long hours from now.
9 hours. Wait a minute. Oh, Ma?
Yes?
Ma, I want you to know I'm going to break a regulation.
Oh, is that something new with you?
No, but I'm really going to smash one this time. I'm going to get married.
The chaplain married them an hour later. Mama Gregor gave them a bottle of wine for a wedding present and some bread and peanut butter. After the ceremony, they climbed up to a gun emplacement overlooking the bay.
I'm not going to eat any more of this. I'm going to save some.
Oh, not me. This isn't the kind of wedding cake you put under your pillow and sleep on.
John, look up there. The stars look like streetlights, don't they?
Sure. Haven't you ever been to the Rainbow Room before? That's the street below us.
Oh, I see. I guess marrying you has changed my perspective completely.
Oh, it's probably the wine.
I thought you were going to take me to a dingy little French restaurant. This is pretty classy.
Holy cats, you remember everything I say.
I take you very seriously.
Hey, did I ever tell you about my place in the country?
No, I don't know anything about you, really. I don't even know if you have a middle name.
I have. It's Mattathias.
Oh, why?
An uncle. He left me this little farm I was telling you about. It's quite worth it.
Is it?
Yes, you'd love it. A time will come when you and I will go out on a summer evening when the grass is fresh and the clouds white, as if they'd just been washed. The earth's warm and still, and time passes quietly. Everything's simple. Just you and me and the kids.
Sons?
Daughters. They're more decorative. Let's get out of here and go home.
Home. I remember a poet somewhere. He said, home is the place where, when you have to go there, they have to take you in. Darling, do you want to know something?
What?
I'm not afraid anymore. Darling, it's time to get up.
Oh,
It's time to get up and go to work.
You've only got 5 minutes.
Oh, it's a fine time to go to sleep on our honeymoon.
It was a wonderful honeymoon. Here, finish up that wine.
No, you.
No, go ahead. As my grandmother used to say, it'll warm your stomach up.
All right. To you, honey. So long, darling.
So long, John.
And wait for me. I'll be back.
I know. I'll be right here.
Kansas was on Corregidor, too. He came into the hospital one morning while I was trying to fix a radio.
Hiya. What you doing?
Oh, this radio's on the blink again.
Say, what would you like better than anything else in the world?
A tomato. A nice, round, red, juicy tomato.
Oh.
A tomato and some flying fortresses. Oh, wouldn't that make a lovely salad?
Yeah.
Why'd you ask me, Kansas?
Well, I got something for you. See? Chocolate.
Oh, gee, Kansas, that's swell of you. Where'd you get it?
Well, a raiding party of Japs tried to land last night, and I got me a couple of them, and on one of them I found this chocolate.
Kansas, how could you do a thing like that to me?
I can't figure you dames out. Chocolate is chocolate.
You're positively disgusting. And don't fiddle with that radio. You'll get a shock.
Who, me? I never get shocked. Oh. Look, don't ever say don't to me again.
Right after that, our final orders came through. Colonel Clark gave them to us early one evening.
At ease, girls. It's a very serious occasion. It's not known how much longer Corregidor can hold out. I have here orders from headquarters. You nurses will meet in front of the main hospital tunnel at 9 o'clock tonight. Be evacuated to Australia.
There were about 20 of us ordered off. The rest of us to follow as soon as possible. Davy was one of the first 20, and so was I. When I'd packed my things, I went looking for Kansas.
Hey, over here.
Kansas. We've been ordered off.
I know. It's all over the rock already.
Well, I came to say goodbye.
Well, I'm glad you did. Look, if you don't wait for me back there, I'll break your neck.
Oh, be sure you don't break yours, Kansas.
Don't worry. Stop that sniffling. Here, give me your handkerchief.
Here.
Hey, look at the size of that. When you get back, you might get some real ones. I used to get mine at the 5 and dime. Big red ones, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Bandanas. Cheap is what a place those 5 and dimes are. Everything in them, huh?
Yeah.
You might send me a dozen of them when you get back.
Where, Kansas?
Here? Where do you think? I'll be here till Tokyo freezes over.
I suppose if we were to surrender that you'd be dumb enough not to.
Yeah, I'd be dumb that way.
Oh, Kansas. Kiss me goodbye, you big lug.
Now you're talking. Hey, we should have been doing more of this in the campaign. You and your wanting to be pals.
Well, I thought you were just another guy on the make.
I was.
Gee, I'm glad I met up with you, Kansas.
Pleasure's been all mine.
You big blim.
Well, so long, kid. I'll be seeing you.
Goodbye, Kansas, and be careful. Don't get killed.
Who, me? I'll never get killed.
There was a boat waiting for us at the dock at midnight. McGregor lined us up. She wasn't leaving with us, but she wanted to say goodbye.
Well, I guess that's everybody. Good luck to you children, all of you. Goodbye, Davy.
I'm not going.
You're not what?
I'm not going. I never intended to.
You heard the orders. Now, I don't want any funny business. You get on that boat.
No.
Do you realize that every moment of stalling here means that those planes in the harbor are in danger? That's not our artillery.
I can't go. I promised I'd be here when he got back. He asked me to. Oh, now, please, Ma.
I order you to go.
I won't take orders. I'm not in the army anymore. When I married, I broke regulations. It meant I was out. You can't make me go.
Stop talking like an hysterical schoolgirl.
I'm going to be right here when he gets back.
He won't be back.
How do you know? Tell me, how do you know?
There's been no word at all. They've considered them officially lost for a week.
Oh, you're lying. You know you're lying. You're just saying that.
Would I lie about that, Davy? Now, would I?
Of course you wouldn't, but I know he's still alive. He's out there somewhere, and I can't go. I can't.
Janet, if he's alive...
guess that's all, Major. Davy wasn't like the rest of us. She never gave way, but now everything snapped at once. When we got her on board the plane, she never spoke again. Maybe we should have left her on Corregidor.
What's happened would have happened some way or another. Thank you, Lieutenant. Now I think maybe I can try to make her speak, to hear at least. Come over this way. Miss Davidson, we're almost home. Do you hear me? I have a letter for you, Miss Davidson. It says, "My darling, I'm writing this from Mindanao. We leave in the morning for an unknown destination. I write with no so-called premonitions. As a matter of fact, I'm writing this in a pleasant little bar on the outskirts. I've ordered 2 daiquiris, one for you and one for me. I miss you, darling. I think about you all the time. I wish things were different. Things will be different. I know that now because there is good in this war, much as I hate it. This is not just a war of soldiers. You weren't soldiers in the strict sense. You were just kids from all walks of life, all kinds of people.
There's something new in this war, something good. You could see it, this new thing, even in their tired, hungry faces as they took courage one from another. This is now a people's war, because civilians also get killed. It's the people's war because they've taken it over now and are going to win it and end it with a purpose, to live like men with dignity, in freedom. This is our war now, and this time it will be our peace. I'm proud to have known you, darling. Proud to have received your love. Already I have had a complete, rich life in 3 short months.
John.
Do you hear, Miss Davidson?
She's opening her eyes. Oh, Davy, Davy. The letter. Give me my letter, please. My darling. I'm enclosing a deed to that little farm I told you about. It's now in your name. I'll wait for you there. Or if you're there first, wait for me. Thank you, my darling, for my life. Thank you for everything. You're devoted. And this is the first time I've ever written it. Your devoted husband, John. Yes, darling. I'll wait. I'll wait.
Handsome is as handsome does, and we've had some handsome acting tonight. From Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, Veronica Lake, Sonny Tufts, and Les Tremaine.
Thank you, C.B. The real tribute to the nurses of the United States Army will be found in the hearts of the American fighting men. It was a privilege for me to play the part of one of those women.
I know that while the picture was in production, 3 of the most beautiful women in Hollywood caused quite a stir in the Paramount lot.
You mean overalls and dirty faces and steel hats, Sonny?
Yeah, and in one case, no peekaboo bang.
At long last, the world has seen Veronica Lake's other eye. How do you like it, Veronica?
Well, I do see better.
After shooting a picture where your makeup consists mostly of mud, you must have spent quite a bit of time each day getting the mud off. In fact, I don't see how you all came out of it looking so lovely.
Are you kidding?
No, of course not.
Do we have to tell you about soap?
Now, don't torture him. C.B., there's a very fine soap called Lux. We use it.
Well, what do you know?
In fact, it was unanimous, Mr. DeMille.
You know, he may not have heard that Lux soap is an excellent complexion care.
I have triple proof of the prowess of Lux soap right in front of me. By the way, Paulette, I hear you've turned into a farmer.
Oh, 70 acres worth, Mr. DeMille. It's in New York State.
What do you grow, Paulette?
Well, chickens. It works out very well. Last spring, I traded some eggs for seed corn, and now I'm using the corn to feed the chickens and trading the eggs for the farm allotment of gasoline.
Not the same eggs, I hope. I'll never make a horse trade with you.
How about trading us a little news on next week's show?
That's good news, Sonny, because our play is the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer screen hit, Salute to the Marines. And our stars are the same ones you saw in the picture, Wallace Beery and Fay Bainter. Salute to the Marines is the story of an old-time sergeant major who retired just before the war and settled down in peace and quiet with his family, right on the battlefront. A real thriller with plenty of comedy and two real troopers, Wallace Beery and Fay Bainter.
I know your audience will love it, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. It was certainly a four-star evening. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Wallace Beery and Fay Bainter in Salute to the Marines with Noah Beery. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, American war production is being slowed down by labor turnover. Workers leaving their jobs for a variety of causes. Many of these causes, such as bad housing conditions and inadequate transportation, are being eliminated by cooperative action. Meanwhile, every worker in a war job has a personal responsibility to stick on the job. Men on the fighting front are making great sacrifices. Men and women on the production front owe it to our heroes to stay on their war jobs. Claudette Colbert will soon be seen in the Paramount picture No Time for Love. Paulette Goddard's next Paramount picture is Standing Room Only. And Veronica Lake will next be seen on the screen in the Paramount production The Hour Before Dawn. The picture, So Proudly We Hail, was produced and directed by Mark Sandridge. Heard in tonight's play were Regina Wallace, Catherine Craig, Trudy Marson, Dorothy Scott, Marjorie Davies, Leo Cleary, Boyd Davis, Charles Seal, Fred Mackay, Norman Field, Howard McNear, and Ed Emerson. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Wallace Beery and Fay Bainter in Salute to the Marines with Noah Beery.
In these days of food shortages, don't be confused about vitamins. Give your family Vims, the new and different vitamin mineral tablets scientifically designed to help make meals complete. Vims give you all the essential vitamins, including those of the B complex. All the minerals commonly lacking, too. Get Vims from your druggist, the qualified vitamin dealer. VI for vitamins, MS for minerals. Get that Vims feeling. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
They told us a man we'd been looking for, a murderer, was in a cow camp on the North Fork of the Canadian River, about 100 miles south of Dodge. So Chester and I rode down to take a look. We found a fella there with a right name but the wrong face. So we started back. First night we camped in a dry, buffalo-rutted depression. The next morning I woke shortly after daybreak to find Chester already cooking breakfast.
Morning, Mr. Dillon. Meat'll be done soon. Is the coffee made, Chester? That's what I need. It's boiling.
I didn't make much, though. I thought I'd better save our water.
You know, Chester, I'll bet right now the doc's back there in St. Louis, holed up in some fancy hotel and still asleep.
That's quite a thought, sir.
Yeah.
Him right in the middle of St. Louis and us way out here on the prairie.
I'll bet he's even got sheets on his bed.
I wouldn't be surprised, Mr. Dillon. Doc said this was one vacation he was going to splurge on. He's riding the Santa Fe both ways.
Huh?
Well, meat's done. I cleaned off this rock here to cut it on.
Oh, good. Good. Well, you got it warm anyway, Chester.
Well, now, meat shouldn't be overcooked, Mr. Dillon. That takes the taste clean out of it.
Now, then we ought to be able to taste everything about this steer. Eggman's disappointment.
How's that, Mr. Dillon?
Never mind, Chester. How come you woke up so early this morning?
Oh, I always do. Seems as soon as it gets daylight, my feet start to sweat, and then I just got to get up.
Well, that's as good a reason as any, I guess. Wow. Looks like we got company, Chester.
What?
Oh.
Where?
Right out there, heading straight for us.
Oh, yeah. Some cowboy, probably.
I don't know. He doesn't ride quite like a cowboy.
Why, it's just a kid, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it sure is.
Sure needs a haircut. What? Say, Mr. Dillon, it's a girl.
Now, what could she be doing out here?
I'm carrying a rifle, too.
Well, get on, miss, and have some coffee.
Who are you, mister?
Hi, this is Chester Proudfoot, and I'm Matt Dillon.
How do you do?
You rustlers or what?
Not exactly. I'm the U.S. Marshal out of Dodge, ma'am.
U.S. Marshal? Oh, that's good.
It is? Why?
I need help, Mr. Marshal. My daddy's awful sick.
Sick? Well, where is your daddy?
We got a homestead about a mile over that rise back there.
Oh, what's he sick with?
It's his leg, Mr. Marshal. A horse threw him and his saddle both in the corral, and then it stepped on his foot. Now his whole leg's all funny. He's got a fever, too.
Mr. Dillon, that sounds like...
Yeah, I know, Chester. Tell me, miss, when the horse stepped on him, did it cut his foot, break the skin anywhere?
Just a scratch. Tore his boot off, though.
Oh.
Please, Mr. Marshal, please come see him. I'm scared, the way his leg is and everything.
Well, sure we'll come. Your mother with him now?
I don't have a mother, Mr. Marshal.
Oh. Well, then, what are you doing out here if your daddy's sick?
We ran out of meat about 3 days ago, and I don't have anything to feed him.
Oh. All right. Chester, I'll ride back with... what is your name, anyway?
Tara Hantry.
Oh.
I'll be 16 next January.
Well, that's fine. We'll go back to the Hantry place, Chester. You scout around for some meat.
All right, sir.
And if you don't find any antelope, shoot the first calf you see. Anybody's calf.
I'll do it, Mr. Dillon.
He's in the sleeping room, Mr. Marshal.
No.
Daddy. Daddy, I found a man, and he's going to help us. And, Daddy, he's a marshal, a U.S. Marshal.
Matt Dillon, Mr. Hantry. How are you feeling?
Dillon? Oh, I've heard of you. You're from Dodge, aren't you?
That's right.
Well, Marshal, I ain't feeling so good. My foot don't hurt no more, but it and my leg is all sort of... Well, it ain't pretty.
I don't know much about these things, but maybe I better take a look at it anyway, huh?
Sure, Marshal. There she is.
All right, you can cover it up.
I was in the war, Marshal. I know what gangrene is. Guess you do, too, huh?
Yeah. Well, the first thing, a friend of mine is out getting you some meat, and then we'll load you in your wagon. And
Ben took the wagon.
What?
Ben Warling. He took the wagon when Daddy got hurt.
said he'd find a doctor and bring him back.
Who's been Walling?
Oh, he's been sort of working here, Mr. Marshall.
I should have run him off long ago. That's what.
Well, where is he? What'd he take the wagon for? Where's he going to find a doctor around here anyway?
Closest doctor's in Dodge I know of.
Yeah, and he's in St. Louis, and he won't be back for a couple of weeks.
I couldn't get to him anyway.
Well, tell me, when did this happen?
About 6 days ago, Mr. Marshall.
Uh-huh.
Ben left the day after.
Well, you think he's coming back? Did he steal the wagon or what?
He comes back here and me not able to get around. I don't know what I'll do. I ought to take a bullwhip to him.
Now, take it easy,
Just a
Mr. Hand.
bullwhip.
Take it. He won't cause any trouble, so don't you get all worked up. Tara, we'll let him get some rest, huh?
All right.
We'll have some food for you soon, Mr. Handtree.
I ain't very hungry.
Tara, what's he so riled up about this Ben Walling for? What's between them?
Oh, it's nothing, Mr. Marshall. Daddy's sick and... that's all.
Look, Tara, you asked me to help you, didn't you?
Yes, but...
You trust me, don't you?
All right, Mr. Marshall. Daddy hates Ben because Ben... well, Ben likes me.
Oh, I see.
He even wanted to marry me. Said he would.
How do you feel about Ben, Tara? You like him?
No. Of course, it's time I had a man and all that, but I'm afraid of Ben, Mr. Marshall. It's like there's something wrong with him. He's always sneaking around when you don't expect him. Makes me uneasy, like.
Well, we won't worry about Ben now. You stay here in case your daddy wants anything. I'll go outside and wait for Chester.
Mr. Marshall, I'm awful glad you're here.
We'll see it through, Tara. Don't you worry.
I won't. Now.
I went outside and walked over to the small corral that stood nearby. There I rolled a smoke and looked out across the flat distances of the prairie. And I wondered how anyone could survive in all that emptiness. Handtree lying on his bed back there in the house. He wouldn't survive. The prairie had got to him all right. And its vast loneliness had put him out of reach of any help. And Tara, what could she do out here in this endless land of grass? I was glad to get my mind off it when Chester rode in with an antelope across his saddle. We hung it on the corral, dressed it, took a hind quarter into Tara, and we went back outside and sat down.
Yes, sir. She's a plucky girl, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, fine girl, Chester.
Yeah, but this Ben fella, I just don't understand his going off with the wagon like that.
Well, it doesn't matter much now. Handtree won't last more than a day or two, anyway.
It's that bad, is it?
Yeah, blood poisoning, Chester. As soon as it reaches his heart, he's done for.
Well, isn't there any way to stop it?
Yeah, sure. Cut his leg off.
Oh. Too bad Doc isn't here.
Yeah.
Would that stop it, Mr. Dillon? Cutting his leg off, I mean?
I don't know, Chester. I don't know. Maybe too late anyway.
Well, I sure wish we could do something for him. I don't take to just sitting around and waiting for a man to die.
Well, nobody does.
It isn't right, somehow. That poor fella and Tara. Why, Mr. Dillon, that girl will go crazy out here all alone.
All right, Chester. What do you want me to do about it? I'm not a doctor. Now, shut up.
Well, Mr. Dillon, you could do it. I know you could.
Do what?
Be a doctor. Long enough to save Mr. Handtree's life.
Are you
anyway.
out of your head?
No, sir.
Then what are you talking like that for? The most I ever did was doctor a horse for the colic. That's fine training for this, isn't it?
I know. I couldn't do it. I just plain don't have the spirit. But you do.
Oh, why didn't I leave you back in Dodge?
It wouldn't have mattered anyway, Mr. Dillon, because you would never just stand by and let a man die.
Let's go talk to him, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Daddy's fever's worse, Mr. Marshall. I'm going to get some more water.
Yeah. How do you feel, Mr. Hentry?
I don't feel much, Marshal. Outside of burning up. I've been trying to tell Tara I just can't last long with blood poisoning. She's just got to figure on it.
Well, that's what I came to talk to you about. I guess you know the only thing that'll give you a chance.
I know. I've been thinking about it. But I couldn't ask any man to do that.
You didn't ask me. Well, it's up to you, Mr. Hantry. I'll try it if you're willing. Only thing is, I won't know much about what I'm doing.
I seen it done in the Union Army, Marshal. I could tell you some things.
All right.
The only thing is, Marshal, I don't know I'd be much use around here with one leg.
Well, you'll have to decide that for yourself.
I know.
You could move to town, Mr. Hantry. You and Tara?
That's it, Tara. If it was just me, I wouldn't do it, but I can't leave Tara alone. Now, if I can help it, I can't. All right, Marshal. Let's do it.
You're a brave man.
No, Marshal. I just don't have any choice. Come on. Let's get it over with.
You got any liquor in the house?
There's a jug of corn out in the kitchen.
Get it, Chester. You can start drinking it while we're getting everything else ready.
Tell Tara to start boiling a lot of water.
Yeah.
I'll talk to her in a few minutes.
I'll be right back.
Now, I want you to tell me everything that you know about this, Mr. Hantry.
First, I'll tell you what you'll need.
Mm-hmm.
There's a straight iron out by the corral somewhere.
Yeah.
You can heat it in the main room fireplace.
Right. Now, what else?
Tara will find some cloth for bandages. And the rest of the stuff you can get in the kitchen.
Uh-huh.
The only thing worrying me is what'll we use to tie off the arteries with? Plain thread won't hold.
Well, maybe some thin strips of rawhide.
No, they'd soak through. You got to have something.
I know. At least I think it'll work. What about horsehair?
Oh, that's it, Marshal. Pull it off the tail. It'll work fine.
Here's the jug, Mr. Hantry, and I brought you a cup, too.
Pour me some. I want to get good and drunk.
Here you are, Mr. Hantry.
You know, I ain't been drunk in the daytime since we got the news about President Lincoln in the spring of 65.
You better have your talk with Tara before that takes hold.
Ask her to come in, will you?
Come on, Chester. We got work to do.
Yes, sir. Good luck, Mr. Hantry.
Thanks. Well, Marshal.
Yeah.
Marshal, I'll try to make it easy for you.
Yeah, sure. Shortly after noon, I operated. Whether it was the corn whiskey or his own hard courage, I don't know, but Hantry never whimpered. Chester stood outside the door and brought me whatever I needed. Tara waited in the kitchen, boiling more water and thinking her own thoughts. Maybe it was harder on her than any of us. And toward the end, Hantry mercifully passed out. When I'd finally finished bandaging him, I was kind of faint myself. I'd done everything I could. I just hoped I'd done it right.
How is he, Mr. Dillon?
You'll have to clean up in there, Chester. I've got to get outside for some air.
Yes, sir, I'll do it.
And put that fire out. It's hot enough around here.
I don't know how you did it, Mr. Dillon.
Tara? Tara, will you come on outside for a while?
Is Daddy all right? Is he all right, Mr. Marshall?
It's all over, Tara. We'll just have to wait and see now. He's all right.
I'm sorry. But it took so long. I thought you'd never finish.
He didn't feel much, Tara. The corn liquor worked fine. Fine.
Will he get well now?
Well, I hope so, Tara. I hope so.
Mr. Marshall, are you going to wait and see?
Oh, now, Tara, you don't have to worry about that, Chester, and I'll be here as long as you need us.
I just wanted to be sure. Can I go see Daddy now?
Well, as soon as Chester comes out, Tara, then you can.
All right. I'll wait, Mr. Marshall.
It beats me, Mr. Dillon, how he can just lay there so quiet and peaceful.
It's only been 4 or 5 hours, Chester. The liquor hasn't worn off yet.
He drank nearly the whole jug.
No, he needed it.
Say, Mr. Dillon, look yonder.
Huh?
Somebody coming with a wagon.
Oh, yeah. It's probably that Ben Walling they were talking about.
I'll bet that's who it is, all right. Wonder what he'll have to say for himself.
Ah, you'll think of something, Chester. His kind always do. You recognize him?
No, sir. Do you?
Oh, I never saw him before.
Hello. What are you doing here?
You Ben Walling?
How'd you know?
The Hantrees. They've been wondering about you.
Oh, yeah, sure. How's old Hantry, anyway?
He's all right.
He is, huh?
You've been gone a long time, Ben. Where were you?
I don't know you, mister, but you sure ask a lot of questions.
You can answer them one at a time. Now, where were you?
Who are you anyway, mister?
I'm a U.S. Marshal.
Ain't no U.S. Marshals around here.
There is now. Generally, I'm in Dodge.
Your name Dillon?
It is.
Well, what are you doing here, Marshal?
Tara ran into us, asked us to help. Seems the only able-bodied man around here took off in a wagon.
I went to fetch a doctor. Is anything wrong in that?
Not at all. Where is he?
Well, first night the horses ran away, and I've been chasing them ever since. I didn't catch them till this morning. And then I've been gone so long, I thought I'd better get back to you right away. I was worried about Tara and old Hantry, of course.
I see. Well, you better get your horses unhitched, Ben. You can see Tara later. She's in with her father now.
Gonna be all right, huh? I was kind of worried about that foot. Looked to me like it might have poison in it.
It did.
What do you mean it did?
I took his leg off about noon today.
You what?
Mr. Dillon did it all by himself, just like a regular doctor.
Oh, but how'd you know what to do? You might have killed him.
Somebody had to do it, Ben. It's a sure thing Tara couldn't.
You're blaming me, ain't you? Well, I did everything I could. Didn't my fault those blasted horses run off.
Hantray's pretty sick, Ben. I wouldn't bother him for a day or two if I were you.
Oh, I won't bother you. Oh, now look, Marshal. You can leave now. I'll handle everything here.
We'll leave. As soon as Hantray's able to take care of himself again.
All right, stay as long as you like. I don't care.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
I think that Ben is a no-good liar.
You're right on both counts, Chester. And I'll tell you something else. You see that saddle over there?
Well, that belongs to Mr. Hantry.
Yeah, I know. I looked at it this noon. Somebody cut the cinch strap on it.
Cut the cinch strap?
Mm-hmm.
No wonder that bronc bucked him in the saddle off both.
Well, do you think Tara did it?
Oh, my goodness gracious. No, Mr. Dillon. Tara'd never do a thing like that to her own... It was Ben, wasn't it?
That'd be my guess. He figured the old man would get hurt, maybe killed.
Why, sir?
So he'd have a free hand with Tara.
Why, that low down... Mr. Dillon, let me arrest him.
Not yet, Chester. There's plenty of time.
All right, sir. I'll wait.
There wasn't as much time as I figured. Hantry had a bad night, and by morning he was so weak he couldn't lift his head. I tried to take his pulse, but I could hardly find it. Maybe Maybe I'd operated too late. Maybe the poison had already moved up into his body. I didn't know. I had no way of knowing. So there was nothing to do now but wait.
Want some more coffee, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, thank you, Chester. We'll fill it up, huh?
Tara won't eat anything at all, sir. She just sat there by his bed, hasn't slept a wink I know of.
Well, it's her father, Chester. He's all she's got.
I never thought much about it before, Mr. Dillon, but seeing Tara, I kind of wish I had a daughter.
You'd have to change your profession if you were going to take care of a daughter, Chester.
Why, I don't have any profession, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
Yeah, what is it, Tara?
Please come. Daddy wants you. I think he's...
You better come too, Chester.
Yes, sir.
It's Matt Dillon, Mr. Handtree. Can you hear me?
Marshal, I can't hold out no more.
Now, don't say that. You keep fighting, man. You'll pull through.
No, Marshal. I'm going to die.
Oh, Daddy. Daddy.
Tara. It's about Tara, Marshal. Don't leave her here. Ben Walling, he's no good. He'll try to keep her.
Now, don't you worry about Ben Walling, Mr. Handtree. I promise you he won't get anywhere near Tara. Now or ever.
Thanks, Marshal. He's a bad one. Tara can't stay here alone. She can't work this place. It's a bad way to die. Not knowing.
Now, I want you to listen to me. Listen to me now.
Yeah?
I promise you something else, too. I'll take care of Tara. I'll see she's all right. I'll see she's cared for. Now, I promise that.
I thank you, Marshal. I sure... Where's Tara?
Daddy, I'm right here. Daddy.
Tara.
Come on, Chester.
Daddy. Daddy.
I don't know, Mr. Dillon. I don't think they'd have made out on this place anyway.
Why not, Chester?
Well, there just isn't enough water. That one little old spring is all I've got.
Well, if they had a lake, it'd still be too much for Tara.
What are we going to do with her, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. We'll have to think of something, though.
My, I wish she'd come out of that house. I don't like it, her in there breaking her heart.
Give her a little time, Chester. She'll be all right.
Don't you move a finger, either one of you.
Well,
well, you're mighty careless with that rifle, Ben.
Don't get smart with me, Marshal. I know what I'm doing.
And what would that be?
I heard you in there. Heard you promise to take Tara away. I was right by the window. I heard it all.
You got a curious way of courting a girl, Ben, trying to kill her father.
Yeah, and I saw you yesterday looking at that saddle, but I didn't kill him, Marshal. You did.
That's a lie, Ben Walling, and
Well,
you know it.
shut up.
I won't shut up. If we'd have just got here sooner, Mr. Dillon would have saved him, that's all.
Well, it's too bad you got here at all. Because you're going to die for it. Both of you.
Put the gun down, Ben. You're under arrest for attempted murder.
You stay right where you are, Marshal.
You know, I have an idea you've smelled powder before, Ben, and that you're afraid of it.
Marshal?
I have an idea that's why you tried to get Handtree like you did instead of facing him.
Stop there.
And right now you wish you didn't have that rifle at all, don't you, Ben? Because I might have to shoot you for it, huh?
No, don't, Marshal.
Give me
that.
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
He didn't even try, Chester. Rifle went off when I knocked it aside. That's all. He was scared to death.
Well, I didn't feel exactly comfortable.
Well, tie him up and keep an eye on him. I'll go see Tara.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Late that evening, we buried Handtree out on the prairie, out in back of the little homestead. They would die now, too, and fall apart without him. The next morning, we loaded everything we could get into the wagon. With Tara beside me, we started out for Dodge. Ben Wallen never said a word. Chester led his horse, and they rode along ahead of us. I had plenty of time to tell Tara all about Dodge and how there were some good people there and how we'd find her a home and a family. She sat there, tight-lipped. She didn't say much, but she never once looked back.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Sammy Hill, and Larry Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in...
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Kids podcast at chestertonradio.com.
From New York, Pillsbury's best enriched flour brings you Grand Central Station. As a bullet seeks its target, shining rails in every part of our great country are aimed at Grand Central Station, heart of the nation's greatest city. Drawn by the magnetic force of fantastic metropolis, day and night great trains rush toward the Hudson River, sweep down its eastern bank for 140 miles, flash briefly with the long red-road tram houses south of 125th Street, dive with a roar into the 2.5-mile tunnel which burrows into the glitter and swank of Park Avenue, and then Grand Central Station, crossroads of 1 million private lives, gigantic stage at which are played 1,000 dramas daily. Now, for the 6th consecutive year, Pillsbury Mills of Minneapolis presents with pride Grand Central Station's traditional Christmas play, a drama you will long remember.
This is Galen Drake, and before we get into our Christmas story, I want to say just a word about the 3 top prize-winning recipes in Pillsbury's Grand National Recipe and Baking Contest. The grand prize was awarded for a recipe for Pillsbury's $50,000 no-need water-rising twists. The second prize of $10,000 was for Starlight Mint Surprise Cookies. And the third prize of $4,000 was for a chocolate cake, Aunt Carrie's Bonbon Cake. Now, there's $64,000 worth of prize-winning recipes. Recipes won with Pillsbury's best flour. Now, as you know, you always bake your best with Pillsbury's best, and we have those 3 recipes ready for you now, and we'll be glad to send them to you. You just drop a penny postcard to Ann Pillsbury, Prize Recipe Department, Minneapolis 2, Minnesota, and she'll send you your copy. Ann Pillsbury, Prize Recipe Department, Minneapolis 2, Minnesota.
After the train from Albany pulled in, no one, not a single person, actually saw the young man with soft brown hair and soft brown eyes come through the gate. Still unseen, he walks the length of the great waiting room, now strangely tranquil as travel ebbs on Christmas Eve. Quietly, he goes out the door, down the street, and then up the broad marble stairs of the hospital. When the girl at the switchboard turns to him...
What can I do for you, sir?
Without saying a word, he gives her a card. She's startled by the name on it and instantly announces him to the hospital superintendent.
Dr. Mason is here to see you.
Mason? Dr. Mason who applied for an internship?
Yes, Dr. Garrett, it is Dr. Mason from Albany.
But that's impossible.
Shall I ask him about the telegram?
No, I'll do it. Send him in, please.
Yes, sir. Dr. Garrett will see you, sir. First door to the left.
Dr. Garrett. Dr. Mason? You are Dr. Mason?
I'm sorry that I was delayed, Dr. Garrett.
But just 10 minutes ago,
Yes. 10 minutes ago, you received a telegram.
Why, that's right.
I know.
From your mother.
I know.
But, man, Why, look at it. It says that you...
That I was killed. Do you mind if I tear up that telegram, Dr. Garrett?
Well, I don't understand. I was so unnerved by that wire. I'd counted so much on your being here tonight. Christmas Eve. A night always busy with calls.
You are short of interns.
Oh, yes. Mason, these are the slums. Walk through block after block and you won't see a doctor shingle. Not one. The people here are too poor. They know only one healer. The intern and his ambulance.
And tonight, night of mercy and goodwill, they would have cried out in vain.
Well, now that you've come, I won't have to say to the suffering, wait. There's only one ambulance tonight, and that's out on a call. Wait and suffer. I have no one to send to you because Dr. Mason was killed. It's good that you're here, Mason. It's good.
It's good to be here, Dr. Garrett.
Well, you better get started. Take this slip down to the storeroom. See that they give you a warm sheepskin coat.
Thank you.
And a pair of mittens. From there, you go to the ambulance room. I'll have your driver waiting for you. His name is Mac.
My name is Mac. The chief says I drive your crate tonight.
Crate?
Crate, jalopy, sick buggy, ambulance, take your pick.
Oh, I see what you mean.
You green interns, you're all the same. The first time you spy a ambulance, your eyes pop wide, like you've seen a heavenly chariot or something. Not me. I've been driving this old baby for 8 rotten years.
An ambulance, Mac, is a sacred thing. It is a chariot of mercy.
2 bells, that says. Come on, Mason, that's your first call.
234 South Street. 234 South Street. 234 South Street.
Look, pal, help me out by watching out for cars cutting in at the cross streets. We don't stop for no red lights. Look, Doc, what did I tell you? Watch it or we'll both be killed. Holy cow, you new interns. You're all alike. You're always dreaming. You put on the white coat and pants and your head goes up in the clouds.
Why are you so bitter, Mac?
Why shouldn't I be bitter? If it wasn't for you, I'd be home with the wife right now.
You truly believe that only because of me...
Yeah. If you hadn't showed up, this ambulance would be parked in the garage for crying out loud. I would have had the night off like on a decent job.
To you, driving an ambulance is just a job like any other?
Yeah, nothing but. Boy, will I be glad when the shift is over.
But, Mac, this is Christmas Eve.
You're telling me?
This is one night at least you could forget that driving an ambulance is a job. This one night you could look upon it as an errand of mercy.
An errand of mercy? You know where we're going?
To help someone afflicted.
Afflicted with alcohol, you mean? I'll give you 2 to 1 and we're making a stew call.
Stew call?
Yeah, Mason. We're risking our necks tearing through traffic to give some drunk a whiff of smelling salts.
Any man who cries out for help Whether he be brimful of drink or empty of blood, his call shall be answered.
Yes, you. Come on, Mason, make a snap. We got all night. What did I tell you? No good drunk. Here's your bag, Doc.
Thank you, Mac. I won't need it.
But he's out cold, Mason. Come on, give him a whiff of the stuff quick when we blow.
Quiet, Mac. Come now. Open your eyes, sir.
He calls the drunk, sir. Look, Mason, here's the spirit of ammonia. Hold it under his nose, will you? That always wakes him up.
Quiet, Mac. Come, sir. Open your eyes.
That's right, Mason. You just talk pretty to him and he'll open his arms.
Where am I? Why is everybody laughing? What's the matter?
Nothing. Just put your arm around my shoulder. That's it. Now, let me help you to stand up straight. There. Now, you feel better?
Why, suddenly I feel all right. I feel fine. My head is so clear.
Of course. All you needed was to stand on your own 2 feet. To be strong. Be of good cheer.
Gosh, Doc, that's sure wonderful medicine you give me.
Medicine? What kind of gag you pulling? He didn't give you no medicine. There was nothing the matter with you. You toss off a beer and you lay down in the street like you're out cold and we waste an ambulance on you. I got a mind to take a poke at you.
That'll be enough, Mac. Tell me, sir, what is your name?
Well, if it's all the same to you...
Come on. Give me your name. He's got to make out his report.
Pete Lanton, Doctor.
Peter, you won't lose faith again. You will stand up, self-reliant, and you will face life courageously, and with new hope.
Come on, Mason. We ain't got all night. Let's get going.
Doc.
Yes, Peter?
A Merry Christmas to you, Doc.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Mason. Dr. Mason, I'd like to speak to you.
Yes?
Mason, Mac tells me you didn't even open your bag on your first call.
No, it wasn't necessary.
Well, now, don't misunderstand me, Mason. I can't begin to tell you how thankful I am that you're with us this evening, but...
But from now on, I'm not to use suggestion.
Or whatever it was you did use. Please follow standard materia medica in treating your cases. You're not offended?
Of course not.
Oh, that's fine, Dr. Mason. That's your call again.
3rd floor. 19 Water Street, 3rd floor. 19 Water Street, 3rd floor.
Well, Mac, you seem to be good at guessing. You were right the last time. What sort of call is this one going to be?
There's no guessing, it's experience. This time it's no drunk.
Oh? What do you think it is?
A birth. Or maybe a death.
Christmas Eve. And someone is to live or die. It is better that one should live on Christmas Eve. Mac, let it be a birth we're going to.
There's no difference to me, Doc, a birth or a death. I just try.
How long have you been doing it, Mac?
Oh, like I told you. 8 rotten years, that's how long.
What you call 8 rotten years were truly 8 glorious years, filled with service to your fellow men.
Cut the chatter, Mason. This is it. Number 19 at the red brick house upstairs. Come on, make a snap here. 3rd floor rear.
Doctor, here!
Keep your shirt on, we're coming.
Even if you hurry. Doctor.
Tears on Christmas Eve, young man.
I'm afraid you're too late.
You thought it'd be a birth. You're wrong, Mason. It sure looks
Wait,
like...
Mac. Don't say it. Now. Perhaps we're not too late. Tell me, how is the mother?
She's all right. But our baby...
Yes, your baby.
Crippled. Terribly crippled. We prayed for our child to be born on Christmas Eve. We thought we'd be so happy tonight.
Come now, come. No tears. Not on Christmas Eve. I'll have a look at the infant. Wait here, both.
Make it snappy, Mason. Doc Garrett's always nervous when all the ambulances are out. It's only 9 o'clock. Hey, what's the idea of bringing the kid out here?
Oh, let me hold him, Doctor, please.
Of course. There you are. Ah, the child knows his father.
Yes. He knows me. He knows me. But he'll hate me when he's old enough to realize it. Doctor.
Yes?
His arms. His arms.
What about the kid's arms?
They're straight. Straight as arrows.
So what?
But before they were terribly twisted. Both his arms were terribly crippled.
You can see for yourself the child is normal.
But I tell you, before when I looked at... I swear they were twisted. And now...
You were under great tension. Perhaps your imagination...
Yes. Oh, my little son. Aren't his tiny fingers so tiny?
And now go in and tell your wife truthfully that her baby is normal in every way. Show her.
Yes.
You both look forward to a happy Christmas Eve. It is. Remember, tears are not for Christmas Eve.
Hey. Come on, Mason. Forget all that good fairy stuff. This fella's hopped up enough as is. Let's go.
Yes, Mac.
Oh, Doctor.
Yes?
Merry Christmas, Doctor.
Thank you. A Merry Christmas to you, sir.
Mason! Dr. Mason!
Yes, Dr. Garrett, you've been looking for me?
Yes, I...
471
only one bell. Go on, Dr. Garrett.
Well, I must speak to you, Mason, about the telegram.
Yes?
The telegram which said that Dr. Mason was killed. The one you said was a mistake.
Did I, Dr. Garrett?
I've just spoken to the sender of that telegram. I have just finished talking to Dr. Mason's mother on the long-distance telephone.
That's my call. I'm sorry, I must go, Dr.
Now, wait, man, wait. I want to talk to you. Listen to me, please. Dr. Mason was killed. Do you hear? 3 hours before you walked into my office, he was killed while driving to the Albany Railroad Station. And his mother saw him die.
Well, Mac, what is this call going to be? A birth or a death?
I don't know, Mason, but I don't like this one. There's something about this call that give me a funny chill all of a sudden.
Because it's in your neighborhood?
What do you think this call is going to be?
Because it is your wife.
Ellie!
Is this job a rotten job, Mac? Now that you can rush a doctor to her side? Is this ambulance still a crate? Now that it's speeding to answer your own wife's cry of pain?
Stop that kind of talk, will you? You're trying to make me think something's happened, Ellie. I ain't afraid. So I'll say it again. Yeah, driving this crate is still a job, and a bum one at that.
And the 8 years?
Rotten years, wasted years. Could have had my own garage and repair business. I'd be in the chips today instead of...
Yes, you would have made more money.
Instead of risking my neck driving all night, twisting in and out of help pillars, skidding on slippery car tracks.
Why, Mac? Why did you do it?
How many times I gotta tell you that nothing in this whole cockeyed world could have kept me sitting back at this wheel, except my wife. If it wasn't for Ellie,
What's the matter, Mac?
Nothing, I guess. That house we just passed, that was ours. And, the lights are out.
Is that unusual?
No. It just means Ellie ain't home. She's probably going down to the corner as far as the drugstore. Yeah, Ellie walks the dog there every night about this time. And...
Yes, Mac?
The call we're going to is that drugstore.
Yes, Mac.
Mason, you got a hunch what it is? Tell me what it is.
It is not a birth, Mac.
Let me through! Let me through! I get it! Ellie! Ellie! It's Ellie! Mason, do something! You gotta do something! Please! Please!
We will take her to the hospital, Mac. Come, let's get ready. The next call will be ours.
812 East River Road.
Yes, you heard. The other ambulance just went out.
Are you crazy? My wife is upstairs in the operating room, and you expect me to leave the hospital? To go out and drive?
There are people who need us, Mac. Our work tonight is not yet finished.
But Ellie needs me. What do I care about other people?
There are people, Mac, who will cry out for help. As your wife did. We will answer.
Not me. I ain't moving.
It is Christmas Eve, Mac.
Christmas Eve. What a Christmas present I got.
64 West Street.
It's our turn, Mac.
64 West Street.
All right, Mason.
64
But this is my
West
last
Street.
trip for the night. No, not for the night. Forever. I'm through, do you hear? All washed up. For good.
I'm terribly sorry, Mac. We did the best that we could.
Dying. Ellie's dying. And
She asked for you, Mac. Just once. It was while you were out on that West Street call. Then she lapsed into coma.
Ellie? Isn't there a chance, Doc Garrett?
I doubt it.
While I'm out with the crepe, my wife calls for me, and now she's unconscious. Think of others, he said, because it's Christmas Eve. What do you got to say now, Mason? You took me from her. You made me go out and drive that rotten ambulance while she...
You went to help others. To bring aid to the suffering.
A lot of consolation, that is.
Remember how the old woman blessed you. With tears in her eyes.
Oh, I can't think of nothing. But Ellie's going. You with your big ideas and your fine speeches. What do you know about sorrow and suffering?
All that there is to know, my son.
Just now, when you said that for a second, you got old. You look more than 1,000 years old. God, I must be seeing things on account Ellie is leaving me, and I'm crazy with grief and sorrow.
Grief and sorrow for you. Yet how much you did to relieve others of that pain.
It's funny, Mason, but...
Yes, Mac?
What? When you said those words, I thought of my 8 years. The 8 rotten years. And they didn't seem so bad. Not anymore. Now I kind of like them.
Sorrow worketh repentance. You should, Mac. You should glory in them. 8 years of bringing a healer to the suffering. 8 years of rushing the torn and the smashed to the hands of the mender.
Yeah, your words, they just take the pain right out of me. They just draw it out.
Now that your work for this night is finished, Mac, I will walk home with you.
Go home? While Elliot...
Yes.
Okay, if you say so, Mason. But for the life of me, I don't know why I'd take your word. What a break. What a rotten break I got on Christmas Eve.
You love her a great deal, don't you?
Yeah.
Soon it will be midnight.
A Merry Christmas.
How did she greet you each night when you returned from your driving?
How did Ellie greet... Why do you ask that, Mason?
Tell me, Mac. I want you to say it.
Well, she...
Tell me.
She's like a happy, anxious kid. She'd go out and put on the porch light. Didn't matter even if the weather was terrible. I used to bawl her out for it. Tell her she'd catch pneumonia. But she'd always put on the porch light and stand outside there, waiting.
Waiting for her shining knight returning from his errands of mercy.
As soon as she'd see me come around the next corner, she'd call to me.
And now, will you continue your driving?
Yeah. I'm sticking to it, Mason. Even though Ellie won't be around, I'm sticking.
This is your corner.
Yeah.
Look to your house, my son.
The light. Our porch light, it's on. Mason! Your eyes! Mason! Mason! Where are you?
Look to your house, my son.
No! It can't be! It's Ellie! Ellie, darling, it is you! Thank God! Thank God! And forgive me. I did not know who you were.
You have just heard the 6th annual Pillsbury presentation of Grand Central Station's traditional Christmas drama. In a moment, I'll return with the names of the players who gave such an inspired performance.
This is Galen Drake, bringing you a Christmas greeting from Mr. Philip W. Pillsbury, president of Pillsbury Mills. It reads, "Throughout the entire world, this Christmastide, families are gathered in prayer and festivity. Christmas started when a child was born into a family many centuries ago. And the families of the world have perpetuated the Christmas spirit. Fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters, united always in the hope that peace on earth, goodwill to men, will someday blanket the world. Only when the true spirit of Christmas stays with us every day shall we know the peace on earth that angels sang about so long ago. I extend a greeting to your family from the people who make up the Pillsbury family, and it's a big family. The farmer who plants the wheat, the employees in our mills and offices, and your grocer, baker, and feed dealer who carry our Pillsbury products. We at Pillsbury hope this Christmas will be a true day of joy, that there will be songs and feasting, a family gathered round the table, and a word of prayer. And above all, the laughter of children. For it's the children who will keep Christmas always the day of love and understanding. Signed, Philip W. Pillsbury.
Our play, Miracle for Christmas, was written by Jay Bennett. Our stars, Mason Adams as Mac and Ralph Clanton as Dr. Mason. Gilbert Mack was featured as the young father, Walter Grisey as Dr. Garrett, Madeline Pierce as the baby, with the music by Lou White and Burley Mills. Next week, the tender, affectionate drama of the young reporter whose human interest New Year's story never got printed because instead of writing it, he lived it. Our cast is headed by the three top featured players of Broadway's smash hit, Death of a Salesman, Cameron Mitchell, Mildred Dunnock, and Howard Smith. Now, this is your Grand Central Station narrator, Ken Roberts, wishing you, for all the Pillsbury folks, a very Merry Christmas. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned for Stars Over Hollywood. It's 1 p.m. White Rose tea time. Feeling droopy? Perk up with White Rose tea.
Shenley Laboratories presents The Doctor Fights, starring Gregory Peck in a thrilling true story of a doctor in World War II. The Doctor Fights, starring Gregory Peck.
The eternal providence has appointed me to watch over the life and death of all thy creatures. May I always see in the patient a fellow creature in pain. Grant me strength and opportunity, always to extend the domain of my craft.
This is the prayer of every doctor. It is ages old, and yet today it is as new as the victory which is ours. This is a doctor at war. With the rest of America, Shenley Laboratories looks with great expectation toward the limitless opportunities afforded by peace. Opportunities for bettering the lot of all mankind. Much has been said of the material benefits that will accrue, the time-saving, labor-saving developments, which mean a more abundant way of life for a world at peace. What then of the life-saving developments? Gifts in the realm of healing, which mean for all a healthier way of life. One of the greatest among these gifts of medicine is penicillin. Born of war, this promising drug will contribute much toward making a peacetime world in which disease and suffering reach a new and all-time low. Shenley Laboratories is proud that it has had a share in the fulfillment of that ancient dream. Physical well-being for humanity everywhere. Tonight, Medicine for the Enemy is the true story of Lieutenant Commander Harry Joseph. We will meet Lieutenant Commander Joseph in person later in our program. And now, Shenley Laboratories presents The Doctor Fights, starring Gregory Peck.
Every doctor returns from combat duty with stories of heroism, bravery, and sacrifices. But there's always one story, one special story. He knows he'll remember long after all the others are blurred over by time and distance. Well, this is my special story. Now, this is no tale of great heroism or bravery. It has much to do with these battle stars and ribbons I collected during my year and a half of sea duty. And And yet, funny enough, it has to do with meeting the enemy. Meeting him on an obsolete destroyer in the middle of the North Atlantic. Meeting him face to face. And I like to think, defeating him. The destroyer was the USS Osmond Ingram. It was a 20-year-old four-stacker on submarine duty. I was its medical officer. I remember that certain December morning in 43 because it was calm for the first time in 3 weeks. I was lying on my bunk listening to the news over the ship's loudspeaker system.
Secretary of the Navy, Frank Knox, announced today that while Allied shipping losses were on the increase, supplies to England are at a...
General quarters. That meant the sub we'd been trailing for 3 days was picked up again. I could hear the ash cans going off as I ran topside. What's the word, Taylor?
This may be it, Doctor. This time I think we got that crowd pinned down there under us.
No oil coming up yet?
Just the same, this time I think we got him.
Wait a minute, Taylor. Look over there. Starboard.
Subsurfacing. It's a big one. We better get them krauts before they get us.
We got the sub all right. But before it rolled over like a sick whale, 2 of our men were killed and 5 injured. And from the water, we pulled 13 survivors from the submarine. 13 Germans, whom I, as medical officer, had to tend. All of them in there, Emerson?
Yes, Doctor.
I'll unlock the hatch, and I'll have a look at the master race.
Yes, sir. Doctor, is it true about Dick Daniels and Fred Matthews?
I'm afraid it is.
And now you're going in there to help those Germans. It's a funny war.
Yeah, it's that all right.
Don't forget, Doctor. I'm right out here with this Tommy gun. If there's any trouble in there...
I'll be the first to let you know. Which one of you is the commanding officer?
I'm the commander, Captain Colbert.
Instruct your men to get to their feet when an American officer comes in here.
I will instruct them, Captain.
No, I'm not the captain. I'm the medical officer on this ship. What are you holding your eyes for?
Because they burn, and I'm not able to see. I've been blinded.
Oh, let me have a look.
That, I'm sure, will be of great help.
Well, my advice to you, Commander, is to shut up. Here, let me see your eyes. Uh-huh. Well, they're burned all right. Acid.
A brilliant diagnosis, Herr Lieutenant.
I'm going to put on some medication in the bandage. Leave it on.
I'm quite resigned to my blindness, Herr Lieutenant. I was prepared to give more than my sight for the Führer.
Well, you have my permission to take off the bandage any time you want, Commander. Now, what about the rest of your men?
Steiner.
Jawohl, Herr Kapitän.
Steiner, we are honored by the presence of the medical officer. Show him our wounded.
Jawohl, Herr Kapitän. Our casualties are minor except for Eckhart. His leg is not good.
Where is he?
Over here, Herr Lieutenant. He was hit in the ankle.
Uh-huh. So I see. How's it feel? Doesn't he understand?
Yeah, he understands.
Well, then have him answer me.
Answer the Lieutenant.
You are a non-Aryan, are you not?
That's right.
I will not be handled by a non-Aryan.
I'm taking care of your foot regardless of how you want to be handled. I don't think there's much chance of saving it, but I'm going to try. I'll give you a shot of morphine to ease the pain.
It is good to bear pain. I want no morphine.
Hold his arm. I said hold his arm.
Take the morphine, Eckhart. For the present, we are the prisoners.
For longer than the present, and don't forget it. There. Now, this will make him sleep for a while. I'll be back later.
We'll look forward to your visit, Herr Lieutenant. Must be fascinating to watch a great American doctor at work. I regret I can't see it myself. But of course, your miraculous bandage will fix all that, won't it?
The first time since I've been a doctor, Commander. I'm not sure I care. Doctor. What shape are the prisoners in? Oh, there's only 2 serious casualties, Captain. Commander's eyes have been badly burned by acid. There's a boy with his ankle shot up.
Well, they're in your hands, Doctor.
They're the dirtiest cases I've ever handled. Vicious, stupid.
Oh, no. Not stupid, Doctor. Anything but. Look at this notebook that was taken off the executive officer. Thermodynamics and higher calculus. This is what the commander was carrying around with him. A book of philosophy by Nietzsche.
Oh, I'm sure they're the flower of Germany.
Sit down. Have a cup of coffee with me, Doctor. You seem pretty upset.
Thanks, Captain Miller. I am.
There's cream in that pitcher. Now, what's bothering you? Will you be able to save the sub-commander's eyesight?
Well, that's what I came to see you about, sir.
Why me?
His eyes can be saved if the burn doesn't become infected. Maybe I can save the boy's leg, too, if I can stop infection there. But both cases call for penicillin. I've only got 3 ampules left.
So?
Well, what if one of our own men's injured before we get back to Fort? And the only medicine that can save him has been used up on enemy prisoners. I don't think I'd feel very good about it.
No, I don't think I would either. But it's up to you as medical officer to make the decision. You're the doctor.
I was the doctor. There could only be one decision.
Achtung!
At ease. From now on, I'm here as a doctor and not as an officer.
So, we put down the gun and pick up the scalpel. Is that it?
Sit down and take the bandage off your eyes, Commander.
Ah. And now we are going to change bandages. This is magnificent, Herr Doctor.
I'm going to do more than that. I'm going to give you back your eyesight.
I'm no child, Doctor. I've seen submarine men who have been burned by the acid from the batteries. They are blind.
Only because infection set in and it wasn't stopped.
But you, of course, have discovered a way to stop such infection. You should share your secret with the world, Herr Lieutenant.
No, it's no secret. It's a drug called penicillin. One of the greatest discoveries in the history of medicine.
I'm not that naive, Herr Lieutenant. If there is such a drug, Germany would have it.
Oh, you're taking your first injection of penicillin right now, Commander.
Very well. I did not expect to find such humor in blindness. Don't you know that Germany leads the world in medical science? Or do they keep such facts from you in your land of supposed free speech?
Isn't it possible that facts have been kept from you?
I would say quite the opposite was the case. Tell me, Doctor, you plan to use this magic drug on Eckhart with the bad leg?
Well, that leg isn't ready to be operated on yet. When I do, I'll use the penicillin then. We haven't got too much of it. You're lucky to get it.
America's a land of plenty. Without enough magic. Without a lot of things now, eh? Without food enough for it. Land of famine is it now, nicht wahr? You see, we in Germany are given plenty of facts about your America. So we will know how best to administrate when we take over.
Do you honestly believe that's going to happen?
Naturally. America's soft. Already New York is in ruins from our bombers.
Well, that's news to me, Commander.
It's news to you, because the American Navy is routed to other ports since the New York harbor is filled with sunken ships. Our German intelligence is very complete.
Uh-huh. Well, what does the German intelligence have to say about Russia, Commander?
Well, we are probably much further now, but according to the last German broadcast I heard, we are 3,000 miles inside Russia, all the way to Kiev. Is that not correct, Steiner?
That is correct, Captain.
3,000 miles, huh? Well, that's an interesting figure.
Oh, I can give you many interesting figures, Herr Lieutenant, all of which add up to America's defeat. This so-called democracy is for weaklings, and weaklings can't exist in this world today.
That night, under the cold North Atlantic sky, I stood on the deck and heard again the words of the German. The words he spoke for the 12 men with him, for all of Germany. Words which were the true sound of this war. And I knew that he and every man in that compartment was sick, and that war and capture hadn't cured them. They were sick not in their bodies, but in their minds, which were infected with prejudice, ignorance, and lies. They were sick with a deadly disease, and I was their doctor. Perhaps it wasn't in my province, but standing on the deck that night in the middle of the Atlantic, I decided that as a doctor I must try and cure my patients. Try and administer a medicine which would combat their disease. Good morning, Commander.
Ah, the medical officer. Did you come with more of your magic drug or to get more facts?
Well, there was just one or two of yours I wanted to check up on. I thought this map might help.
Which, unfortunately, I'm unable to see. But I'm sure another injection...
Well, your men can see the map. Steiner, the rest of you men come around this table. Now, look at this map carefully. Is it a true map? Examine Germany and see if it's all drawn correctly to scale.
Yeah, it looks true. There's Berlin, Karlsruhe, Stuttgart. They all seem right.
Well, you told me yesterday that the German radio announced your army was at Kiev, 3,000 miles inside Russia. Steiner, take this ruler and measure how far Kiev is inside the Russian border. Go on, take it.
Here's Kiev. Here's the Russian border. I make it out to be about 3/4 of an inch.
And according to the scale of the map, how far is that in miles?
It's approximately 150 miles. I don't understand this. The announcement clearly said 3,000 miles, and yet this map looks correct.
It's correct, all right. A regulation United States Navy map.
Obviously, there's some trick being played on you.
That's right, Commander. But the trick was played a long time ago. And in your country. That was the first dose of the medicine, their first doubt. But in diseases of this type, the dosage has to be constant and in various forms, adapted to the special needs of the patient.
This music on the loudspeaker is beautiful, Doctor. Beautiful, but I do not recognize it. Who is the composer?
A German named Mendelssohn, Steiner. But according to your Fuhrer, you shouldn't listen to his music because Mendelssohn was a Jew. You men are wrong. Hitler doesn't believe in telling the truth.
Lieutenant, I will watch my words. Even though we are prisoners, you have no right...
Calm down, Steiner. Listen to this paragraph from Mein Kampf, written by Herr Hitler himself. The function of propaganda is not to weigh and ponder the rights of different people. Its task is not to make an objective study of the truth and then set it before the masses with academic fairness. Its task is to serve our own right, always and unflinchingly. Now, you get the general idea? You know, the more I talk to you men, the more I'm afraid your information is pretty shaky. Doses of truth backed up by facts. That was the treatment used in combating the disease. And slowly, as we headed toward America, it began to take effect. But, like all cures, certain patients showed a greater resistance to it than others.
Lieutenant, you brought the newspaper with the pictures of New York City in it?
Here it is, Steiner. That skyline doesn't look very bombed out to me.
No, it does not.
I'll show it to the rest of the men. Ask them if any one of them has ever seen a picture of New York bombed.
Steiner.
Ja, Captain.
Just a moment. Men, come here. Now, I've heard our learned medical officer make fools and traitors of you this past week. But I intend to hear no more. Has it not occurred to any of you, for instance, that it is very easy for a newspaper to publish a picture which is a year old or 50 years old?
Captain, we only meant
What
that...
you meant is a matter of indifference to me. It was easy to see what the lieutenant was up to from the first day. He tried to convince me America had a great magic drug which Germany was too stupid to have discovered. The lieutenant is always talking about facts. All right, I'll give him a few. I am still blind. And Eckhart there on the bed will lose his foot as sure as there's water in the ocean. Now, this is one lie the lieutenant will have a very difficult time disproving.
Well, what do you say we wait and see the results, Commander? I'm operating on Eckhart tonight.
He's under, Doctor.
Right, Taylor. Make sure those straps are tight. I don't want him rolling off the table.
Doctor, look, can't you put off the operation till we ride out this storm? You can hardly stand on your feet. You see, now you got to scrub again.
Get some more straps and strap me to the stanchion.
But, Doctor...
That's an order, Taylor.
Sure, Doctor. Here goes. One around your waist.
Tighter.
Right, Doctor. Another around your knee should keep you steady.
Now, get me the scrubbing bowl. We're operating as scheduled. Give me the bayonet scalpel, Taylor.
Here, Doctor. You think it can save his foot?
If it can be done, I'm going to do it. I'll bring down that light right to the wound.
The way you're working, you'd think it was one of our men.
How much penicillin's left?
Just one ampule.
Well, start giving it to him, Taylor. It was never used for a better cause. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, how do you feel, Eckhart? Any pain in the foot today?
No. Every day there is less, Doctor.
Good. I think the time's about here to take off that bandage. Steiner and you men like to watch this?
We are most interested, Herr Lieutenant.
I'll bet you are. Well, here goes. And there it is.
It looks as if there had been no wound at all.
You'll be walking on it within a month, Eckhart.
I am grateful, Doctor.
Jawohl. We are all grateful. Herr Kapitän, did you hear the Lieutenant? Eckhart will be walking on both feet soon.
Oh, this is excellent, Herr Lieutenant. More of a credit to your surgery than to the magic drug, is it not?
There's only one answer to that remark, Commander. Come with me. I have permission to take you up on deck.
The air somehow smells different, Herr Lieutenant.
Oh, we're no longer at sea, Commander. I wanted your first sight to be a good one when the bandage comes off your eyes.
You have great faith in your magic drug, haven't you?
Let's try it and find out. There. Open your eyes, Commander. Open them good. For the first time.
I can see, Lieutenant. Just as you said. I can see. I did not think that I would ever again. I owe you a...
Nothing, Commander. Now, turn towards shore and get a good look at the New York skyline.
New York? Yes. There it is. New York. There have been no bombs here. Herr Lieutenant.
Yes, Commander.
We didn't know. Any of us. We were kept in ignorance. In darkness. I apologize.
In treating a disease for the first time, a doctor never knows how effective his cure will be, or how long it will last. But that day, as I said goodbye to the commander and his men, I hoped that my cure would be permanent. And even more than that, I hoped that when they returned to their defeated homeland, they themselves might carry on the work of combating the disease in the minds of their countrymen which once had infected them. That, in truth, was the antitoxin for fascism. Shenley Laboratories take you now to New York to meet Dr. Harry Joseph, the physician I've had the honor to portray this evening. Dr. Joseph, medical officer of the destroyer USS Osmond Ingram, is now on the psychiatric service at St. Albans Naval Hospital, Long Island. He will be interviewed by Anthony Marvin.
Dr. Joseph, do you really feel those Nazi prisoners were changed? Or do you think they'll go back quickly to their old beliefs?
Well, they've had those beliefs a long time. But I do think their experience made a pretty strong impression on them.
I see.
These boys were the cream of the crop, but they had been taught nothing other than their immediate specialty.
Well, you mean that from childhood these particular men had been trained for submarine warfare exclusively?
Yes, they could do the most intricate calculus, but they were ignorant beyond belief on other things. For instance, they told me Canada was a small city in the United States.
Imagine that. And yet they could all speak fairly good English.
No, they couldn't. For the program tonight, of course, we had to have them speaking English. But actually, none of them knew a word of it. And I was the only officer aboard who spoke German.
Well, did you have any disciplinary problems at any time?
Indeed not. We made them understand we would have no nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't think of speaking without first getting permission. The Nazis were amazed when our enlisted men talked to us whenever they wanted to.
Well, I suppose the good food was a great surprise to them, too.
They couldn't get over the meals we served them. They were so unaccustomed to fresh bread, it made them ill. They used to let it get stale before they ate it.
Well, how did you feel, Dr. Joseph, knowing you were apt to run into another sub any minute?
Run into one? We were out looking for them.
Oh.
We knew there were as many as 8 or 10 under us at one time.
Well, I wouldn't have cared for that, loaded as you were with explosives.
That's right. If we had ran that sub, we would have been blown to kingdom come. But at that moment, it seemed worth it. Later, when I was peeling the clothes off one of the burned survivors, we found their logbook with a list of the 20 big vessels it had sunk.
Well, getting that one was certainly a good day's work. But tell me, Dr. Joseph, what do you plan to do now?
Right now, I want to go on with the psychiatric work I'm doing out at St. Albans. Most of the men we call shell shock after the last war can be rehabilitated.
Well, I understand you use hypnotism and sodium pentothal with remarkable results.
Yes, we found hypnotism and sodium pentothal very effective in many cases. It makes the men relax and talk freely about the experiences that are bothering them. But you understand, these are not a cure. They are a valuable adjunct in treating mental illness.
Modern medicine. It gets more wonderful all the time. And thank you so much, Dr. Joseph, for permitting us to tell your story, and even more for all you're doing to help men regain a happy, normal life. Shenley Laboratories returns you now to Gregory Peck in Hollywood.
This is Gregory Peck again in Hollywood, adding our sincere thanks to you, Dr. Joseph. Shenley Laboratories, maker of penicillin Shenley, dedicates this program to the 180,000 American doctors and their continuing battle against disease. Wherever, whenever it is needed, in quantities unobtainable little more than a year ago, penicillin is now available to these doctors to aid them in the cause of healing.
It is a tribute to American manufacturing enterprise that so greatly increased quantities of this valuable drug are now on the market. Shenley Laboratories is proud to have played a part in the expansion of penicillin production. And in closing makes this pledge. In the same spirit of research for ways to benefit mankind, Shenley Laboratories will continue to work toward new developments, new products, which may well mean for thousands a more abundant life in the years to come. This is James Wallington reminding you to listen next week over these same stations at the same time when Shenley Laboratories will present The Doctor Fights, starring George Brent in the thrilling true story, Hero Without Medals. Tonight's Doctor Fights was written by Don Ettlinger, with music by Leith Stevens, and was produced and directed for Shenley Laboratories by D. Engelbach. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Casualty ward, Dr. Lindsay speaking. Yes, I see. Yes, I've got it. Right, we'll be ready. Sounds like one for the night surgeon.
Night Surgeon. Dynamic dramas set against the background of a great city hospital.
Certainly got plenty of tow, all right. Must be those twin carbies. Yeah, that's what did it. 95 we hit back there. I didn't even have a flat out. Some car, all right. Even if she doesn't look it. You'd never guess she's got a jazzed-up engine in her. Looks just like an ordinary car. That's the way I like it. All those squares on the road don't have a clue that I can catch them. I'll see their faces when I burn past them. I'll bet. You're lucky, Albie, having an old man who buys you things all the time. I mean, this car. Gosh, it's a wonder your old man didn't keep it for himself. Ah, what for? He's got two others already. Say, here's a lot, though. He had it all fitted up like it was for himself. You know, ashtrays all over the place, cigarette lighter, even seat belts. Yes, I noticed that. He must think you're a pretty steady driver. Steady? Ah, come on, it's really give her the work. See what you can do, huh? Oh, I don't know, Albie. Ah, come on. No, really. And I should be getting home. My mother worries if I'm out after 9, and I haven't told her I'll be late. Oh, so what? 10 minutes isn't going to make any difference. Yes, but Albie, I don't... what's the matter with you? You ought to wake up and live, man. Get with it. Well, okay. You say so. All right. Lights on, and here we go. Oh, come on, baby. Get the lead out of your feet. Hey! Watch it! There's a car coming! I know. But you're not in the crowd of the road, Albie. So what? Let's see if he's chicken, huh? Albie is still coming. Okay, stupid swear. Okay, we'll see who's gonna move over. Albie, pull over. I think I like the blinding him. If anyone's gonna move over, it's him. Here, move over, you clot. Move! Albie! Spectacular arising from my first rounds. Good, but one thing you might do, keep an eye on that young fellow from the car smash, would you? Oh, sure. What's his name again? Hook. Albert Hook. We got his name from the police. They've been in touch with the father. He's on his way, I understand. Right. I think the op was successful. He'll be okay. But let me know how he goes. Will do. Incidentally, his father calls him Albie. He rang me before he left home just after I came out of the theatre. Might be worth remembering when he comes around. His name, I mean. Well, sure. If he's only a kid, he... Dr. Morgan.
Doctor, it's Nurse Parrish.
Yes, nurse.
I think you'd better take a look at Albert Hook.
No, has he come round yet?
Yes, he has, and he's inclined to be a bit hysterical. I felt that...
All right, nurse. Dr. Lindsay will come down immediately.
Very well, Doctor.
That's L.B. Hook now. He's playing up a bit. You'd better get down there, Bart.
I'm on my way.
No, Mark. No, Mark, pull over. He's not going to give way. You'll hit him. Pull over, will you? Pull over, Mark.
Take it easy, Albert. It's all over. You're safe now. Now, don't worry.
Can't drive like that.
What's the trouble, nurse?
Oh, he's talking away as though he's still in the car, Doctor. He seems very upset.
Mark.
Albie?
No.
Albie, can you hear me?
What?
You're in hospital. I'm Dr. Lindsay. You're all right.
Hospital?
Yes. Close that door, will you, nurse?
Yes, Doctor.
Car. I told Mark not to do that.
Okay. Don't worry about it. It's all over now, and you're all right.
Mark? Where's Mark?
Never mind about him now. We'll talk about it later. Just lie back and relax. Lie back.
Okay.
That's better.
No.
Nurse,
Yes, Doctor.
what happened? Did he start this as soon as he came round?
Oh, I couldn't say. I had to leave the room for a minute, and when I came back, he was already talking like that.
How long were you away?
Oh, I said a minute. Perhaps it was 2. No longer.
Mm-hmm. I don't like to give him a sedative after the medication he's already had.
He seems to be quieter now.
Yes. I'll tell you what. We'll see if he stays calm, now that he's come round properly, more or less. If not, I'll have to sedate him.
Very well, Doctor.
Oh, and don't leave him again. You better stay here until relieved. I'll tell Sister, okay?
Right.
His father's on the way, I understand. If he wants to see the boy, he can. But only for 5 minutes, no more.
Very well. I must say that the father's taken his time, hasn't he? The boy's been here long enough, a couple of hours.
Well, the police had to find Mr. Hook. Both the boys...
Both?
Mm-hmm. Both the boys were unconscious after the smash and couldn't tell them anything. By all accounts, it was quite a prank.
I didn't know there was another.
Why would you? He's dead.
You can stay only 5 minutes, Mr. Hook. Doctor's orders.
I see. How is he?
He's going to be all right, but he's still a bit groggy from the medication.
Can I talk to him?
Of course. He may be a little slow in understanding you and answering.
Albie, it's Dad.
Dad?
Albie, can you hear me all right?
Dad?
They tell me you're going to be all right, son.
Hello, Dad. I'm glad you came.
Well, of course I came. I came as soon as I heard. But it took him a little time to find me. That's why I'm a bit...
It wasn't my fault, Dad. Honest, I tried to stop him.
Don't worry about it.
It was Mark. I shouldn't have let him drive at all, but he kept nagging at me.
Okay, sure.
I'd never have a smash like that. You've always told me to be careful, Dad.
Yes,
and I always have been. But Mark wanted to find out what the car would do. He was like a crazy man.
No, it doesn't
We must have been doing about 80. I was yelling at him to slow down. We saw this car coming, and it wouldn't move over.
Albie,
And Mark was playing chicken with it. He wanted to force it to pull over for us.
Did
He
he?
stuck to the middle of the road until the last second. Then he lost control.
Oh, that doesn't matter.
Well, I could see we were skidding off the road, then something hit me. I must have been thrown forward, and my head hit the dash.
So when they weren't killed.
Well, the seatbelt saved me. You remember the seatbelt you had fitted, Dad?
Seatbelt? But Albie, they found you yards away from the car.
Well, yeah, I came to after the smash. My first thought was to get out in case it caught fire.
Oh, yes, of course.
I couldn't do anything for Mark. I saw that. He was a terrible mess behind the wheel.
Yes.
I got the seatbelt undone. The door was open. I sort of fell out of the car and took a couple of paces. And that's all I can remember.
I'm thankful you're alive, son.
Mark's dead, isn't he?
Albert.
They won't tell me. Nobody will tell me. So he must be dead.
Yes, son. Mark is dead.
Oh, Dad, I tried to save him. I tried to, Dad.
I know. It was his own fault. Miracle is he didn't kill you as well.
You've always told me to be careful, Dad. I wouldn't do a thing like that.
No, of course.
You know, I've always been interested in engines, souping them up and all that, but well, it was just fun. I never liked driving fast.
Don't worry, son. I know how things were. And everything's going to be all right.
Well, we'll have you out of here and home again in no time.
How's Mom?
Well, naturally she's worried about you, but I made her stay home. She was too upset to come tonight. Well, I'm glad I'll be able to tell her you're all right.
Oh, yes, Dad. You tell her not to worry.
I will. Now, you got to rest. Get well again. I've got to go and see the chief surgeon about you, okay?
Okay, Dad. See you later, huh?
See you later, Alfie.
Been waiting long, Bart. I just couldn't get away any earlier.
Oh, think nothing of it. Leap aboard the chariot.
Oh, I had to wait till I was relieved. Dr. Morgan still wants somebody to stay with Albie Hook.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he had a bad shock, that kid. It's a shame.
Well, he shouldn't have been rocketing around in that souped-up bomb of his.
Oh, it wasn't a bomb. It's a practically new car.
Oh?
Yes, he'd been tinkering with the engine, I believe. Oh, he liked to tune up engines. Or whatever it is boys like to do with engines.
Must have wanted to get more speed out of it. More mileage.
Strange, really. Father says he's always been a careful driver, that he didn't like driving fast.
Well, if that's so, then...
Well, the other boy was driving when they crashed.
Oh, I see.
Oh, he must have been crushed against the steering column.
It's funny, that.
Funny?
Yes. Often as not, the steering wheel helps to save the driver in a smash. The seat beside him is called the death seat. So many passengers are killed, you see. They get flung through the windscreen, all sorts of things.
Albie said the seatbelt saved him.
Seatbelt? He must have been a careful driver to wear a seatbelt. You don't find a lot of kids bothering about seatbelts?
Well, you should. If everybody worried about wearing a seatbelt, driving would be a lot safer.
Oh, hold on. You don't have to lecture me. I've had belts on this car for ages. But I don't notice you ever using yours.
You do now. There. Now you can prang the car anytime you like.
Thanks. Well, I may as well get going. Hello, there's Doc Morgan. Do you want a lift, Doc?
Hello there. There's Parrish.
Doctor?
Did I hear you offering me a lift, Bud?
I didn't notice your car in its usual place.
No, it's all right. I left it at the garage. They're bringing it over. By the way, do you know where Elder Avenue is?
Elder Avenue? Oh, sure. It's at the north end. Turn down Grover Street. It runs off that. A couple of blocks down, I think.
Oh, fine. I'm going out to see Mrs. Ashbury, the mother of the boy who was killed.
Oh, yes.
It may have been his fault that there was a smash, but she's a widow, and I imagine the offer of a helping hand won't go amiss.
Yes. Good idea, Doc.
Very interesting. A nice little lathe. He must have been very keen on metalworking, Mrs. Ashbury.
Yes, he was. Most of his spare time was spent in this workshop, Doctor. Sometimes I had a job getting him out of it for meals, even.
What sort of things did he make?
Oh, models of engines, things like that. Beautiful they were, too. Worked marvelously. He never made anything that didn't work properly.
Well, I must say, he doesn't sound like the kind of lad who... But then it's very difficult to know your children really well, and at his age, there's often the urge to let off steam in one way or another.
I still can't believe he's gone. It's...
You must let me give you something to take, Mrs. Ashbury, a sedative.
I'm all right. I don't need anything.
Oh, what's this?
What? Oh, that. Well, strangely enough... That's something he was fixing for Albie Hook.
Oh?
It was something for the car. He was making it, actually. He was very good like that, Mark was. He was always doing something for one of his friends. They'd come to him with all kinds of gadgets that needed fixing.
This looks like a buckle of some kind.
Yes, he made it himself. It was to replace one in the car. It's for a seatbelt or something, he told me.
A seatbelt? Oh, yes, that's what it looks like, certainly.
Albie won't be needing it now.
No.
It was good of you to call and see me, Doctor.
Now, you're sure there's nothing I can do?
I'll be all right.
I have friends, you know. They're doing all they can. All anybody can do. Nobody can bring Mark back to me, can they?
Yes, that's right, Mr. Hook. Dr. Morgan asked me to give you a ring.
Well, thanks very much, Doctor. I don't mind telling you, his mother and I will be glad to get Albie home again.
I'm sure you will. Actually, he could go out tonight, but I think it'll be best to leave it till the morning.
Oh, yes, by all means. Another night in hospital won't do him any harm.
Righto, then. What time will you be in for him?
Oh, say about 10 o'clock?
10 o'clock? Fine. I'll leave a note for the day staff.
Thank you, Doctor. Good night.
Good night. Yes, Elaine?
Pathology reports. On your desk?
Yes, they're there somewhere.
Finished with them?
Mm-hmm. They're all yours.
Good. I'll take them down then. Oh, by the way, about our trip to Craggy Mountain.
What trip?
You were going to drive me out to see Sylvia's new baby one day.
Sylvia?
Oh, Sylvia Blaine, you remember?
No. Well, never mind. If I was dumb enough to let myself in for a chore like that, it's no wonder I don't remember.
How about tomorrow?
No can do. Can we leave it till next week?
When next week?
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Well, you've been going to drive me out for weeks now. Let's make it definite. Tuesday?
Okay. Next Tuesday.
We can make a day of it. I'll fix a picnic lunch and we can drive to the top of the mountain and have it there.
Oh, well, I bet that sounds better than gooing over some ugly baby. Okay, it's a date.
There. That looks like the lot. All set?
I am, if you are. Oh, boy, this was some meal you dished up. Keep up.
Just a second, Bart. Open the door, will you?
Oh, what?
You've jammed the end of the seatbelt in it. I can't move the handle inside.
Just a second, then.
Oh, that's better. Oh, while you're here, show me how this buckle works, will you? When I used it up the last time, it came undone.
Oh, it's perfectly simple. Buckles on seatbelts are foolproof. Even idiots can work them easily.
Yes? You sound as though you're selling them.
Let's see it. No, I don't sell them, although maybe you have it. I say.
What?
Seatbelt. Now, why didn't I think of that before? Yes, I wonder.
What's the matter with you?
I don't know. I just had a wild thought. Something Doc Morgan mentioned to me.
What about?
About that kid, Albie Hook. The one who had the car crash. And the other boy.
Oh, Albie Hook, for heaven's sake. He was discharged from the hospital last week.
Come on, let's get this fixed. I want to get back to town in a hurry. There's something I want to check on. They found it?
They did. We were lucky. The wreck had been taken to some wrecker's yard, but was still pretty much as it was after the crash.
When I first contacted the police, they said they didn't think there was much hope of checking on a thing like that now. What did they find out?
That you were right.
Well, who are you ringing now?
The boy's father, of course. This is something that needs checking on. Sister, would you get me the home of Mr. Arthur Hook, please? You'll find the number on an old card referring to Albert Hook, who was discharged last week. Or you can look it up in the book. Shouldn't be hard to find. Right.
What are you going to say to him, Doc?
Just what we know.
Well, isn't it beating the gun a little?
How do you mean?
He won't like what you're implying, you know. He thinks the light shines out of that boy.
I know. But then perhaps we have just one more case of a spoiled brat leading his father by the nose. Happens all the time these days.
Yes, but you mightn't find the father too easy to convince.
I'll take a chance on that. Dr. Morgan. Oh, yes, thank you, sister. Hello, this is Dr. Morgan of the Central Hospital. Is that Mrs. Hook? Oh, I wonder, could I speak to your husband, Mrs. Hook? Oh, I see. What time do you expect him back? He's what? Oh. Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Hook, but this could be rather urgent. What time does the plane leave? I see. Well, thank you. I beg your pardon? No message, thanks. As a matter of fact, I may just take a run out to the airport. I can probably catch him there. Thank you. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Good night.
What was all that?
Hook is on his way to the airport. He's taking his darling son on a holiday for a month.
That's a long time plan to wait.
Too long. That's why I'm driving straight to the airport now.
Now?
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Well, won't be long now. Oh, come sit down, son. I'll give us a call when it's time to board the plane.
No, I'm okay, Dad. It's good to stay on my feet a bit. I'll be sitting a fair while in the plane.
You don't want to overdo it, you know. You've only been out of bed a few days.
Hello.
What?
There's that doctor from the hospital. I wonder what he's doing here.
Doctor? Where? Oh, yes, I see. He's coming over here. Perhaps he's on his way somewhere, too. Might even be on our aircraft. That'll be quite a coincidence.
I've had enough of doctors for a while. I don't want to talk to him.
Oh, no. That's not very sociable, Albie. Hello there, Doctor. Oh, fancy meeting you here.
Well, it's not as much of a coincidence as you may be thinking, Mr. Hook. I came especially to see you.
See us?
Your wife told me you were taking your son on a trip tonight. I particularly wanted to see you before you left.
Oh, what on earth can be as urgent as all that?
A matter of culpable negligence, perhaps? And manslaughter?
Culpable? Are you feeling all right, Doctor?
Mr. Hook, suppose I tell you that the police have made an interesting discovery about the accident your son was in.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Well, it does to me.
Now, look here, Doctor. I can't think why you've come rushing out to the airport like this, but I'm not too pleased about it, I can tell you. I don't want Albie upset
I can understand how you feel. But then you're under the impression that the other boy was driving your son's car that night, aren't you?
Certainly I am, because that's how it was. Everybody knows that.
Your son doesn't. Do you, Albie?
Why?
In fact, you know perfectly well that Mark Ashbury wasn't driving the car. Because you were driving.
Now, look here,
you, Albie.
Dr. Morgan,
I'm asking your son a question, Mr. Hook. Let him answer.
It's not fair to the lad. You, of all people, should know that.
I said let him answer. Albie?
I don't know what you're talking about. Mark was driving the car.
Now you see.
Impossible. He couldn't have received the injuries that killed him if he had been behind the wheel.
Eh? Hey, now, wait on. If that's so, how is it that it's mentioned only now? It's weeks since the accident.
It was overlooked at the time the police surgeon made his report. It was only by chance that a diligent police officer going over the report noticed something which raised the matter again.
But that's incredible.
Now, you listen. Your son was driving, and he was the cause of the crash. After the crash, he had a moment of consciousness. And because he has a cunning, egocentric brain, he saw at once that he would be blamed. And he managed to summon the strength to move Mark Ashbury's dead body into the driving seat before he himself staggered away from the car.
That's not true. It's a pack of lies. Albie, tell him he's a liar. Go on, son, tell him. You're not. You're not all those things he said. You're a good boy. You've always been a good boy. Why, you wouldn't do anything to make me and your mother ashamed. I know that. Ever since you were a toddler, you were a son we could be proud of.
Shut up, Dad, will you?
What?
Can't you ever talk about anything except how good I was when I was a kid? Look, it makes me sick.
Albie, what are you saying?
I think he's trying to say that I'm telling the truth, Mr. Hook.
No, that isn't true.
No, of course it's true. He knows that. Look, what's the matter with you? I'm sick of the whole thing. Yes, I was driving the car. Yes, I framed it. So what? It was my car, wasn't it? You killed that boy. He didn't have to ride with me if he didn't want to. He could have taken...
You monster, you little animal!
You could have gone with him to the police station, Mr. Hook.
I just wish the police had found out about the other boy's injuries sooner than this. They should have.
That wasn't possible. You see, the injuries to Mark Ashbury don't prove anything.
What? But you said...
I made it up. I had to say something to force Albie into confessing.
Force him? But if it isn't true...
It's true that he was driving the car, Mr. Hook. Only I couldn't prove it.
Then how the devil could you say it's true?
You told me, the first time you came to the hospital, you told me that Albie had said the seatbelt in the front passenger seat of the car saved his life.
Yes, that's right.
My assistant, Dr. Lindsay, reminded me of that. I'd forgotten. You see, I learned that Mark Ashbury had been making a new seatbelt buckle for your son's car. We checked with the police, and they told us that the only faulty seatbelt buckle in the car was the one Albie had said saved his life.
That means he couldn't have used the belt. He was lying to me.
Yes. And I asked myself why he would lie about that if he'd told the truth about everything else. And to me, the only answer was that he had good reason to lie. because he was responsible for the death of Mark Ashbury.
A casualty ward is like a great theater, but the players are drawn from real life, and not every story has a happy ending. So much depends on the night surgeon.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The thrill of the nighttime, the hushed voice and the prowling step, the crime that is almost committed, the finger of suspicion pointing perhaps at the wrong man, the stir of nerves at the ticking of the clock, the rescue that might be too late or the murderer who might get away, mystery and intrigue and dangerous adventure. We invite you to enjoy stories that keep you in suspense.
For Suspense, tonight we present The Lord of the Witch Doctors by John Dixon Carr.
The drums were beating that night. The Lord of the Witch Doctors was on his way. 20 miles off the East African coast, fanned by the blistering heat of the Indian Ocean, lies the island of Zanzibar. Here, many years ago,
To be exact, in the year 1889.
3 nations were rivals for imperial German eagle. At Mogadishu were the Italians. A mixed population boiled along that coast, Portuguese, Arabs, Swahili. On the island itself, Sayed Khalif, Sultan of Zanzibar, ruled the remains of a once mighty empire. Mohammedan Bantus of the tribe of Zeng. Look over there, in the moonlight. That white building, patched and rotted, was the palace where Sayed Khalif lived with his fat wives and his captive lion. Not far away on the hill overlooking the harbor stood the British Residency. The British resident, or crown official, held uneasy sway against German and Italian influence. And at the Residency on that hot night long...
Martha.
Yes, Father?
Come away from the windows, please.
But, Father, those drums are on the mainland.
Never mind.
20 miles from here.
I'd rather you stood back.
It's the fires I don't like, sir. You can see the red light all this distance. They're having a beano of some kind.
You'd better stand back, too, Mr. Harris.
Look here, sir.
Yes, Mr. Harris?
I've been your diplomatic attaché in this place for 3 years. Couldn't you call me by my first name in private?
Just as you please. Lower the sun blinds and turn down the wick of that lamp.
You don't think there's any danger?
There's no danger whatever, but...
Nero seems terribly restless tonight.
Only natural, my dear, with the drums going.
Everybody seems restless. This has been going on for days. You begin to get in your nerves.
So you feel it too, eh?
And I do wish Sayed Khalif wouldn't tease Nero. Jab at him with the meat fork and that kind of thing. If that lion ever got loose...
Nerves, my dear, nothing but nerves.
Let's face it, sir. There's something very queer going on over on that mainland.
Well, suppose there is.
All we know is what Nyoka knows. This great witch doctor, whoever he is, been making a triumphal progress to the coast. The whole bush is afraid of him.
You alarm me.
Nyoka says he's got horns. He can make himself 7 feet tall, like stretching an accordion.
Oh, really, Bill Harris?
Well, I don't say I believe it. I say it might be dangerous. Now, for instance, could this be one of Dr. Schmidt's tricks?
Dr. Schmidt is a friend of ours.
Yes, he's also head of the German East Africa Company.
Dr. Schmidt is a gentleman.
Look at that coast over there. He's got every native chief in his pocket.
Dr. Schmidt assured me that the German emperor has no more territorial claims in East Africa.
We get our trade concessions from Said Khalif. Said's our only friend, but we can't even be sure of him. The Germans give him trade gin and a grand piano. The Italians give him 3 new wives for his harem. What do we give him?
I have no instructions from London about the situation in this island.
No. Somebody in Whitehall probably forgot to post them.
For the last time, Mr. Harris, I will not hear His Majesty's government criticized like that.
Sorry.
These things take time. If there's any danger, we'll be notified in due course.
Listen.
Well, they're only our own natives. They beat their own drums, you know.
Somebody went past that window.
That's probably only Nyoka, my dear. Surely you're not afraid of our own servant.
No, but
Master! Nyoka, listen to me. Don't hang on to that big curtain. You'll pull it down. Now stand up straight and tell me. What is it?
He here, Bwana. He here, yes, please.
Who's here?
Big witch doctor here, yes, please. He come up past in moonlight. He walk slow, boom, boom. He got big teeth eat with me outside front door now.
What was that?
the drums have stopped.
Nyoka's right, sir. We have got a visitor.
Are you English?
That's right, miss. Born and bred in Streatham. Which of you is the British consul?
I am the British resident, sir. My name is Richardson. May I ask the meaning of this tomfoolery?
Well, that's just what I'm here to tell you. Or maybe I'd better show you. Now, observe me right hand. I hold it up so, and as I live, a lighted cigar. But perhaps the lady doesn't like smoking in the drawing room. Now, look here. There's nothing up my sleeves. I wouldn't deceive you for the world. I turn over my hand, and would you believe it? A glass of water.
Is this man insane?
Father, I think he's trying to tell you he's a magician.
That's right, miss. Direct from the Egyptian Hall, Piccadilly. Animal taming and magic. That's my line.
Then you're the famous witch doctor that's got all the natives in an uproar?
Nobody else, young fella.
Yes, well, you tell us what you mean by this nonsense. Scaring everybody when there's no danger.
No danger? I suppose you haven't heard about Said Caliph and his Gatling guns?
Gatling guns?
Kindly presented by Dr. Otto Schmidt. And believe me, all you've got is an appointment with a Gatling gun, unless my nonsense steps in. Here, take a look at this.
But you can't be from the British Foreign Office.
Well, that's just what I am, Governor, and going up in the world, don't you think? By the way, I'd better give you your instructions. The envelope's pretty dirty and a little bit smelly from being under my furs and devil pink, but...
Read it, sir. Go on and read it.
Foreign Office, Whitehall, British Consul, Zanzibar. Bearer of this letter, the Great Mephisto.
That's me. Real name, Barney Hicks.
They must be out of their minds.
Are they? Listen, old man. I've been 3 weeks in that jungle with a Swahili interpreter. I've been bitten and stung and fried to death. But Schmidt or no Schmidt, I've got those native chiefs just where I want them. You see what happens when I announce I'm a friend of the Great White Queen? Why, you'll have 'em eaten out of your hand.
Well, that's true.
And all we've got to do is get around Said Caliph here on this island.
But do we need to get around him?
The young lady, be good enough not to speak until you're spoken to.
Oh, I'm sorry, Father. Sayed may be lazy and as fat as a hippopotamus. He's rather a fine old boy.
Is he?
You said something about Gatling guns.
Now, listen. Here's the game.
Father, I don't like this. I've never heard Nero as restless as that.
Never mind, Nero. Go on.
Well, I came over here tonight in a steam launch. Tomorrow I'm paying my state visit to the great Sultan Said Caliph. Now, you present me as your friend and a friend of the Great White Queen, and I do my best tricks at it. Is anything wrong with your native boy?
Nyoka, be still.
You're not afraid of our witch doctor friend, are you?
No, I good Christian.
Here, what are you doing? Come out from under that sofa.
But, Bwana, I see something. I look out through window slats. See Bwana bald head coming up past.
Well, a bald head?
That's Dr. Schmidt.
Dr. Schmidt? Well, he mustn't find me here.
Yes, I quite agree. This is most irregular.
Is there a back way out of here?
Yes, through that arch. Stay in the back room. Nyoka will show you.
Me go with witch doctor.
Yes, hurry, please.
I know like.
Never mind what you like. You go.
All right, master.
It's all right. They've gone.
Yes, about time, too. Well, good evening, Dr. Schmidt. Pleasure to see you. Always a pleasure to see you.
Ah, my friends, I wish I could say it was such a pleasure to see you.
Isn't it, Doctor?
This at any time but now. Do not mistake me, I beg of you. No, it is that confounded lion, Nero. Always I say it will happen, and now it has happened.
What about Nero?
My friends, I regret. He has made his kill. He has tasted blood.
What's that?
You permit that I sit down and take off my sun helmet. I am not young, and I'm tired.
It's not Sayed Caliph.
Yeah, it is so. He has teased that lion once too often.
Oh, poor old boy. He was our friend. He's not dead.
Yeah, I regret. Yeah, he is dead. Sultan of Zanzibar is dead.
Oh, Gad. But how did the lion ever get at him?
He drank too much pumba. That was his trouble. He got drunk and think he can do too much. So he opened the door and went into the lion's cage.
Into the cage?
Yeah, would you believe it?
Not easily.
But it is true. Over to Paris, there's what you call gnashing of teeth. His son Nobi is in tears.
Did you see this happen, Doctor?
No. I go there later and they tell me. It's all the worse because of some foolish story, a doomhead story. That he has been struck over the head and thrown into the cage by someone who did not like him.
That's more likely, if you ask me.
My friend, it is foolishness. Everybody liked old man. He was a father to his people and a kind friend.
Doctor, are you telling us that Said may have been put into that cage unconscious?
It is what one African soldier says, yeah.
Well, then he may still be alive.
Alive? It is impossible.
It's more than possible. A lion may maul an unconscious man, but it doesn't often kill him. This is vital. Vital to Said himself and others as well. You're a doctor. Can't you go and make sure?
My friend, I regret. I am not that kind of a doctor.
Ayres, you may be right. I think I'd better go myself.
Is this a good idea, sir? I'll stay here and entertain Dr. Schmidt. Unless, of course, he wants to go, too.
No, I think. I do not like sights of that sort. I have a tender heart and I have illnesses. Besides, you can do nothing. I tell you, he is dead.
Yes, we'll see. Martha, you'd better come with me. Your nurse's training may be of some use at last.
Of course. Hadn't we better go the back way and speak to Nyoka?
Yes. Nyoka mustn't be troubled in that back room.
A very good evening to you, Dr. Schmidt.
Mr. Harris, they have good hearts, but they're so foolish. I would give my own right arm to aid that poor man. But, well, we must have philosophy. We must cheer up and bear it.
Yes. Now, Doctor, we're all alone.
So we are. We must sit down and have a nice, comfortable chat. Yes?
Definitely, yes.
Oh.
I wanted to have a word with you anyway.
So? About what, Mr. Harris?
Oh, various things.
I am happy to give you all the time in the world. I like talking to young people. It makes me feel young again myself.
Like, Nobi?
Nobi?
Said Caliph's eldest son, the new Sultan.
One fine young man. Or a savage.
Yes, but weak, easy to manage. And very fond of his father, too. It's a wonder he didn't have the lion shot after they got the body away.
Shot with what, my friend? I beg your pardon, Himmel. I do not consider the matters funny. No. But shot with what? These brutes, they have nothing but loading muskets. Kill Nero with those? No.
Suppose they had Gatling guns.
Pardon?
Just suppose that, of course.
Of course.
Well?
My friend. Gatlings would be of no better use. You only wound. To kill a lion, you must reach the eye or heart with a high-power bullet. What is the matter with us? Why are we talking of these things?
Talking of death, you mean? Of Said Caliph, who gave all the trade concessions on Zanzibar to the British?
My friend, I was talking about express rifles.
Look here, don't you find it warm in here?
Yeah, a little.
Yes, it smells of animal's fur, doesn't it? I'll just raise those sunblinds.
No. You must not trouble yourself to do that.
It's no trouble.
I beg of you not to trouble. It is not necessary.
Doctor, you've been mopping your forehead ever since you've been here. A little fresh air never hurt anybody. Here. Isn't that better?
Much. Why not sit down, my boy, and we have a nice chat?
Fine enough night. No smell of the animal's cage here.
My friend, you talk like a hunter.
Yes. Or a victim. Yes, it's a fine night. At least for this part of the world. Fire's still burning on the mainland. I wonder if that's a good sign.
Of what?
I wish I knew. And the sea is like skim milk under the moon. And, good Lord.
What is it? What makes you jump?
Look there, in the harbor.
My friend, I see nothing. Perhaps if I take off my spectacles and dive...
Why, man, you must see it. In the harbor, out at the left there, beyond the shadow of those big palm trees. Don't you see our riding lights? It looks... By George, it is. It's a warship.
It's only a German gunboat, my friend. Only a very little German gunboat.
German gunboat?
My friend, you must not be so distrustful. That is not kind.
Let me get a telescope.
But I tell you who she is. It is nothing. She is on what you call a goodwill tour. You're not angry.
Angry? My friend.
Well, I did not know. I could not guess. That is, the Englanders are hard to understand.
We know that ourselves.
I tell you something in confidence. The Germans are sensitive. The British objected. The natives feel too strong. I tell the gunboat to go away. I fire an express rifle. It has a sound. Boom! You cannot mistake one another. That is why I think of an express rifle. But if nobody will object...
Why, not the least bit. Tell me, Doctor, do you like it here on this island?
Well, it's not barren.
Don't you ever want to get away from a forsaken mud heap like this?
My friend, I am a German. My duty is here, as I stay here.
Yes, I know. Between ourselves, that's exactly my position.
But you are young.
That's not the point. It's the importance of the job. The British don't rule Zanzibar. We hold the trade concessions from Said Khalif, and our residency has to protect them. But even you, Doctor, would be surprised at the amount of trade that we have to protect and the revenue that comes out of this island.
Is it so now? You don't say so.
I do say so.
Is it so much?
More than you think. Of course, I'm not allowed to give you any figures.
No. Of course not. I would not dream of asking you. How much would you say it comes to, roughly?
Oh, come now, Doctor. As one gentleman to another, you're not asking me to give away secrets.
Oh, no. It was only a joke, you understand? Please do not try to up-trip me. I would try to pull your leg, and it was only a joke, believe me.
Yes. It's all in the game, as it were.
Yes, all in the game as gentlemen.
Oh, Doctor, you're quite a humorist.
You're not offended?
Not at all. No, as I was saying, I hold a rather important job. Of course, Mr. Richardson holds an even more important one. He's been very friendly with old Said Khalif on this job. Of course, you know what that job is?
Of course. He's the British consul. What is the matter with you? You're not smiling any longer. Why are you looking at me like that?
So that's it. That's the game. You made exactly the same mistake that he did.
Who did?
Dr. Schmidt. Have you met the great lord of the witch doctors? The maker of spells and the tamer of lions?
I am a good Christian. I pay no attention to what natives say. I do not believe in witch doctors.
No, neither do I. Not in this one, at any rate.
What one?
The witch doctor who came here tonight and said that he was on a mission for the British Foreign Office. He's an imposter from the word go, and you're working with him. Oh, don't upset your chair like that, Dr. Schmidt. Because if you fall on it, you may hurt yourself.
I have not hurt myself, young man.
Oh, yes, you have. The fellow who came here tonight addressed Mr. Richardson as the British consul. That might have been a slip of the tongue. But then you see the letter on the table there?
I have eyesight, I thank you.
That letter is supposed to come from the Foreign Office, and it calls him the British consul, too. I heard it read aloud. The Foreign Office may make mistakes, but they don't make mistakes like that. That letter, Doctor, is a forgery. It was forged by a German, and probably by the German who calls himself Barney Hicks, or the Great Mephisto. He's in the back room now.
No, he's not, Governor. He's standing in the doorway behind you now.
Yes, I thought I heard you.
But don't turn around to look at me. I'm just warning you.
Have you got anything to enforce that?
Yes. I've got a 500 express rifle that could smear you all over the opposite wall.
Karl, was du abgeben tust?
Ja,
Und der keinen...
Well, if you fellas are going to shoot me, I wish you'd speak English about it.
Karl, I beg of you. No. Don't fire that rifle.
Exactly. You see, Carl, I'm turning around.
This is all very... now, Karl.
You see what the doctor means, Carl? If you fire that rifle, you'll send your gunboat out of that harbor just when you need it. Isn't that the signal, Doctor? To send the gunboat away?
Karl, I beg of you.
Yes, it is. Very simple, economical German signal. So, you two killed Said Khalif.
That is slander. That cannot be proved.
Had to do it, I imagine. Said was the one chief that you couldn't buy or frighten with your witch doctor, so you got rid of him. Tomorrow morning, the witch doctor would have appeared. He'd have scared the daylights out of a weak and superstitious son, Noby.
I told you I was fairly good at my work, Governor. And I am.
Yes, and then the witch doctor would have taken over everything. The British resident had to be bamboozled for 24 hours to keep him out of the way with a ghost story about a British agent. And there was a gunboat in the harbor in case of trouble.
Slight mistake there, Governor. There is a gunboat in the harbor.
Yes.
It's really worked out beautifully. The Emperor should be pleased. I don't think your White Queen will be very happy, though. I'm the great witch doctor to that frightened mob over there. Said is dead, and there's a German gunboat in the harbor.
Listen. I think I hear something.
Whoever's out there, stay back. Whoever's out there, stay back.
Bill, listen to me. Sayed's alive. He's alive.
This is impossible.
We can see him breathe. We don't even think he's badly hurt, but he's still in the cage, unconscious.
Still in the cage?
You mean they can't get him out of there?
If he wakes up or they attempt anything, Nero will tear him to pieces. The whole crowd over there is nearly crazy, but they don't dare go into the cage.
Well, gentlemen, you should have been more careful. If they do get Said out of there alive, you're done for.
Be quiet. Listen.
Noby and the rest of the natives are coming up here now.
See here, miss. Are you talking about the old boy's son?
Noby, yes. He wants to see the witch doctor.
The witch doctor? This puts you in some slight trouble, Carl.
Listen to me, miss. I couldn't get that old buzzard away from a mad lion, even if I've got to get out of here.
Too late now, my dear witch doctor. The natives have surrounded the house.
Who's that?
It's Noby. He's coming down the hall.
Abu do Save. I Noby. Speak white language. Carry Sultan's wand. Witch doctor? Much respect. Fallen floor.
Go ahead. Play your part, Carl. Play your ruddy part.
Get up again. Great medicine man. Father heard. Encaged with lion. You come.
Say something, Carl. You can't be a dumb wizard.
You come.
My dear Noby, my friend. The witch doctor can't understand you.
Hey, witch doctor. Not speak everything. But, witch doctor.
No. It is not that. He does not hear you. He's in another world. See how his eyes close. See how he sway.
I know this. He saved my father. Or maybe all of you. We will kill all white people here. Witch doctor saved my father from lion. You come.
Noby, listen to me. You needn't worry. The great witch doctor can save your father.
Go in cage?
No, not go in cage.
Strike with fire?
Yes, that's it. Strike with wizard fire. Open heaven. Flash great light. Nero scream and die. Father saved.
Carl, you must not save him. If he remain alive, he will talk. Then the natives will know.
You not want to save father?
The witch doctor does want to save your father, Noby. You see that gun under his arm?
Gun? Gun no good. Not use gun. Only wound lion. Lion in pain kill father.
No, that's not like your muskets, Noby. It's an express gun. It's a magic gun.
Magic gun?
Listen, Noby. Magic gun save your father with one shot. Just like that. Lion fall over dead. Your father well again. And our friend.
We use gun. Give me gun.
No, you could not use it, Noby. Witch doctor can use it best. Tell him to use it. Tell him to be sure that he hits the lion.
Look here, Ayres. I've had enough of this.
Yes, Noby. If he wants to hit Nero with that white fire, he can strike the lion dead before you could wink your eyes.
Then do.
You'd better try it, Carl. And you'd better not miss him, or you know what'll happen to every white person in this room.
My hands are shaking.
Magician with shaky hands? That won't do.
I take your shoulder. You follow. Yala, Ngamba. All come. There is cage by Bela's door. All court over river, bright as day. 1,000 torches, all make light. Now do. Now do.
See how quiet they get when nobody raises his hands. They're praying.
So are we.
Won't do it.
You better. I told you that. They're out of hand now. If you miss, you're no witch doctor. And if you had any thought of hitting Saeed instead, just imagine what they do to you.
I can't see. These torches blind me. You do.
I think the old man's moving. If he stirs, the lion will kill him. You know what that means. That's right. Up with a rifle.
My hands are shaking.
Be careful of your sights. It's a point-blank shot.
Allah! Wukon!
All right, Nobi. The lion is dead. They can go in and carry your father out now.
Lion dead? German magic is great magic.
Yes, Nobi, it is. But English magic is greater.
English magic better than German magic?
Yes, Nobi, and I'll prove it. Turn around. Look out towards the harbor. I stand here. I wave my hand, like this. Nothing up my sleeves. I wouldn't deceive you for the world. I wave my hand towards the gunboat in the bay. The gunboat sails away. English magic, Nobi. English magic. And so ends The Lord of the Witch Doctors. Tonight's story of Suspense.
Next Tuesday, when CBS again brings you Suspense, our story will be The Devil in the Summer House. The broadcast for next week only is scheduled for 10 p.m. Eastern Wartime, a half hour later than usual. William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, Bernard Herrmann, the composer-conductor, and John Dixon Carr, the author, are all collaborators on Suspense. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Casualty ward. Dr. Lindsay speaking. Yes, I see. Yes, I've got it. Right, we'll be ready. Sounds like one for the night surgeon.
Night Surgeon. Dynamic dramas set against the background of a great city hospital.
Over here. Hi, Doc. That's a lucky break. You're driving this way to the hospital.
I should think it is.
Well, it's just as well I haven't along, standing there with your nose in the paper.
Oh, what do you know?
What?
Dermot Shane's dead. You know, the biologist.
No, is he? Oh, good heavens, he's a loss to science. Brilliant man. How did he die? He was only, about 40, I'd say.
Drowned.
Drowned?
In a swimming pool at his home. Couldn't swim.
Couldn't swim, and he owned a swimming pool.
Oh, he probably had it for entertaining. He moved a lot in society circles, apparently.
Oh, I don't know. Makes a man feel really old, Bart.
What?
Well, I flatter myself I'm a slightly better than average doctor.
Oh, no, don't overdo it now.
But by heck, I have to work at it all the time. Yet you get these brainy young birds like Dermot Shane who can constantly startle the world with their work in biology and have time to spare to entertain society. Just how do they do it?
Search me. Maybe it's just a case of having an overactive thyroid.
That doesn't account for the brilliant mind.
Oh, true. Personally, I find being brilliant takes up all my time.
Oh, does it? Well, just watch yourself, my lad. I might hold you to that. All right, Dr. Brilliant. What would you do about those lesions?
It's your operation, Doctor. I wouldn't dream of interfering.
You're a wonderful help. Scalpel?
You going to drain?
No, I don't think it's necessary. Once we get that pressure off the brain. Retractor?
I'll take it.
Right. Now then. Yes, I think she'll be better if we close it up as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm.
One of those cases where the less fiddling about, the better.
If that depression had gone another half-inch.
Yes, but smashed by all accounts. The driver told the police he didn't see her, but she was in a pedestrian crossing, so he'll be in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Suture?
Manage this side?
Yes, I think so. Incidentally, she hasn't been identified. When she's able to give a name, the police will need to have it.
I'll see it's done.
Good.
Swab here, nurse.
In a few days, with any luck, she'll be well on the mend. Good evening. How's the patient feeling?
Not too bad, thank you, Doctor.
Good. Everything all right, nurse?
Yes, Doctor.
Has Dr. Lindsay made his examination yet?
Yes, Doctor, about a quarter of an hour ago.
Uh-huh. Well, you ought to be congratulated, miss. You're making a good recovery.
Good recovery, Doctor. And I can't even tell you by what name you should call me.
We do have a small problem there.
Small? I wouldn't call it small. It's dreadful.
Well, you should feel thankful you're in one piece. That was a nasty accident. You could have been killed.
I might as well have been.
Oh, no. That's no attitude to take. Physically, you're in good shape. In no time at all, your head will be completely healed.
There's not much use for a head if you don't know who it belongs to, is there?
Now, you mustn't be impatient. These things take time.
It's all very well for you to say things like that, the bedside manner and so on, but you don't know what it feels like.
I've seen many cases like yours, and
I don't know who I am or where I belong or anything. My mind's a blank. I can't remember anything before I woke up in this bed. It's dreadful.
Well, your brain had some pretty rough treatment in that accident. You must expect it to make some protest. And you must give it time to recover. When it does, you'll get memory back.
How long, Doctor? How long?
I don't know, nor does anybody else. The only thing I feel quite sure about is that you will recover your memory in time.
It's funny. Sometimes lying here, I find myself hoping I never recover it.
Why do you say that?
I say it because I have no idea what sort of person I am, and I get frightened. I could be anyone, anything. Suppose I recover my memory and learn that I'm something dreadful, like for instance, a murderess.
Well...
Well, can I or can't I, Bart?
Well, why ask me? I'm not going to give you permission and then have Sister Verity jump down my throat about it.
But she said it was all right with her as long as you said I could do it.
Oh. Oh, okay then. Go ahead.
Oh, goody.
But remember, only if you have spare time. You'd better do it in your coffee break.
Okay.
Well, no argument. Greater love hath no nurse. Then she will give up her coffee break for a patient.
Well, it'll be good for her, Bart, for her morale. And she could do with a boost.
Yes, I guess so. Not much fun lying around in hospital for a week without knowing who you are.
What does Dr. Morgan think?
About Miss X getting her memory back. Well, just quietly, I think he's a little worried. He expected her to have started remembering some things before this.
Poor girl. I feel terribly sorry for her.
Hence the manicure routine, huh?
Yes. Well, normally it would have been setting her hair, I suppose, but seeing she hasn't any hair, I had to think of something else.
Well, she has hair. Starting to grow out. And it's blonde. She dyes her hair.
Doesn't everybody?
I don't.
Women, you idiot. Everybody changes colour these days. It relieves the monotony.
And when are you becoming a brunette?
Why? Would it help?
I make no promises. I'll have to see you as a brunette before I buy you.
Oh, you like yourself, don't you? What makes you think I'm for sale?
I was speaking figuratively.
Ha.
Hey, here comes Sister along the corridor. On your way, Cleopatra.
And that's about all I can say at the moment, Doctor.
Well, unfortunately, Sergeant, negative answers aren't what we need in a case like this.
No, well, we'll just have to see what we can do with the out-of-town notices of missing persons. It'll take time, unless we're lucky.
Let's hope we are. I'm rather concerned over this case, Sergeant. I've had similar ones before, but usually you police come up with the answer pretty quickly.
That's because the patient turns out to be a local resident, Doctor. Somebody has an accident and somebody else reports them missing. Doesn't take long to put two and two together then. But your patient must be from out of town.
Apparently. But what puzzles me is the lack of identification in her clothing and personal effects. It's almost as though she tried to make herself unidentifiable.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. She just happened to be wearing clothes you could buy at stores all over the country. No name tags, but then the average person doesn't bother with names on his clothes. Unless they go to a laundry, of course.
Yes, but a handbag. I mean, you'd think there'd be a driving license, checkbook, something.
Perhaps she doesn't drive a car. And as for a checkbook or bank passbook even, not everybody carries things like that. People have charge accounts. Oh, no, nothing very unusual about this case, Doctor. Just unlucky that she can't be identified as one of the local missing persons. But we'll track her down, never you fear.
And I hope so. You'll let me know if you come up with anything.
I certainly will.
It could be important to her mental well-being, you know. Not doing her any good lying in bed day after day, wondering who she is.
No, I suppose it isn't. We'll do the best we can for you, Doctor. Now, I'd better be getting along. Nice of you to walk to the car with me.
I felt like a breath of fresh air anyway.
No, you've got the night for it. Very pleasant out. Well, good night. I'll keep in touch.
Right. Thank you, Sergeant.
Well, what have we going on here? Is this a beauty parlor?
It rather looks like it, doesn't it, Doctor?
Maybe we should run a little sideline. Might be profitable. How's your manicurist? Is she doing a good job?
She's very good. Nice touch. You see, Doctor, I'm not really appreciated around here.
I'll make a note of it. Well, you've finished already? I'm disappointed. I wanted to watch the process.
Figuring to learn something new, Doctor? In case people stop getting ill, you'd like to take up manicuring, perhaps?
As you see, nurses have very little respect for their betters.
Oh, I can't believe that. Nurse Powell was telling me what a good doctor you are.
Please, let's not talk about that. There'll be no living with him.
Well, what are you doing now, nurse? I thought you said you were finished.
You said I was finished. I didn't. I'm going to put the polish on now.
Oh, great. I might learn something after all.
Ready? Here.
It's very interesting. Oh, that's funny.
What is?
Well, why do you start with the thumb of the right hand and then do the little finger next?
I don't know. It's just the way the patient put out her hand, that's all.
Oh, how about that, miss? Why did you get her to put the polish on the little finger after doing the thumb?
Oh, why not? It's always done like that.
Is it now? Very interesting. And even more interesting, just how did you know when Nurse Powell didn't?
It's not a subject a man would know anything about.
No, maybe not. But it might be a subject a man might find out something about.
What do you mean?
Just what I said. Well, come on, nurse. It's time you got back to your normal duties. Well, me too, for that matter.
I hope I haven't disrupted the hospital routine.
Well, if you have, don't worry. Does a hospital routine good to be disrupted now and then? Well, thanks for letting me watch the operation.
It's a pleasure. Just as long as you don't ask me to watch one of your operations, Doctor.
I won't.
See you later. Right. And thanks again.
That's very interesting, you know.
What is?
That business of the fingers. The way she offered you the thumb first and then the little finger.
Well, I don't see what
And then with the left hand, she didn't. She offered the thumb followed by the first finger.
Are you going off your rocker, Bart? Seems a pretty trivial thing to get so worked up about.
Ah, but is it trivial? We don't know who that woman is. We have to call her Miss X. She has no idea who she is or what kind of a life she led before she came to the hospital.
Well, I can't imagine what having her nails done can have to do with it.
When I asked her why she offered the fingers in that order, she couldn't say. It just seemed to come naturally.
So what?
Suppose there was a reason for it.
Reason? I don't know
Suppose she was an expert on fingernails. And she knew that was the way they were to be done.
Well, I don't do my own that way.
Oh, yes, but that's not the same as putting polish on another person's, is it?
No, but...
You're not a trained manicurist, Sue. Like most women, you learn to fix your own nails, but you're not used to doing them for other women.
Well, Miss X seems satisfied with the way I did hers, so you needn't go
stop
on...
carrying on. I'm not knocking you. Well, can't you see what I'm getting at?
No.
Look, if it happens that the way Miss X got you to paint her nails is the way of an expert, a professional, then maybe that's what she is.
Say, maybe you have something. She's lost her memory, so she wouldn't realize she knew anything about manicuring.
That's right. Yes, but the mind plays funny tricks. The habit of doing the nails a certain way is almost like a reflex action. The brain retains that while losing conscious memory.
Well, it's a start. That is, if you're right about the nails being done that way by pros.
I can soon check on that. A phone call to one of the beauty salons is all that's necessary.
Just be careful what you say on the phone.
Hmm?
If they get the impression you're inquiring about having polish on your own nails, there could be some nasty gossip about Dr. Bart Lindsay.
What's that silly grin for, Bart?
Well, remember what you said about my being brilliant? That unpleasant crack you made?
Oh, heavens. What now?
You're going to eat your words. I'm certainly brilliant at something.
Your modesty is most becoming. Now, what incredible feat of medicine have you performed now?
Not medicine. A sort of Sherlock Holmes act.
Sherlock Holmes?
Mm-hmm. I have solved the problem of Miss X.
Oh?
She's a professional manicurist. Her name is Josephine Harrow.
Great Scott. And how did you find that out?
Elementary, my dear Watson. Nurse Powell was painting the patient's fingernails.
Painting her fingernails? What for?
Huh? Well, it was just a little kindness. Well, Doc, you know how it helps the morale of women patients to have their hair set. Well, since the op on her head, Miss X hasn't enough hair to set. So she asked for a manicure.
The usual thing is to send for a professional manicurist. Now, what the devil has Nurse Powell got to do with it?
Oh, now don't start a riot, Doc. Sue offered to do it for the patient. Miss X, or Miss Harrow, I should call her, likes Sue, and that was it.
The nurses in this hospital, Bart, have certain specific duties that should keep them extremely busy. Now, if we find that one of them has nothing more important to do than fiddle about giving manicures,
Doc,
well, then, it's time we examine the question of being overstaffed.
Doc, take it easy. Sue got my permission and Sister Verity's.
No?
She did this little favor in her own time, during her coffee break. And if Sue Powell goes without her coffee break to help somebody, I, for one, am not going to discourage her.
Well, all right, then. Yeah, well, get on with it. What about this manicuring business?
I noticed that the patient offered her nails for painting in a certain way. She couldn't explain why she did it just like that. So it occurred to me that it might be the way professionals are trained to work.
Uh-huh. And?
Well, I rang up one of the big beauty salons and spoke to one of the manicurists. She confirmed what I thought.
Which convinced you Miss X is a professional manicurist.
That's right.
And what about the name?
The name?
Well, you told me her name is Josephine something. How did you get hold of that?
Oh, yes, well, I rang all the beauty salons in town to see if one of their staff, a manicurist, was not at work.
Tell me, is the hospital paying for all these calls?
Oh, dear, what's making you so sour?
Well, I just don't see what...
It happens that I struck oil. There is a girl missing from one of the salons. A Miss Josephine Harrow. And from the description, it could easily be Miss X.
Which you're convinced it is.
Well, I am. Because thinking Miss Harrow might be homesick, I checked at her home address. She's disappeared.
Disappeared? That's ridiculous. You mean she's disappeared and her family haven't reported her missing with the police?
Well, she doesn't live with her family. It's just a lodging house where she has a room. Her rent's paid in advance, but she hasn't been there for some time.
I see.
In fact, the last time she was seen was the day before Miss X was knocked down by the car.
And nobody wonders where she is? Her employers, this beauty place, they haven't tried to find out where she's gone?
Well, they're pretty casual about such things. They say girls come and go all the time. And some of them even take other jobs without bothering to give notice or anything.
I see. Well, you seem to have made a pretty thorough job of your little investigation, Bart.
Brilliant, huh?
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as to say that.
Well, I'm just on my way to Miss X, Miss Harrow, to give her the good news. Oh, and some other girl from the salon who knows her is coming to see her tomorrow. She'll be able to identify her for sure.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. Just a second. Dr. Morgan. Oh, yes, Sergeant.
Well, I'll see you later, Doc. I'll go and see Miss Harrow.
Yes, I read about it, but I didn't know... Bart, what? Oh, confound the boy. Oh, no, Sergeant. I'm sorry. I was talking to somebody else. You were saying?
Well, Miss Harrow, I've some good news for you.
I beg your pardon, Doctor. What did you call me?
I called you by your name. You're Josephine Harrow.
Josephine Harrow, am I?
You surely are. You're a professional manicurist. You live at 33 Lovejoy Street, and you work at the Belle Coiffure Beauty Salon.
Good heavens.
Well?
That's astonishing. I have no recollection of anything like that. And the name...
But you have no recollection of any past, have you?
No, that's true.
So, why shouldn't you be Josephine Harrow?
No reason at all, I suppose. Josephine Harrow. Well, it's not a bad name to have, is it?
Very nice.
Professional manicurist. I don't feel like a manicurist.
Well, you will. Once you get back on the job, it'll all come back to you. Well, even now, it's obvious you haven't forgotten some of your professional tricks.
Oh?
Well, that's how I got onto this. Remember I remarked on the way you offered your hand for Sue to put the polish on?
Yes, that's right. You did say something about that.
Well, it occurred to me that might be the way an expert would do it. And from there, the rest was just a matter of checking up.
Now, it sounds very smart to me. So, that's what I am. Of course, it'll take a little getting used to.
Well, don't worry about it. Now that you really know who you are, you'll find other things will start to come back to you.
I hope so. It's rather uncanny feeling you have no past.
Well, it's only a matter of time. Oh, and by the way, one of your acquaintances from the salon will be up tomorrow to see you. Now, she'll make the identification complete.
Well, I owe you my thanks, Dr. Lindsay. It's quite a relief to know I am someone.
Yes, I guess it is. I'm very glad to have been able to help. Oh, here's Dr. Morgan. I was just congratulating Miss Harrow on being Miss Harrow, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Well, I imagine it's always a relief to be able to identify yourself, eh, Miss Harrow?
I was just saying that to Dr. Lindsay. It's funny. When he told me my name, it sounded strange at first, but even in a couple of minutes, I've started to get used to it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to meeting someone who knows me. Dr. Lindsay said one of the girls from the salon would be coming to the hospital tomorrow.
Yes, well, that's why I came down right away. I wouldn't want you to be disappointed.
Disappointed?
I've put off the girl's visit for a few days.
Oh, but...
Now, I want you to have time to get used to your identity again, you know?
Oh, but I want to see her. I want to be sure
Don't worry about it. Now, you must remember this sudden revelation has been a shock to your mind. A pleasant shock for the most part, but the mind needs time to get used to a thing like that.
Oh, well... If you say so.
Let's just take this step by step in easy stages. Time enough for you to have a visitor a little later.
All right. You're the doctor. But I can tell you I feel much better already. I was so afraid I might turn out to be something terrible.
Yes, you told me.
It's wonderful to think I'm just an ordinary person after all.
Of course. Well, now we must let you get some sleep. Enough excitement for one night. Come along, Doctor.
Right.
Thank you for everything, Dr. Lindsay. I can't tell you how grateful I am for your help.
The pleasure's all mine, Miss Harrow. It makes you feel good inside when you can do a thing like that for someone, Doc.
Yes? Well, let's see how good inside this makes you feel. That woman in there is not a professional manicurist, and her name is not Josephine Harrow. When I spoke to the police about her, it took them about 10 minutes to learn that Josephine Harrow had made a holiday observation on the day you say she disappeared. The first agency they rang was the right one.
Doc, you didn't tell the patient I was wrong. Why?
You'd already convinced her that she was this Miss Harrow. It's too early to upset her with the truth.
Yes, I guess it is. Except that if the truth's even better, I don't see why you... Hey, what about that manicuring business? Well, I mean, she acted like an expert.
Rubbish. She acted like a woman who was used to having her nails done at a salon, that's all.
Didn't think of that.
No, you got this bee in your bonnet about experts being the only ones to know that. And that bee has led you a merry dance, Bart. You've made quite a mess of this.
Oh, now take it easy, Doc. It can't be as bad as all that. I mean, if the patient is some well-to-do type who has manicures all the time, well, that's even better than being Miss Harrow.
Oh, she's well-to-do, all right. She's the widow of Dermot Shane.
Dermot Shane?
It was you who told me about his death. Now, what you didn't know, but what the local police have learned, is that she suffered a guilt complex about his death because it was her idea to have a swimming pool against his wishes.
Oh, brother. Yeah, but they didn't live here.
Apparently, she came here to disappear. She dyed her hair, she wore chain store clothes. She didn't want to be found because she felt she couldn't face her hometown friends.
I wondered why Shane bothered with all those parties and society functions when his heart was in his biology work. She was the one. She was the one who wanted to live it up.
And she felt his death was her fault. You were so eager to rush in and tell her who she is, Bart, but in a week or two, will you feel like telling her the truth? That she really is the terrible person she's afraid of being?
A casualty ward is like a great theater, but the players are drawn from real life, and not every story has a happy ending. So much depends on the night surgeon.
This is an Atlanta production written by Craig Jenkinson and directed by Jim Bradley.
Casualty ward, Dr. Lindsay speaking. Yes, I see. Yes, I've got it. Right, we'll be ready. Sounds like one for the night surgeon.
Night Surgeon. Dynamic dramas set against the background of a great city hospital.
This is it. Do you like it?
Yes. Yes, it looks a very comfortable apartment, Dick.
For a bachelor it is. It lacks the touch of a woman's hand, of course. But, and darling, you'll be able to help me there, won't you?
Dick, I should be getting home.
I've only just arrived. What's the matter?
I don't know. Suddenly it just seems sort of cheap or something.
Cheap? You couldn't call this apartment cheap, Anne. It costs a fortune.
You know I don't.
Look, I thought we'd settled all that. You agreed you don't owe Noel anything?
Nevertheless, I am his wife.
Yes, the wife of the great Noel Warren, captain of industry. So what? He treats you like something a cat dragged in, and yet you feel you owe him some kind of loyalty.
I didn't say that.
I know you didn't say it. Because we talked it all over, and you don't want to go back on your word. But you still can't help feeling a kind of loyalty, now can you?
No, it isn't like that at all. It's just that, well, like this sneaking up to your apartment.
We came up just to have a drink. Now, what's wrong with that?
Dick, don't make fun of me.
I'm not. I said a drink. I meant it. Well, now, what would you like? Scotch?
Oh, yes, all right. Anything.
No, it's funny. I never thought you'd turn out to be such a Puritan.
Neither did I. At least I suppose I didn't expect to feel the way I do.
Which is?
Dick, you say you love me. If that's so, how can you really be satisfied with...
Well, darling, I wouldn't say I'm exactly satisfied with it, but if you're a man and in love with a woman, you'd understand just how urgent the feeling can be.
I don't understand you men at all. I don't see how love can be associated with some hole-in-the-corner existence.
You say now we'll never give you your freedom. Well, what else is there for us, then? Here, come on. Drink this. You'll feel better.
Thanks. I don't quite know how to put it to you, Dick, but I'm not sure that...
Well, not sure of what?
That I want my freedom. From no one, I mean.
Oh. That is what you really want? What the devil? There must be someone in the bedroom. How the devil could that be?
Dick, be careful.
Are you there? What are you doing here? Hey, come back, you pound-old
Dick!
Now he got away.
Who did?
Well, a burglar, I'd say. We must have disturbed him when we arrived. He was hiding in the bedroom.
But how did he get away? This is the first floor.
He jumped from the balcony. Had a grab at him and missed. Well, the mogul going after the blighter, he disappeared into the shadows. Seemed to have hurt himself, though. Limping badly. He's already a cripple.
I got such a fright when he made that noise. Dick. I just thought that he must have heard us talking.
What of it?
Well, you mentioned my name, Noel's name. Noel is very well known in this town. He forgot about that I'd been here in your apartment.
What are you talking about? Do you imagine that some rotten burglar's going to be in a position to spread gossip about you? For heaven's sake, the man will have enough on his mind just escaping from here. After all, it's not as though it was one of our crowd in that room.
Oh, no. I suppose it's all right, but
Come on, darling. Get rid of that drink and I'll take you home. It's pretty obvious that you're not in the mood for any more excitement tonight.
Easy does it now. Just ease down into the chair. Careful. Yeah?
Whew. Lucky I made it, eh?
I can't think how you did. Your leg's probably broken. You shouldn't have been walking round on it at all.
Oh, I wasn't actually, you know. I'll tell you how it happened. I live alone, see? And I was inside the house, minding my own business, and all of a sudden I hear this meowing outside.
Meowing? You mean a cat?
That's right, a cat. Caught in the barbed wire on the top of my garden wall, see? And my place is rather old-fashioned-like. There's a big wall round it, 12 feet high it is, with barbed wire on top.
I see.
Well, I couldn't stand the yowling and meowing of this cat, see? So I got my ladder and I went out on the footpath to get it down. I had to go outside, couldn't get at it from inside.
So you climbed the ladder and fell off.
Got the cat loose all right. And it scratched me. That's gratitude, that is. And I fell. Tried to get up and just managed it. I was feeling pretty poorly by that time, I can tell you.
I'll bet you were.
Anyway, along came this empty taxi cab, see? So I yelled out and he came over and gave me a hand. And that's how I got into the hospital.
Well, you were certainly lucky that
What's this, nurse? New case?
Yes, Doctor. This is Mr. Fisher. Probable fracture of the leg. He fell off a ladder.
I see. Well, let's have that trouser leg off. Mind if we cut it off, Mr. Fisher? It's badly torn anyway.
You go ahead, Doctor. What's a trouser leg between friends, eh? Ow! Ooh, it's mighty sore now.
Well, I'll give you something for the pain in a minute. I want to see the leg first.
It's okay. I can take it, as the saying is. Listen, Doctor, if I have to stay here, can I have one of them rooms with a telephone in it? You know, a private room, like?
Certainly, if you feel like paying for it.
Oh, that's no trouble. Money's no problem to me. I've got a big deal coming up, I have. Oh, and I have 40 quid on me right now, so I should be good for the room, eh?
All ready, Doctor.
Oh, good. Let's see.
Say, it'll be doing things in style, eh? Lying in a hospital bed, being waited on by all the pretty nurses, doing all my business by telephone. That's the life for me.
Hello?
Is that Mrs. Warren? Mrs. Noel Warren?
Speaking.
I'm glad I caught you at 8 this morning, Mrs. Warren.
Who is this?
Well, it's a friend, eh? A friend who'd like to do you a good turn.
Look, if you won't tell me who you are, I'm afraid I shall have to hang up.
Oh, don't do that, Mrs. Warren. If you do, I'll have to ring your husband up at his office. Now, you wouldn't want me to do that, would you?
What are you talking about?
About you and a gentleman named, Dick Sterling.
What?
You know, I broke my leg jumping off that balcony last night. Very awkward. And I made it worse by trying to walk on it. I'll be in hospital for several days, they tell me. Very awkward indeed.
You're the man who...
I won't discuss it over the telephone, if you don't mind, Mrs. Warren. private business, as you might say. Very expensive business. Should be worth every bit of 5,000 quid, I should say, wouldn't you?
I don't understand.
Oh, yes, you do. Now, you may think I'm a bit of a talker the way I'm going on over the telephone, but I can tell you I know how to shut up when it's worth my while. I mean, there are some chaps who'd be ringing your husband right away.
No, don't do that.
Oh, I'm glad you're hearing me loud and clear, as the saying is, Mrs. Warren. We understand each other.
Look, if you will promise...
Now, don't get in a panic. I'll tell you what to do. You come and see me at the hospital.
But I'll be busy all day.
Oh, tonight then. You do have quite a bit of spare time at night, don't you, Mrs. Warren? You come and see me tonight. Central Hospital. Fisher's the name. Oh, and don't come empty-handed, will you?
But I don't know that I'll be able to raise it.
You just do like I say, Mrs. Warren, and everything will be all right, see? Tonight then. We'll have a nice long chat. In private.
Anne Warren.
What? Oh, good evening, Henry.
Well, by all that's wonderful, what brings you to the hospital?
Oh, I'm just visiting someone, you know.
Well, that's a relief. I thought for a moment you might have... Well, how are you? It's a long time since I was able to ask.
No, I'm fine, thanks, Henry. I'm just fine. And you?
Oh, a few more grey hairs, a few more wrinkles. Otherwise, pretty much the same, you know.
Noah was talking about you just the other day.
Mm-hmm.
He was saying we must have you to dinner some night. I'm sure we could fit you nicely into one of our groups. Between two attractive women, perhaps.
Oh, poor old Noel's still trying to marry me off, eh? Yes, what little plot won't work, and you can tell him.
I didn't try to explain that. As you're on night duty, dinner party's out.
Yes, that's true.
But you know my husband as well as I do. He's a bad listener. Always making arrangements and giving instructions, but he never listens to anybody.
Oh, you're so right. Well, it's delightful to see you again anyway, Anne. Perhaps if you like to change that dinner party to a luncheon, I might get around to accepting.
I'll keep that in mind.
Good. Well, I must run along. I'm on my way to the theatre for an op. You're visiting someone, you said. Anyone I know?
No, I shouldn't think so. A man named Fisher.
Fisher? Oh, yes, he came in with a broken leg. Said he fell... Oh, but wait on. He can't be the one you're looking for, though.
Why?
Well, he'd hardly fit into one of your groups, as you call them.
Oh, yes, I see what you mean. Well, no, he's not exactly a friend. He's a one-time employee.
Oh.
He used to be my mother's gardener before I was married. He was with us for years. He retired, but he's kept in touch since then.
Well, lucky man.
Lucky?
Well, to retire so young, he wouldn't be more than 45.
Well, I mean, he retired from gardening. I believe he has a small business or something. He was very good to Mother, so when I heard he was in hospital...
Well, bad news travels fast, it seems. I must leave you, Anne. Excuse me for dashing off. Let me know about the luncheon.
Yes, I will, Henry.
Well, it's not quite what I told you, is it now, Mrs. Warren?
2,000 is all I could lay my hands on at such short notice. As it is, I'll have to make up some story for my husband, and it's not going to be easy.
Well, that's your problem, isn't it?
Fisher, you've got to be reasonable.
Mr. Fisher, if you don't mind, seeing as we're business partners, so to speak.
I will get the rest of the money, but you've got to give me time.
I suppose you weren't silly enough to talk to the police, eh?
The police? Of course not.
Very sensible. I mean, you wouldn't want to go getting smart, perhaps reporting me as a burglar who broke into Mr. Sterling's apartment, because then I'd just have to tell everybody what I heard there, wouldn't I?
You mustn't do that.
Well, I don't want to, of course, but I hope I'm not going to have trouble with you, Mrs. Warren. Tears and arguments and all that. That'd be very irritating, that would.
I have told you.
You see, I'm giving up a good career making this little arrangement with you. I was pretty good at my work, you know, even if I do say so I shouldn't. I took a long time spying out the lie of the land at Mr. Sterling's place before I did the job.
Well, you can't say you were very clever there. You nearly got caught.
Ah, but that was because he broke his habit. He came home earlier than usual. That's because you were with him. And he thought it might be nicer to, well, we won't go into that. Ah, well, cherchez la famille, as the French say. Women, they're trouble.
You won't have any trouble with me. as long as you keep your word and say nothing about my being in that apartment.
Oh, I'm sure of that, Mrs. Warren. In fact, I'm counting on it. It'll be nice to have a steady income for my old age.
Good evening, Mr. Fisher.
Oh, good evening, Doctor. Here we are again, eh?
Here we are again. How's the leg? Pain gone?
Oh, my word, yes. Felt good when I woke this morning. And no trouble since. No trouble at all.
Good. Well, we'll have you up and managing to get about in a day or two. Have to keep the plaster on, of course.
I expect I will. That's understandable.
I believe you had a visitor this evening.
Visitor?
Yes, Mrs. Warren.
You know her?
Oh, yes. Practically everybody in town knows the Noel Warrens, of course.
I suppose so, but you don't know her real well, eh?
Not particularly well, no. Not as well as you do, I imagine.
Me?
Yes. After all, she visits you. That must mean that...
Well, no. Matter of fact, I met her only last night, you know.
Last night?
When I broke my leg. She was driving past in her car, and she stopped to see if I needed help.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, but everything was all right because I just hailed this taxi cab and the driver helped me, see?
And just because of having seen the accident, Mrs. Warren came here to visit you?
That's right. Charming lady, I must say. Very nice of her to drop in. Said she'd come again, too.
Well, that was certainly very nice of her, as you say. You're a lucky man, Mr. Fisher.
Lucky?
Well, to have so charming a lady take an interest in you.
Oh, that. Oh, my word, you're right there. Must be my fatal charm, as the saying is, eh?
Might have known this is where I'd find you, Bud.
Oh, hi, Doc. Take a pew. Why would Anne Warren be visiting a stupid creep like Fisher?
I don't know. That's what I've been wondering myself.
Oh, Doc, are you sure that
I met her on the way in. She wasn't quite so upset then, but she said some very odd things. At least they seem odd to me now.
So?
I've always felt a bit sorry for her, you know. I mean, Noel's a friend of mine, very decent chap, but I suspect he makes a terrible husband.
You suspect?
Well, he treats her so casually. Always has done, as far as I know. Swept her off her feet when he was courting her, got married, and that was that.
He's a good bit older than she is, isn't he?
Yes, he is. But not too old to learn, I hope. Otherwise, their marriage could end up a flop.
And what does that last bit mean? That,
Oh, well, it means that I think I'll take a run out to the Warrens' place when we knock off. I'm just enough older than Anne and her husband to have a fatherly talk with her.
There we are, Henry. Made with my own fair hands, just for you.
I'm sure it'll be the best coffee I ever tasted.
Black or white?
Well, on a lovely day like this, I'm going to ask for cream. I think I see cream, don't I?
You do? Cream it is, then. And to what, said she demurely, do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
To get straight to the point, you're going to see Fisher. Sorry, I've made you spill it. Here, let me.
No, it doesn't matter. Just leave it. I have spare cups here.
You're upset?
No. I'm perfectly all right.
Better put down the coffee pot, Anne. I fear we're not going to enjoy coffee right now anyway. That's better.
Henry, just what is this? I don't see that you have the right...
Perhaps I don't. But I've known you and Noel for some years now, and I'm rather fond of you both.
Well, that sounds very nice, I'm sure.
Do you feel like telling me why you went to see Fisher?
I did tell you. He was my mother's gardener.
Was he? Odd that he doesn't remember it.
Doesn't remember?
No. He said he never met you before he had the accident.
Oh.
And perhaps you should have warned him about the story you gave me. Well?
Henry, please. I can't explain it. Don't ask me.
Would you rather I ask Noel?
No.
No, I thought not. Is this man Fisher blackmailing you, Anne?
Why, how could you possibly know that?
Just a shrewd guess, actually. There could have been other explanations, but then I heard you were upset when you left the hospital, and you told me such a bold lie about knowing the man.
Henry, I've been nearly out of my mind with worry. I didn't know what to do. But Noel must never know. Look, if you have any friendship for me at all, you mustn't tell him.
What's the basis of this blackmail?
I can't tell you.
I'm sorry, my dear, but you're going to have to.
All right. Fisher is a burglar. It was my bad luck that he broke into a man's apartment the night I went there. He overheard us talking. Names were mentioned. He broke his leg escaping from the apartment. Dick tried to catch him.
Dick?
Dick Sterling. I don't think you know him. And I won't be seeing him anymore anyway.
And it wasn't very serious?
It wasn't serious at all, not really. Oh, I had some sort of a crush on Dick. I was lonely. Well, you know how Noel is. His wife is almost certain to be lonely. And the temptation to look elsewhere for affection is...
But you didn't love this man?
No. That night, there was nothing to it. We just had a drink and then he drove me home. I'd never done anything like that before. I never will again.
You know what you're going to have to do, don't you?
Do? I don't...
You asked me not to tell Noel. But you're going to have to tell him.
That's the whole story, Noel. Exactly the way it happened.
I see. Yes, it's quite a story. You're sure you didn't make it up?
Make it up? As if any woman would make up such a thing.
I just wondered.
Anyway, now you know. I expect you'll want a divorce.
Do you? Why do you expect that?
Why? Well, I mean, what do you...
You've been careful to point out that this escapade was quite innocent. You said you're not in love with this... what's his name again?
Dick Sterling.
Oh, yes. I don't know him, do I?
No.
Anyway, you say you're not in love with him and that you never were. You went to his apartment for drinks, you had a drink and came home.
That's right.
Well, it's hardly grounds for divorce there, my dear.
Not if you believe me. No.
Then why shouldn't I believe you?
I don't know. I just thought that, well, most husbands would suspect that there was more to it than that.
I'm not most husbands. Mind you, I don't mind saying that I find this blackmail story a bit much.
It's true. Every word of it. This man, Fisher, he's in the hospital right now.
Yes, you told me.
He was there. He heard us talking. Your name was mentioned.
Well, as I say, I believe you, Anne. After all, I don't think you're in the habit of lying to me. No. I'm glad you decided to tell me instead of paying this fellow off.
You're glad?
Yes. Well, it wouldn't do to have some disgusting creature like him bleeding us white over a silly thing like this, would it?
But, Noel, I don't understand. You're not even angry. I thought that
You thought I'd run screaming up the wall and call you all kinds of names, eh?
Well, it seemed to be the kind of thing that... Oh, I'm sorry, Noel, I didn't mean to insult you, but... You're not exactly the most tolerant of men about certain things.
No, I'm not. But then you've been honest with me about this whole thing, which must have taken some doing. Then, of course, I have to consider how much of it is really my own fault.
Your fault?
Yes. Look, Anne, what say we forget all this nonsense and make a clean start, eh? We could even try a second honeymoon. I've heard it works wonders in cases like this.
Say, how are the Warrens managing, I wonder?
Very well. Perhaps they'll manage even better than before.
Oh, you think so?
I do.
You said you persuaded Anne to tell Noel about her little indiscretion.
So I did.
Well, I'll bet you £1 she loses her nerve. Noel's pretty rough with people who cross him up.
She has already told him the whole story.
Well, she has?
And Noel took it like a lamb. Told her he appreciated her honesty and said she should forget the whole thing.
For Pete's sake, is he sick or something?
Not really. You see, Anne Warren doesn't know it, but somebody went to Noel and told him she'd cooked up a little scheme to make him jealous.
A what?
The idea was that if she pretended someone was blackmailing her over some fictitious indiscretion, then Noel would realize how he'd been neglecting her.
Oh, you mean he'd think his neglect must have forced her to have a flirtation with another man?
That's right. So, believing it was all an invention, Noel could afford to be big-hearted and tell Anne it didn't matter.
Yes, I guess he could.
Of course, he had to pretend to believe her, otherwise it might have been embarrassing, showing her up as a liar.
Well, now I've heard the lot. Just a second. Somebody went to Noel, you said?
That's right.
Yeah, but who? I mean, who knew all about this, other than... Oh, no.
Hey, look out! Huh? Now, don't try to look at me, Bart. Keep your eyes on the road. We'll have a crack up for sure.
Oh, you should worry. Nothing could ever happen to you, Doc. Not with that outsized halo you're wearing.
A casualty ward is like a great theater, but the players are drawn from real life, and not every story has a happy ending. So much depends on the night surgeon.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Well, if any new fad comes along, you may be sure that Gracie will fall for it. Her latest enthusiasm is handwriting analysis, and we find her now telling her friend Blanche Morton all about it.
I tell you, Blanche, it's absolutely uncanny. This man can tell you all about yourself just by looking at your handwriting.
You don't say?
Yes. All I did was send him my signature, and he told me the most intimate thing.
What'd he tell you?
He said, you are a woman.
No.
Yes. That's all he tells you for $1. Then you send in more money, and he tells you more.
Gracie, if you ask me, this handwriting expert is a charlatan.
Yeah, isn't he wonderful?
I mean, you shouldn't send him any more money.
Oh, but wait till you hear what happened when I sent him George's handwriting. He analyzed it and decided that George shouldn't be in radio.
I was wrong. Send him more money.
Oh, I will. He said George's writing showed that he had the delicate, sensitive hands of a surgeon.
A surgeon?
Uh-huh. That's a doctor who wears a mask and carries a knife.
Thanks.
Just think, George is a surgeon and doesn't know it. Blanche, are you busy this morning?
No, why?
Would you let George operate on you just to get the feel of it?
Gracie, you don't just suddenly become a doctor. It'd be years before George could open up an office.
Well, I don't care about an office. I want him to open up people.
I mean, he has to study to become a doctor.
Well, that won't take George long. His natural instinct is to be a doctor. He's only stayed in show business because he had to give me a job. That's the only reason he's in show business.
What?
It's true. I've heard dozens of people say, if it weren't for Gracie, George wouldn't be in show business.
Yes, but what they meant was...
It's my fault, Blanche. My fault that George isn't a doctor. So it's up to me to release his natural instinct. And you can help me.
He's not going to carve on me.
Uh-oh. I hear him coming down for breakfast. Now, when he walks in, you act like a patient, and we'll see how he reacts. Stick out your tongue and all that.
Well, I'll do it, but it's silly.
Here he is.
Good morning, dear. Oh, hello, Blanche.
George, take a good close look at Blanche.
Before breakfast?
Yes.
Okay. Well, right back to you.
George, Blanche did that to show you how she feels.
Well, I feel the same way about her.
Don't you think she looks a little peaked?
Yes, her head is very peaked.
Give him another look, Blanche. What do you think she should take?
Arsenic.
Write that down, Blanche.
I told you this was silly, Gracie. I'll see you later.
What kind of a routine was that?
Well, did it stir something deep inside of you?
Yeah, but I'm going to try to eat anyway.
Very well, Doctor.
What? Doctor?
Well, how does that sound to you, dear? You like me to call you a doctor?
Yeah, but you better call one for yourself, too. What's this all about?
Well, I sent your handwriting in to be analyzed, and you're in the wrong business. You have the hands of a surgeon.
What?
Your handwriting has revealed the inner you, the real George Burns. You were never meant to be an actor. That's why people laugh at you. Become a surgeon, put on a mask, and they'll stop laughing.
Gracie, you have to go to school to be a doctor. You have to go to school for 8 years.
Well, then you're practically a doctor. You've already gone to school for 7 years.
Now, look, just because some handwriting expert said that I was supposed to be a doctor, that doesn't make it so.
Oh, I took no chances, George. I checked it to make sure.
Checked it? How?
By numerology.
Oh, well, that makes it authentic, yeah.
Well, sure. You see, your name, George, and Doctor, Doctor, both have 6 letters. That means you vibrate with a doctor.
There are also 6 letters in Dancer. Suppose I vibrate with a dancer.
Well, you better not let me catch you.
Gracie, listen to me. Even if all this hokum were true, I couldn't become a doctor now. I'm too old.
How old are you?
I'm 10 years older than you are.
Since when is 29 too old?
I'm too old to go to school.
But think of the thrill of being a great doctor. I can see you now performing a delicate operation. Maybe a brain operation. Maybe on me.
If I thought there was a chance of that, I'd go to school.
Oh, good. A few months of schooling and you'll be a great doctor. Why, you can be Johns Other Hopkins.
Forget it, honey. Show business is my racket. Listen.
Oh, how do Mr. and Mrs. Audience? It is now my time to perform, and I'll present to you a little review in style, originality, and form.
That's what I've been giving people for years.
Well, so now become a doctor and make them well.
Gracie, I've tried to be patient and explain things to you. Now I've had enough. Understand?
Yes, dear.
I don't want to hear any more about this doctor business.
Yes, dear.
I'm going down to the cigar store. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Oh, no.
I knew George wouldn't go for it, Gracie.
Well, Blanche, I still say all he needs is to have his doctor instinct aroused. And that's why I dropped by. I'm on my way to the hospital.
The hospital?
Well, I'm going to offer George his services. Once he gets inside and smells the ether, boom.
You mean he'll be like a bird dog who smells a bird?
Yeah, or a police dog who smells the police. Then he'll go to school and become a doctor. Oh, I'll be so proud of him.
Gracie, doctors are wonderful, but I don't think George will ever be one.
He will, too. Oh, I can see him now, dashing around in his delivery trunk, delivering babies. Relieving suffering, giving tall people high pose and short people low pose. You know, George might even discover a new germ.
Oh, Gracie.
Well, they discover new ones every day, like that germ that makes people drunk.
What germ makes people drunk?
Streptococcus.
Gracie, George couldn't even be a witch doctor.
He could, too. You just bring him a sick witch. Well, I'll see you later, Blanche. I've got to get to the hospital.
May I help you?
Oh, how do you do? This is the largest hospital in town, isn't it?
Yes, this is the general hospital.
Well, I'd like to speak to the head man. Is the general in?
There's no general here.
Oh, well, then I'll speak to the private.
There's no private either.
There must be. His name is right on that door. Private ward.
Miss.
If he's busy, I'll talk to someone even lower. Lieutenant.
We have no military personnel here. Perhaps I could help you.
Well, I want to offer my husband services.
Is he a doctor?
Well, he's going to be. That's why I want him to work here.
I see. Has he taken medicine?
Tons of it.
Perhaps you'd better talk to Dr. Powell. He's the hospital superintendent. You'll find him in the experimental laboratory down the hall.
Thank you.
How's your experiment coming along, Dr. Powell?
Well, I've gone as far as I can, Dr. Reynolds. I've tested this serum on guinea pigs and monkeys, but I can't find a man to volunteer for a test.
Exactly. What will the serum do?
Well, if it works, you live to be 100.
And if it doesn't?
No one knows. That's why I can't get a volunteer. I've advertised in the paper. I've offered money. There doesn't seem to be any man brave enough to risk it.
Maybe you can find a condemned criminal who...
I'm in.
Dr. Powell?
Yeah?
I'd like to offer my husband services.
Ah, at last a volunteer.
You can use them, huh?
Oh, yes. Sit down and let's fill out these vital statistics. Name?
George Burns.
Sex? Oh, but I know what that is.
Well, you should. You're a doctor.
Yes. What's his height?
5'8", or 5'10" after a poker game.
5'10" after a poker game?
Well, he tiptoes in so I won't hear him.
I see. Weight?
Now, I'm not sure what it is now. Sometimes he weighs as little as 140 and sometimes as much as 170.
Well, I'll put it somewhere around the middle.
Oh, good. That's where he puts most of it.
Where was he born?
In New York. He was raised on Pitt Street.
I see. He grew up on the east side.
He's no freak. He grew up on both sides.
Yeah. Now, one question about his physical condition. Are his nerves steady?
I don't know. The rest of him wobbles quite a bit.
Well, I'll substitute another question. How long has he been married to you?
15 years.
Steady nerves. Mrs. Burns, send your husband right over. We'll be waiting for him.
Oh, all right. Just one thing, Doctor. Be sure to let him smell plenty of ether.
Well, I really prefer to give him some local anesthetic.
Well, I don't care where it's made. Just give him plenty of it.
Gracie, I just had to run by and see how your plan to make George a doctor is working out.
Oh, I thought you'd be anxious to hear about it, Blanche.
Oh, sure, I'm all ears.
Well, don't worry. When George is a doctor, he'll trim them down for you. And that won't be long now. I got him a job at the General Hospital so he can smell the ether.
What kind of a job?
Well, I don't know. It's in the experimental laboratory.
Well, gee, that's where they work with microbes and bacteria. I hope George doesn't bring any home.
Oh, Blanche, you know he wouldn't steal.
What will George say about this job?
Oh, I won't tell him about the job. I'll trick him into going to the hospital, and his instinct will do the rest.
Well, you better start tricking. Here he comes up the walk.
Now, watch how I handle him, Blanche.
Hello, dear.
Hello, George. Well, aren't you going to speak to Blanche?
Oh, sure.
That's nice. Well, as I was saying, Blanche, this doctor wanted George to sing at the General Hospital, and I said, well, doctor, he hasn't got time
Wait a minute. At the General Hospital? Sing? Me?
No, please, dear, I'm talking to Blanche. So I said, my husband is much too busy to sing at a hospital. Why
Hold it. Somebody wanted me to sing, and you turned them down?
Yes. Yeah, Dr. Powell called from the General Hospital. He seems to think your singing would help the patient.
Well, he's right.
I've been writing her a letter to Virginia where I met her. And now I feel better, 'cause I know I'm going home.
You see, Gracie, a voice like mine is soothing. It eases pain. It's like a shot of morphine.
You're not kidding.
Who to morphine? When George gets to the hospital, they'll have a real dope.
Yeah, now, where'll I find us, Dr. Powell?
Well, in the experimental laboratory.
Well, don't expect me back until late. I'll probably do about 8 or 9 of my routine. I'll see you later.
I'm writing her a letter
Oh, you know, I hated to trick him, Blanche, but it's worth it. Someday he'll be a great surgeon.
That'll be the first time a ham ever did the carving.
Have you got my serum ready, Dr. Reynolds?
Yes, Dr. Powell.
Good. Mr. Burns should be here soon.
Gee, I can't understand why a married man would be willing to take such a risk.
I can. I talked to his wife.
Well, if he shows up, he's the bravest man I've ever seen. Why, this serum could...
Come in.
Dr. Powell?
Yes?
I'm George Burns. Understand you want me for a little routine.
Ah, did you hear that, Dr. Reynolds? What a magnificent understatement. Ah, you're a brave man, Mr. Burns.
Well, I used to get nervous, but I'm an old hand at this. I've been through the mill.
Yes, you do look like you've been used frequently.
Yeah, I'm a veteran. I can do anything.
Well, I think you'll find today's job a little different.
That's right, Mr. Burns. You're taking the place of Powell's guinea pigs.
That's okay. I once took the place of Madame Burkhart's cockatoos. That's the time I laid an egg.
Hey, you can do anything.
I whistle, too, you know.
Well, before we start, let's check your condition. Dr. Reynolds, would you take his pulse count?
Certainly. 1.
Do we have to bother with this? I'm raring to go.
Oh, we admire your spirit, Mr. Burns, but you must realize that you might die.
Not with my material.
Well, of course, we do have hope.
Hope? You better put me on ahead of him. He's tough to follow.
Oh, what a man. Jesting at a time like this.
2.
By the way, Doctor, where do we do this at?
Oh, right here in the experimental laboratory. It's our largest room.
Good. I like a big audience.
Is it all right with you if all available doctors and nurses watch the performance?
Sure. Be glad to hand them a thrill.
I'm writing her a letter.
Mr. Burns.
Virginia, where I'm at her.
Mr. Burns.
And now I feel better, 'cause I know I'm going home.
Mr. Burns, we can postpone this if you're in pain.
I feel great.
3.
3 already? I must be nervous. My pulse is fast today.
Hi, Gracie. So how come you're going in the hospital?
Oh, hello, Bill. I'm going in to visit George.
What's the matter with him?
Oh, he isn't a patient here. He's inside smelling the ether.
What for?
Well, I'm trying to get him out of radio.
Well, I won't do it. He's still in radio, and he's been smelling up the ether for years.
No. You don't understand. You see, George is meant to be a doctor, so I got him a job in the experimental laboratory. Come on in and see him.
Oh, okay, Gracie. I love to go into hospitals, you know. I always catch something.
You like that?
Well, sure. You ought to see the nurse I caught yesterday. Well, come on, let's go.
Just a moment. Where are you going?
Well, we're going to the experimental laboratory.
I'm sorry. They're about to conduct an experiment. You can't go in now.
But it's important.
I have strict orders. No one admitted to the laboratory but doctors and nurses.
Oh, did you hear that, Doctor?
Yeah. Come on, nurse.
Wait a minute. Are you a doctor?
Oh, sure. Dr. Goodwin, Hollywood's fastest operator.
Where do you operate?
Well, mostly at Griffith Park.
Griffith Park?
Yes, he does a lot of cutting up there. Come on, Doctor.
One moment, Mr. Goodwin. I've seen you around this hospital before. You were chasing one of our young nurses.
Oh, well, yes, I wanted to have a consultation with her.
That's ridiculous. The girl was just a beginner. She'd had no experience.
Oh, no? Then why did she run?
Yes.
Just a minute. I can't believe that he's a doctor. I doubt if he'd know a sore throat from a maternity case.
Oh, you're wrong. Maternity cases are his specialty. Well, just yesterday, he cured a man who had a very bad case of maternity.
Well, I tell you, what she means is that this expectant father was very nervous, you see. The poor guy was pacing the floor saying, will it be a boy or a girl? Will it be a boy or a girl? Then I walked out and handed him that little gift from heaven, and when he saw what it was, he cried, hallelujah, just what I wanted.
What was it?
A cup of Maxwell House coffee. I always give it to anxious fathers. There's nothing like a steaming, fragrant cup of delicious Maxwell House to set you right.
But what about the man's wife? What did she have?
Well, she had a cup of Maxwell House, too. Everybody gets it who's a patient of Dr. William Goodwin, MMB.
MMB.
Manizales, Medellin, Bucaramanga. You see, Maxwell House is a blend of choice Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to the peak of flavor perfection. Good to the last drop.
Mr. Goodwin, I've heard enough. You're not a doctor, and you can leave this hospital.
Oh, come on. Let us go into the experimental laboratory. We just want to see my husband, Mr. Burns.
Why, he's the man who's being experimented on. They're giving him a new serum. And if it works, he'll live to be 100 years old.
Oh, well, gee, no wonder they picked George. They won't have to wait long to see if it works. Well, I'll be running along, Gracie. Tell him hello for me.
But did you say they're experimenting on Mr. Burns?
Yes. Dr. Powell is making a guinea pig out of him.
Well, I've got to stop him. I don't want a husband who oinks.
I'm sorry, you can't disturb the experiment.
Well, Mr. Burns, we're just about ready to begin.
Swell.
How is his pulse count, Dr. Reynolds?
I'm still taking it. 7.
That will be enough. Our audience is assembled, so let's get started. Mr. Burns, will you remove your clothes?
That's not the kind of act I do, Doc. You should have gotten Gypsy Rose Lee.
Oh, what courage, joking right up to the last minute.
Mr. Burns, time is short. Take your clothes off.
Well, do I have to?
Yes.
Well, okay if you insist, but shouldn't we save that for a sock finish? I can't top that with ain't misbehaving. What? Look, let me routine it for you, Doc. I'll open like this.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving. I'm happy on the show, babe.
Mr. Burns.
Don't talk to
Mr.
Saving
Burns.
my love. Oh, baby, love for you. Really saving love for you. I know.
Well, then I'll go into my Frisco step. I brought my derby hat.
Mr. Burns, remove your clothes.
Well, okay, but at least give me a fan.
Mrs. Burns, I've explained that you cannot go into the experimental laboratory and interrupt Dr. Powell.
But it's my fault that my poor husband is in there. He doesn't know what he's getting into.
I have strict orders.
Oh, my appendix. Quick, take me to Dr. Powell.
He won't remove your appendix.
He already did. I want it put back.
Oh, I'm sorry, that won't get you in.
No, huh? Oh, let me go in there quick. I'm going to have a baby.
In the experimental laboratory?
Well, yes, this is my first one, and it's an experiment.
Mrs. Burns, it's no use.
Well, look, tell the doctor to give me the serum. I love George. I can't let anything happen to him. Let me take his place.
Bad, Dr. Powell.
Yes, a shame it didn't work out.
Well, don't let one failure discourage you.
I'll try again, Dr. Reynolds.
Oh, Dr. Powell.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Burns.
Is it over?
Yes, it's all over.
How is my husband?
Mrs. Burns, I hate to tell you this, but...
But what?
Your husband is as nutty as a fruitcake.
Did you give him the serum?
No, we couldn't catch him. He's in there running around with nothing on but a derby hat singing Ain't Misbehavin'.
Oh, my goodness. He is crazy. He looks all in a derby hat. Oh, I better take him right home. Oh, good night, dear. Happy dreams. Oh. George, you're mad at me because I tried to make you a doctor.
Oh, how can I stay mad? You did offer to take my place when you found out the experiment was dangerous.
Well, sure, I love you.
Well, you wouldn't love me so much if I were a doctor. Their wives get no romance.
No burning kisses?
No, sir. Doctors don't have time for that. All a doctor's wife gets is a fast peck on the cheek.
Well, then I'm glad you're an entertainer. Good night, dear.
Good night.
George, kiss me again.
Okay.
Good night, Doctor.
Family Theater in just a moment. But first, an invitation to listen in on Mutual's Party Line every Saturday night for programs the whole family will enjoy. Comedy of Ayres gives you a zany hell of hilarity as contestants try to spot Jack Bailey's deliberate mix-ups. The favorite parlor quiz, 20 Questions, brings the animal, vegetable, and mineral game, New Sparkle, as the experts and guest Kai Gibby try to identify Bill Slater's subject in only 20 questions. And Chicago Theater of the Air sends a full hour of the world's favorite music singing your way. For family party night listening, tune to Mutual every Saturday night for Comedy of Errors, 20 Questions, and Chicago Theater of the Air.
Family Theater presents Claudette Colbert, Robert Ryan, and Jane Wyatt. From Hollywood, the Mutual Network, in cooperation with Family Theater, presents Robert Ryan and Jane Wyatt in The Lady with the Lamp. To introduce the drama, your hostess, Claudette Colbert.
Thank you, Tony Lafrano. Family Theater's only purpose is to bring to everyone's attention a practice that must become an important part of our lives if we are to win peace for ourselves, peace for our families, and peace for the world. Family Theater urges you to pray. Pray together as a family.
What a comfort it is to see her. She speaks to one and nods and smiles to many more. But she cannot do it to all, you know. We lay there by hundreds. But we can kiss her shadow as it falls and lay our heads on the pillow again, content. As she passes, the lady with the lamp.
So long as memory endures, Florence Nightingale will be best remembered by these touching words from a soldier's letter. That she should become a legend is understandable. That a driving spirit possessed her to work until her dreams were realized is perceivable. Now, driving spirits, whatever else they may be, are full of interest. And so it happens that in the real Miss Nightingale, there was even more that was interesting than in the legendary one. Therefore, tonight, Family Theater takes great pleasure in bringing you The Lady with the Lamp, with Jane Wyatt as Florence Nightingale and Robert Ryan as your narrator.
She was born in 1820 in Florence, Italy, while her parents, like so many well-to-do English people of that time, were touring the continent. She was not a beautiful child, but even in the beginning, there was a look of dreaminess about her. Like the daughter of any wealthy Victorian family, Florence received an education to prepare her to take her place in society. Yet whenever she was supposed to be practicing the piano, or studying her lessons, or taking a dancing lesson, she never could be found. Instead, she would be in the stables with her dog, or making a splint for his injured paw, or visiting the impoverished and ill, bringing them food and medicine.
Florence, where have you been? It's nearly dinner time.
I've been to one of the poor cottages, Father. A little girl is very sick.
But I thought I gave strict orders that you were not to go among the sick. Do you wish to catch something from one of them?
Father, as I came from the cottage, a voice whispered a wonderful idea in my ear. You know the country house at Embley? Couldn't we turn it into a hospital?
What?
It would be heaven itself. And when I'm older, I could be head nurse.
Florence, get rid of these queer imaginations immediately. The house at Embley will not become a hospital, and you will not become a nurse.
But, Father, that's what I want to be.
My dear, remember, it is your duty to your family, to your state of life, to make a good marriage. In this you will find happiness.
I don't think so, Father. Somehow I feel God has called me for something more important. I'm not sure what it is, but this is something I feel here, inside of me.
You are much too serious. But come, the dinner bell is ringing. And Flo, forget all this. Someday a Prince Charming will carry you off, and then you'll look back and laugh, as only one can at dreams.
But they were not dreams, and Florence Nightingale did not forget them. As the years passed, her craving to be doing something useful to help those who needed help and comfort grew and grew until she could think of nothing else. By the time she was 25, she was unhappy and she knew it. Then, as her wretchedness deepened into a morbid melancholy, her family knew it.
What Florence needs is a husband.
With your accomplishments, Flo, there's nothing to prevent you from making a brilliant match.
I am not interested in marriage.
What is it you want, then, Flo?
I wish to work in a hospital.
Oh, Flo.
Then I intend to found a school and train nurses as nurses should be trained.
Florence, do you realize what you're saying? That you, a lady of your background, want to make your own living in this world?
I do, Father.
Oh, you'll disgrace us, Flo.
A nurse, indeed. Perhaps a vacation will bring you to your senses. I think, you're old enough now to tour the continent by yourself.
But I have no interest in travel.
Oh, but you will. And when you return to England, you had better forget this nursing idea of yours. For the door to this home will no longer be open to you.
First, Florence visited the art galleries of Paris and the cathedrals of Rome, but soon they bored her to tears. Would she dare, while she was on her own, visit the hospitals, the schools, the workhouses? So while she wrote letters to her family about exciting travels over the continent, she was in reality devouring reports of medical authorities and studying health conditions everywhere. It was while she was touring Italy that she met Sidney Herbert, Minister to England's War Office.
As you know, Mr. Herbert, our country has no more than a dozen trained nurses. Here in Europe, the only trained nurses are the Sisters of Mercy, except for those of the nursing institution at Kaiserwerth, Germany. Now, my ambition is to establish just such an institution.
Yes, England needs such a school. What then's holding you back?
Duty to my family. No, Mr. Herbert. Now, nothing is holding me back. Nothing.
Her meeting with Sidney Herbert and the experience Florence gained while training at Kaiserwerth and then in an English hospital was to form the foundation of all her future. But one other trial awaited her. The allurements of the world she had brushed aside suddenly appeared in the shape of a persistent young man. What was that feeling that swept over her? Could it be love?
I'm dying. Oh, I'm dying.
Come now. From a broken leg?
From want of sympathy. This is a terrible place. The nurses ignore me. One in particular. Alas, I'm a prisoner of fate.
Of a polo game, you mean? Furthermore, I was here just a minute ago. And, Brian, you know, I can't spend all of my time with you. I have 40 other patients.
40 minor details.
Is anything paining you?
Only me heart. Flo, where are you going?
Back to my duty.
Oh, no. Oh, me broken leg. Oh, please, nurse, hold me hand. Maybe the pain will go away.
Oh, you're such a poor, pathetic child.
I think you'll care for me. A little.
You've made me laugh. It's good to laugh now and then.
Why do you take life so seriously, Flo?
Do I?
Very much. While I lay here in bed, I've been watching... No, I've been studying you. Why is it you seem to carry the world on your shoulders?
You wouldn't understand.
But I want to understand. I want to know all about the things that are important to you. Please tell me.
All hidden ambitions. And if I should get to know you better, I will tell you about them.
I hope that'll be soon, Flo. Very soon. Oh, there's nothing like a picnic to aid a convalescent.
Listen to the birds. I think their song is for us. And the brook. It quietly passes by with so much politeness. Can't you hear it say, "Forgive me for intruding upon your holiday"?
Having a good time?
A wonderful time.
I think any change from the hospital would be wonderful, Flo. Even a bore like myself.
You're not a bore. Although sometimes I almost wish that you were.
Whatever do you mean by that remark, Flo?
Nothing, really.
You're the strangest woman. I don't think I shall ever get to know you. That shan't stop me from loving you.
Embley Park is beautiful, isn't it?
Why do you change the subject?
I'm not sure. I used to come here when I was a child, during the summer months.
And you've not been back here since?
No. No, not since my family refuses to see me.
Your family refuses to see you? But why, Flo? Why?
They're against my becoming a nurse. You see, it disgraces them.
I'm afraid they have my sympathy. After all, a lady in your station of life can't...
Brian, you sound exactly like my family.
Oh, let's not talk about it, Flo. There's something much more important I want to ask you.
What?
Will you marry me?
Brian.
I love you, Florence, and I want you to become my wife.
Oh, Brian, knowing you has been wonderful. Something I'll cherish forever. But...
What are you trying to tell me, Flo?
Oh, there's something here, inside of me. Something that requires satisfaction. I know that marriage will never give me that satisfaction. I can find it only in nursing. And the two can never meet.
And all along I was fooling myself, thinking you loved me.
I do love you. Probably I shall never love anyone else. But not become a nurse would be... It would be sheer suicide.
Florence, do you realize what you're saying?
I do. Perhaps someday I'll regret this decision. For nothing is certain in my venture.
But how can it be desirable?
Without nursing, I see nothing desirable but death.
5 more years passed. And then in 1854, Florence Nightingale graduated to Superintendent of Nurses at King's College Hospital. Here she was training nurses on a large scale. This was what she had wanted from the very beginning. And now her life seemed quite complete. Even her family had forgiven her. And then... England joined France and Turkey in the Crimea. Russian aggression in Europe must be stopped. England was at war.
Sidney Herbert, War Office, London. Dear friend, I have been reading of the dreadful conditions of our military hospitals at Scutari, and wish to render my services, whereby I might take with me a selected group of nurses.
Florence, it's good to see you.
I came just as soon as I received your letter.
Oh, you've made very good time. Here, have a chair.
Thank you. Mr. Herbert, I am most anxious to get down to business. Did you get the appointment?
Yes, I have it for you.
Oh, good.
But in a sense, that is.
What do you mean?
The government will give you official permission to work in the Army Hospital, but they will not give you financial support.
I half expected it. But we will get the money somehow. Now, there's much to be done. Committees must be formed to carry out my plans. But first of all, the right nurses must be selected. And that will be difficult. There'll not be many who'll be willing to accept the horrors or the hardships ahead.
Florence, do you feel you yourself are capable of such an undertaking? After all, you're very young, only 34.
Mr. Herbert, for years I have been preparing for just such an emergency. If the war had fallen earlier, I would have lacked experience. Later, and I might have been too old. No, Mr. Herbert, I'm ready. What's more, it's my duty.
Good. Now, what say we get to work?
In less than 1 week, Florence Nightingale was ready to sail for Constantinople. 32 nurses had been selected and trained for military duties, a large sum of money raised, and medical and hospital supplies purchased. Only a handful of people were at the docks to bid farewell to the small, courageous group of women who were giving so much to the cause of their country.
Good luck, Florence.
Oh, thank you, my friend. You have my greatest appreciation for everything you've done.
If there's time, please keep me posted and take care of yourself.
Oh, you shall receive a daily confidential report of all activities at Kildare. As for myself, I'll be too busy for anything to happen to me.
God keep you, my dear. Goodbye.
Bring the stretchers this way, men. In here.
Sorry, Lieutenant, you can't bring them in here. There's no more room.
Where can we take them, sir? Everywhere I'm told there is no room. I've got 500 badly wounded men just off the transport.
I don't know. Better take them to Barracks Hospital.
Right. Careful now. All you soldiers still walking, help with the stretchers.
Look at those men. Hundreds of them lying on the muddy ground with their wounds undressed.
They must have been lying here a long time. Their uniforms are stiff with blood. And they're filthy, half-starved.
Oh, look at that poor fellow. He must be dying.
Hey, ladies, you're blocking the way. You're blocking the way.
Lieutenant, have none of these men had medical attention?
That's right, ma'am.
Oh, Miss Nightingale, ma'am. Shouldn't we begin at once?
Oh, we will shortly. First, we must find our barracks. Unpack our supplies and store them. We can do nothing efficiently until we know our whereabouts.
Miss Nightingale?
Yes?
Welcome to Scutari. I'm Colonel Douglas.
Oh, we are glad to see you, Colonel.
I'm sorry. Just at the moment of your arrival, there must be so much confusion. You see, these men are being brought in from the Battle of Balaclava.
Oh, it's ghastly. Why have they had no medical attention?
We're short of doctors. Can't spare a single one for the transport.
Well, if you'll tell us where we'll find our barracks, we can unpack and begin immediately to assist you.
Your barracks were given over to the wounded. I'm afraid temporarily you and your nurses will have to occupy the kitchen.
Nurses, our first duty is to the wounded, to release them from as much pain and suffering as possible. The vermin and filth of this hospital is outrageous. Now then, nurses, we'll roll up our sleeves, pin up our skirts, and scrub the floors and the walls. This place must be clean. Dear Mr. Herbert, the horror of human suffering at Scutari is greater than anyone can imagine. Send immediately 3,000 blankets. 2,000... I will assist you, Doctor.
No. An operation room is no place for a woman.
It is my wish to assist you, Doctor.
All right. I suppose next you women will be wanting to teach the soldiers how to fight. Miss Nightingale, prepare this patient for an immediate operation.
Wouldn't it be better to give him chloroform?
We have none. Furthermore, it's against regulations.
I have chloroform among my medical supplies, Doctor. And you will have a greater chance to save this poor fellow's life.
Whatever you say, Miss Nightingale. Whatever you say.
Mr. Sidney Herbert, War Office, England. Dear friend, I now clothe the British Army with supplies you send me. That is, after I eventually receive them. There is much red tape here, which I must fight constantly, and it wearies me a great deal. Every day a new shipload of wounded arrives. 4 of my men, 4 of my nurses, and 7 doctors have died from cholera. I must implore, no, demand of you to send me more nurses, more doctors. Come in.
You wanted to see me, Miss Nightingale?
I'm very busy, Colonel Douglas. Therefore, I will come immediately to the point.
Well?
Medical supplies, food, and clothing, which I ordered sent from England, are waiting to be unpacked in the customs house. The guard there tells me the purveyor cannot unpack these supplies until an official order is given by you.
This is correct.
Kindly give this order, then.
My hands are tied until I meet with the board of directors. Officially, the order comes from them.
How long will this take?
Well, the board will meet again in 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
Yes.
Do you think I have time for such red tape? When the sick and wounded lie half naked, shivering for want of clothing? When men are dying for lack of medical supplies? I'll not wait a day or an hour for anyone. I have not a day or an hour to waste.
I'm sorry, but these are Army regulations.
Colonel Douglas, I will not tolerate this inefficiency.
My dear Miss Nightingale, you may not wish to tolerate our inefficiency, as you put it, but I'm afraid there's nothing you can do about it.
Who goes there?
Miss Nightingale, I've come to unpack the medical supplies. You will kindly open the door.
Miss Nightingale, I told you I can't till the purveyor says
You will
to.
open the door for me, guard.
Look, ma'am, would you have me court-martialed?
I will take entire responsibility if anything comes of
But
this.
you have no authority.
In that case, I am taking the authority.
Oh.
These supplies will be unpacked today. Now,
Yes, ma'am.
stand aside.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Nightingale, if I may, I would like a word with you.
I've been expecting you, Colonel Douglas. Be seated, won't you?
Thank you.
Oh, Colonel, may I offer you my sympathy in the death of your son?
If only he could have been brought here to our hospital instead of Balaclava. With the help of your medical supplies, our doctors might have saved him.
Yes. And if only I had the time to inspect all other hospitals in the Crimea.
Miss Nightingale, I didn't realize before how important is your work and what you've done for Scutari. Rest assured in the future you'll receive all the cooperation I can give you. I, too, work now to save men's lives, that my son may not have died in vain.
When night was upon the barracks hospital, and everyone else had retired, Florence Nightingale, with lamp in hand, would walk through the corridors and wards, among the rows and rows of overcrowded beds. 4 miles of them. A long walk for the lady-in-chief to make, as she invariably did, night after night. Silently the door opens, and a tiny ray of light falls across the soldier's bed. A figure enters and closes the door softly. The figure of a woman, tall and slender, dressed in black with white cap and apron. In her hand she carries a small lamp. At the sight of her, the sick man's eyes grow bright. Slowly the lady with the lamp draws near, stopping beside each cot, listening to the breathing of one, giving a word of encouragement to another. As she goes, her shadow falls across the sick man's pillow. He turns and kisses it, and then falls happily asleep. To him, she is an angel of mercy. She continued to drive herself on and on. 20 hours at one time, she would stand on her feet, easing the sufferers, nursing them. Would there be no end to her endurance?
Nurse, patient 702 in Ward B must have a change in diet immediately. 3 times a day, he is to receive...
Miss Nightingale. Ma'am, what is it? What's happened? Oh, here, ma'am, grab my arm.
Let's see if you can get me to bed. I think I'm ill with the fever.
For 12 days, Florence Nightingale hovered between life and death. The news spread everywhere. She was ill, was dying. When her own hospital learned of it, the sick men turned their faces to the wall and wept, and longed to give their own lives for hers, if only they might. When the truth came to her that she was never going to be strong or well again, from her bedside, as now all of her work must be done, came her last demand in connection with the war, the results of which may be seen even today by any who visit that faraway land of the Crimea.
On the mountain heights above Scutari, on a peak not far from the hospital, a large white cross is to be raised, shining like snow against the blue of the sky. This be my tribute to the brave men and devoted nurses who died in this war. May they sleep in peace, knowing that while I live, I fight their cause.
What a comfort it is to see her. She speaks to one and nods and smiles to many more. But she cannot do it to all, you know. We lay there by hundreds, but we can kiss her shadow as it falls and lay our heads on the pillow again, content as she passes, the lady with the lamp.
We hope you've enjoyed this presentation of the life of a great woman. Florence Nightingale's driving courage was a powerful force in building the great profession of nursing. But now I would like to speak of another powerful force, the most powerful force in the world, prayer. Prayer is the reason this program is broadcast throughout the world. For the purpose of family theater is to help restore to homes everywhere the joy, the peace, and strength that comes from daily family prayer. It's yours for the taking, so make it a part of your life. Give it a place in your home. Whatever be your creed, use prayer to strengthen your family circle. Talk to the God who made us all and loves us all. Experience what we mean when we say the family that prays together stays together.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of.
From Hollywood, Family Theater has brought you Robert Ryan and Jane Wyatt in The Lady with the Lamp, with Claudette Colbert as your hostess. Others in our cast were Dan O'Herlihy, Irene Tedrow, Francis X. Bushman, Herb Rawlinson, Tudor Owen, and Collins Bain. The script was written by Dale Newton Whitney. with music composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman, and was directed for Family Theater by J.F. Mansfield. This is Tony Lofrano expressing the wish of Family Theater that the blessing of God may be upon you and your home, and inviting you to be with us next week at this time when Family Theater will present Stephen McNally and Gail Storm in The Foster Story. Join us, won't you? Family Theater is broadcast throughout the world and originates in the Hollywood studios of the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Casualty ward, Dr. Lindsay speaking. Yes, I see. Yes, I've got it. Right, we'll be ready. Sounds like one for the night surgeon.
Night Surgeon. Dynamic dramas set against the background of a great city hospital.
Quieter over here. I was saying, I don't know whether you'd call this a garden party. It's more like a fete, isn't it?
Who cares? It's for the hospital, Bart.
Ah, ta-da!
Oh, what's the matter with you?
Well, you mentioned the hospital. All loyal employees should salute.
I refuse to salute. It's enough that I let you drag me to this do of Lydia Rich's.
Ironically enough, Lydia isn't.
Isn't what?
Rich. Well, despite her name, she and her husband just struggle along like the rest of us. But she's a tireless charity worker. As witness this garden party come fate or what have you.
I suppose we'll have to spend some money. Buy some inedible cakes or some sickly jam or something.
Well, if we find a knock-em stall, I'll throw a ball at something and win you a fabulous Cupid doll.
Strange as it might seem, I think I can live the rest of my life without a Cupid doll.
Uh-huh. I suspect a deep Freudian significance. You're probably an axe murderer.
You mean you didn't know?
Sue! Sue Powell!
Somebody calling me?
What on earth are you doing here, Sue? Don't tell me you have money to spend.
Well, it isn't the long arm of the law. And if it comes to that, what are you doing here, eh?
Oh, just snooping for pickpockets and such. Routine, you know. Well, hi, Sue. Long time no see.
Well, that's your fault. Oh, do you know about Lindsay?
No, I don't think I do. How do you do?
Bart, this is Ray Burbage. Oh, I should say Detective Constable Burbage.
How do you do? A detective, huh? Well, there goes my chance of pinching a pot of jam from one of the stalls.
Oh, Ray would be on you like a hawk. Jam stealers are his speciality. Oh, the last time I saw you, Ray, you were going to take me to lunch. What happened?
Well, you know how it is, Sue. Things come up. Besides, it looks as though you might have been busy anyway.
Busy? Mm-hmm. Oh, you mean Bart? Oh, don't worry about him. He's just a doctor at the hospital. He means nothing.
Oh, pardon me while I sink into the ground. In that case, it looks as though I'm stuck with you, doesn't it?
Well, I've heard of a lunch invitation put a little better than that, I'm sure.
Lunch? Oh, yeah. Well, it's a date. But I'll have to ring you and let you know what day.
Oh, goodbye, lunch. Oh, well.
How are you both enjoying this affair? No, we're not. And we have to shove off soon. Oh, we only came because we felt we should show the flag, this being a hospital fund thing. Mm-hmm. Well, it should raise a few hundred, I'd say. People are throwing money around all right. Oh, no, there's the husband. I didn't expect him to show up.
What husband?
Lydia Rich's. Stuart Rich. Is he? The sad-looking coot over there?
Uh-huh. Oh, I wonder what makes him so sad.
Oh, he's crazy. I suppose that would make anybody sad to be crazy.
Crazy? What do you mean?
Well, he's always telling us... Oh, no, I'd better not talk about it. Police business and all that.
Oh, now you've made me curious.
Oh, that sounds like our cue to go. Come along, Sue. Okay. Nice to have met you, Bart. See you again, I hope. Mm-hmm. Oh, and, Sue, I'll call you about that lunch date, and that's a promise.
See you do.
Oh, excuse me, nurse.
Oh, yes?
I want to talk to someone.
What about? Wait a minute. Haven't I seen you somewhere?
I don't know. I don't remember you, but...
Oh, yes. It was at the garden fete a couple of days ago. You're Mr. Rich, aren't you?
Oh, that's right. But I still can't remember meeting you.
You didn't. You were pointed out to me. What can I do for you?
Oh, well, it's about my wife. She's been brought in here.
Mrs. Rich? She's in the hospital?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know. What's the matter with her?
Well, she fell down some stairs at home.
Oh, dear. Badly hurt?
Hurt? Oh, no, not this time, I'm glad to say. They tell me she'll be all right.
Oh, that's good.
Yes. Well, please don't run away from me. I can't get anybody to stand still long enough to talk to me.
I'm not running away. But what's your problem? You're not hurt too, are you?
Oh, not exactly. Not physically, that is.
I don't understand.
I want to talk to one of the doctors. A good one. One of the senior men, you understand? Someone with a good knowledge of psychiatry would be best.
Oh, well, there's Dr. Morgan, of course. He's in charge of the night staff, and he's very highly qualified.
Oh, splendid.
What do you want to see him about?
You're not supposed to ask that, are you?
I meant, was it about yourself or about your wife?
Oh, about me? I think I'm going mad, you know.
What?
Well, I suppose I shouldn't be talking to you like this, seeing you're only a nurse, but I want you to understand the urgency of the matter.
Oh, of course, but
Yes, but I don't mind just for myself. I could be locked up, but, well, that doesn't matter. It's Lydia, you see. I'm afraid for her.
Your wife? Why for her?
Because I keep hurting her, deliberately. I do things like that accident this evening. I arranged it.
What?
Yes, on purpose. And if the flight of stairs had been longer, she might have been killed. That's what worries me, the possibility that one day I really shall kill my wife.
Yes, that's right. Yes, well, call me back, will you? Oh, I'm sorry for that interruption, Mr. Rich. Now, where were we?
You were asking me about my parents, Doctor. I don't know what for.
Well, we don't have the time right now for a full psychiatric examination, but very often it isn't necessary in cases such as yours.
Well, how do you mean?
Oh, you're not a fool, Mr. Rich. You're an intelligent man. And I think you're probably suffering from some, shall we say, misunderstanding that exists between your conscious and subconscious mind.
You think so?
Yes. Now, what I propose to do at the moment is simply to find out a little about you. Then, if it appears necessary, I can recommend a good analyst you could consult.
Yes, but what have my parents got to do with it? This is a matter that concerns Lydia, me trying to kill her, I mean.
Well, in such cases, sometimes the wife takes the place of the parent in the mind of the patient. Now, for instance, if, as a boy, you hated your mother, you could now be unconsciously transferring the hate to your wife.
Oh, but that's absurd. I didn't hate my mother at all. No. Oh, she was a wonderful woman and an excellent mother. No boy could have wished for a better.
I see. She ever scolded you, punished you, perhaps unjustly?
No, never. She never so much as used a harsh word to me.
Oh, she sounds a very unusual mother. Well, then, perhaps she spoilt you instead.
Spoilt me? Oh, no, she didn't. In all fairness, I can't say she spoilt me. She was firm, but gentle.
I see. Tell me, as a boy, you must have at some time or another done something of which your mother disapproved? Something for which a child is punished?
Oh, I suppose I did, but she never punished me, never.
Can you recall any such occasion?
Well, it's quite a time since I was a child, you know.
You think? Try to remember some occasion. It may be helpful.
Oh, well, let me see, then. Oh, yes, there was the time I sneaked into the pantry and took a slice of seed cake. I was very fond of seed cake.
And what happened?
Oh, Mother knew I'd done it. She'd forbidden me to have any cake. It was not good for me, you know. That's what she said. When she asked me if I'd taken it, I was frightened and I lied. She knew I was lying.
And what did she say?
Nothing. She just looked at me. And then she turned on her heel and walked away. She never spoke of it again.
Now, I want you to be careful answering this next question, Mr. Rich. How did you feel about all that?
Feel? Well, I felt guilty. I felt terribly guilty and ashamed. I could have died of shame.
Because your mother had found you out?
Yes. I would have given anything for her not to know what I'd done. Anything.
And?
And what? That's all.
Oh, no, it isn't. You think again.
try to remember about your mother. First of all, you felt you'd give anything to have her not know about your little crime. And later?
Later? I don't really know. I can't... Oh, that's right. Well, I knew I'd have to go on facing her day after day. And there would be other times when I would do something bad and she'd know.
And how did that make you feel about your mother?
I felt I wanted her not to be there. I wanted her dead. So I'd never have to face her again.
Well, we made it at long last, Sue.
I'm still recovering from the shock. I didn't believe you when you said you'd dream.
A policeman's word is as good as his bond.
I'll keep it in mind.
What do you fancy to eat?
Oh, I don't know. You dream up something for me.
Okay. All I need is a waiter.
Can't see one. He looks as though he belongs to us.
Well, somebody will show up if we wait long enough. Not in a hurry, though.
My day's my own. But haven't you got to go back and arrest some innocent bystander or something?
Oh, sure. I have a list of 6 innocent bystanders to be arrested immediately after lunch.
Talking of arresting, remember Stuart Rich?
That nuisance. What about him?
Nothing. Only maybe you should be arresting him.
We'd love that. But it so happens we're not obliged.
Well, what do you mean he'd love being arrested?
I shouldn't have said that. You're not supposed to talk shop.
Well, neither am I. But I don't say I owe Mr. Rich anything in the way of keeping secrets. He just came right out and told me.
Told you what?
That he's trying to kill his wife.
Huh? Oh, not you, too.
Me, too. Has he told you that?
Well, maybe I shouldn't talk about it, but seeing he's been at you as well, you're probably entitled to know.
Know what?
Well, that nut is always running to us, claiming we must stop him injuring his wife, maybe killing her.
The police, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's been to the police with the same story?
At least 4 times in the past 12 months.
Oh, good heavens.
We couldn't do anything about it. In any case, even if we'd believed him, we couldn't take action. No crime had been committed, as far as we could tell. And we can't arrest people for only thinking about committing a crime.
But this is extraordinary.
Stuart Rich extraordinary? Don't you believe it, Sue? He's just another weirdo who likes to try for the limelight now and then.
How can you be sure of that?
Look. 4 times when he claimed to have caused accidents, little accidents, to his wife, we investigated. She claimed it was all rot, and she was right. There was no reason to suppose he had anything to do with injuring her. So if...
Ray, I think you should tell all this to Dr. Morgan at the hospital.
Dr. Morgan? Well, what for?
Because Mr. Rich wants to see him. And Dr. Morgan may run the risk of taking him seriously.
He's a fool if he does. Anyway, I don't need to see the doctor. If you like, you tell him what I said. And suggest he gets rid of Stuart Rich fast. Well, here we are, back at the old jute mill once more.
Bart, what will I say to Dr. Morgan?
Dr. Morgan? About what?
Oh, you haven't been listening to a word.
Oh, all that stuff you got from Ray, what's his name, the boy in blue.
There's no need to make patronizing remarks about Ray Burbage. He's a good policeman, and a very nice chap, too.
So who said he wasn't both of those things?
I wouldn't mind so much if I thought you were jealous, but you're not. I just like to make rude comments on any man I go out with.
Can I help it if you're not choosy? Come on, let's get into the hospital.
But wait.
What now?
Will you have a word with Dr. Morgan about Stuart Rich?
Me? Well, why should I do that? He's not my patient.
He's Dr. Morgan's patient, isn't he? And what Ray told me may be of some interest.
Oh, dear. Well, just what did he tell you?
I went over the whole conversation with you in the car. You just didn't listen.
Your conversation was well laced with the funny stories the good detective told you over lunch. I don't care much for policemen's funny stories.
Well, never mind that. Listen. About Stuart Rich. Ray said he's been going to the police telling them he's trying to injure his wife.
Well, that should win him a lot of friends.
He said he's afraid he's going to kill her one day.
Well, that's even better.
And he told me the very same thing. Now, my guess is that Dr. Morgan spoke to him about that. He was with Dr. Morgan for the best part of an hour last night.
So?
So I think Dr. Morgan should be told what the police know.
Okay, get your boyfriend to tell the doc.
That's just it. He won't do it. He told me to tell him.
And you don't want to do it either. Oh, you'll make a fine pair of responsible citizens.
Well, I will see Dr. Morgan if I have to, but you know how he feels about me. He thinks I'm a dope.
The doc's a very clever and wise man.
Stop making cracks. Will you see Dr. Morgan?
Am I right in assuming the police haven't been taking Stuart Rich seriously about all this murder business?
That's it. They checked up a couple of times he said he'd hurt his wife, and they found out he'd made it up. So they think he's a kook.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess the doc might like to know about that. Especially if he's treating this character, or planning to send him to a psychiatrist or whatever.
Then you'll talk to Dr. Morgan? You see him more than I do, and I
Stop carrying on. I give in. I'll pass your exciting information along. Leave it to me. So that's what I wanted to talk about, Doc.
Yes, I was wondering why you were so curious.
Sue Powell's friendly with some policeman.
Oh, yes.
And he told her they have Stuart Rich tabbed as a crank.
The police?
Yes. He's always trying to convince them that he's feeling compelled to do things to harm his wife. But they've checked a few times he's reported this, and they've found she'd suffered ordinary accidents.
Nothing to do with Rich, you mean?
Yeah, that's right. So the police have placed the fellow in the same category as the cranks who are always confessing to murders for the heck of it.
That might change the picture. This information is reliable, you think?
Oh, sure, why not? Oh, I know you think Sue's a bit of a fathead. Well, she knows that, which is why she asked me to tell you all this. The boyfriend, the detective, well, he struck me as being sensible enough. I don't think he'd invent the story.
In that case, it looks as though Rich is simply imagining he's trying to hurt his wife, or kill her. Fantasy. Rather a different sort of case from what I thought at first.
Anyway, I felt you ought to hear about the police bit.
Oh, yes, thanks, Bart. I'm glad you mentioned it. When Rich comes in, I'll... Dr. Morgan.
Detective Constable Burbage here, Doctor. Northside Station.
Oh, yes, Constable.
There's a car on the way to your hospital with an assault victim. A woman. Been strangled.
Yes?
The police surgeon is traveling with her. He felt she should get to hospital. She's still alive, but only just. A heart complication, I believe. The surgeon asked me to ring you so you could be ready.
We'll be ready. What was your name again?
Burbage. Ray Burbage. Detective Constable.
Good. And the name of this patient?
Lydia Marjorie Rich.
Rich? Did you say Rich?
What the dickens?
That's right. She's Stuart Rich's wife.
Stuart Rich's wife? Strangled?
Look, Mr. Rich, don't you think it would be nice to go away, annoy someone else for a change?
But I tell you, Constable, I did it. It was I who strangled my wife.
I suppose you know your wife died 10 minutes ago?
Yes, it's terrible. That makes me a murderer.
It doesn't make you anything of it.
A murderer. And poor Lydia, she never hurt a fly in her whole life. I'm a monster, an absolute monster. I don't know how I could have done such a thing.
Neither do I. Now, please, Mr. Rich,
it's all your fault. I warned you about me. I warned you many times. I went to the police station and told you what I'm like.
Mr. Rich, you told us a pack of silly stories. We proved that.
No. It was the truth. I told you about this compulsion of mine, and you wouldn't believe me. You wouldn't take any action. If you'd locked me up, this would never have happened. Lydia would have been alive.
Mr. Rich, if you don't stop annoying me, I'll be locking you up for another reason altogether. Is it or is it not a fact that you are out playing golf today?
Well, yes.
Playing golf at the time your wife was strangled?
No. I left the course, you see, and came home.
Nobody saw you do that. We've checked. Other members of the golf club say that you were at the links all afternoon.
No. They didn't see me go. And I went back to the links afterwards. You see...
Your house was burgled, Mr. Rich. Someone broke in and wrecked the place. And that someone was most likely the man who killed your wife.
I was the one. I broke in to make it look like a burglary.
Oh, for the love of heaven. Mr. Rich, if you went to all that trouble, why would you tell us now?
Well, because I'm normal now. When I did that, I was having one of my fits, I suppose you'd call them. But now I know how it all happened. I did it.
I know how it all happened, too, and I tell you...
Constable Burbage, I believe you were looking for me. What?
Oh, Dr. Morgan. Yes, that's right.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It's about Mrs. Rich, of course.
Yes.
Did you make him see sense, Doctor?
Sense? Oh, Constable Burbage, you mean? No, I'm afraid not, Mr. Rich. I'm afraid not.
He's not going to arrest me?
Well, how can you expect him to do that? After all, the police have you noted down as a man who tells tall stories, you know.
Oh, yes, but they're not tall stories. You know that. You know what I'm like.
I'm not quite sure I do.
What?
Mr. Rich, when we talked before, I suggested to you that you might be transferring a subconscious resentment of your mother to your wife.
My late wife.
Oh, yes. Well, you remember I suggested that?
Yes, I remember it very well. That's why...
A further thought has occurred to me. I've been considering your case rather thoroughly since we last conferred.
That's very good of you.
And it's occurred to me that there is a distinct possibility that you might be suffering from a tendency to fantasy.
Fantasy? You mean making things up?
Yes.
Oh. Well, now you're sounding just like the police. That's what they said. I didn't expect a doctor, a man of your experience, could be so stupid.
I'm not being stupid at all. It's quite feasible that with this childhood guilt complex weighing on your mind, you could become addicted to making up stories about committing crimes in order to seek punishment for them.
Oh, is that so?
Yes. It's the urging of your subconscious to be punished. Your mind is aware that you were not punished by your mother when you should have been, and therefore, perhaps it now goes out of its way to seek punishment.
But how interesting. Then that would account for my making things up, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
I say, isn't that marvelous? I mean, to know that the police are right about my wife, that I couldn't have killed her.
Yes, I imagine that would be rather a relief. But on the other hand... Oh, excuse me a moment.
Yes, of course.
Dr. Morgan. Oh, yes, Constable. Were you able... Oh. Yes, I see. Well, it's lucky that it's all so cut and dried, isn't it? I mean, if he had known his mother, it would have been hard to upset the story. But if she died when he was born, then it blows his whole story sky high. Well, Mr. Lee?
Well, I suppose that's all, Doctor.
All? No, it isn't all. You heard my phone conversation with the constable just now.
Constable?
I think you rather overplayed your hand, you know. You made too much of this so-called obsession of yours. It began to make me just a little suspicious.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So I played a hunch and asked Constable Burbage to check up on your parents. He very quickly found out that your mother died when you were born.
You had no right to do a thing like that.
You had no right to kill your wife, Rich. No right at all. Oh, you were clever, I'll admit. You laid your plans very carefully. You steadily built a reputation for having some obsession about wanting to hurt her.
It was true. I told you all about it.
Yes, and about the mother you loved so dearly. But you never had a mother, either good or bad. At least, you certainly never knew your mother.
Well, yes, I made that up. But the rest, it was all true.
I don't think there's any truth in it at all, because if you made up the story about your mother, how could the rest be true?
Doctor, you've got to help me.
You don't need my kind of help, because you aren't insane, Rich. You aren't even neurotic. You are, in fact, a very cunning and cold-blooded killer.
No.
Yes. Now, the police are going to start a real check on you now, a very careful check. They'll discover something I'm sure is true, that you have done some painstaking psychological research.
You're mad. Mad.
Research that enabled you to talk to me as though you were a genuine case needing psychiatric help. You needed to make sure of your alibi. You needed to make sure the police would never believe you guilty of murder, that they would write you off as a crank.
Oh, I thought I'd covered everything. I was so careful.
Yes, you were. And you might have got away with it, too. But you should never have invented a mother you didn't really know, because she will be the cause of your being punished after all.
A casualty ward is like a great theater, but the players are drawn from real life, and not every story has a happy ending. So much depends on the night surgeon.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you the Kraft Music Hall every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. When it's baking time in the kitchen and those tempting smells of crusty brown bread and rolls start filtering through the house, just think how swell they'll taste. Fresh and piping hot with delicious Parquet margarine spread on them for the crowning touch of flavor. Yes, Parquet margarine has this delicate, satisfying flavor, a flavor that makes all your baking treats downright delicious eating. Parquet is a favorite spread for bread, hot toast, and rolls, for pancakes and waffles, too, in millions of American homes. It's a fine energy food as well, one of the very best you can serve a hard-working, hungry family. And there's one other important reason why so many mothers serve Parquet often. Every pound of Parquet margarine, winter and summer and all through the year, contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for delicious flavor and nourishing goodness, serve Parquet often in your home. Tomorrow, ask your dealer for Parquet. That's Parkay. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's join the Great Gildersleeve. Last week, you remember, we found him remodeling his existence pretty drastically, hoping to make up for years of a wasted life by having breakfast every morning at 6:30. Now, let's see how he's bearing up under his 1944 regime as Monday morning rolls around.
Oh, it's dark. Cold. I'll shut that darn thing off. Just snooze a few minutes longer.
And so the great man rolls over as who is not and catches another 40 winks. Half an hour later, he's still sound asleep.
Hey, Unc, get up. Breakfast is ready.
Go away. Leave me alone.
Come on, you've been making everybody get up at 6:30. You gotta play fair.
Leave me alone, Leroy.
Uncle Lloyd, I thought you were up long ago. What's the matter?
Nothing's the matter. What's all the excitement?
Well, breakfast's been ready for 15 minutes. Why aren't you up?
Well, the alarm clock didn't go off.
Well, it's almost 7:15. You're not sick, are you?
Sick? I might be. I don't feel exactly, I don't know.
Oh, I hope you're not getting the flu. Any pain in your chest?
Sort of.
You kind of ache all over?
I guess so.
Oh, dear, I better call Dr. Pettibone.
Oh, no, doctor. I'll be all right.
Oh, yes. With all the flu there is in town, I'm not taking any chances. Leroy, get the thermometer, will you, while I call Dr. Pettibone? Sure.
I haven't any fever.
Now, never mind. Keep it in your mouth for 3 minutes and don't look at it.
Big secret, eh?
Here it is, Unc.
I won't do it.
Now, be brave.
Shake it down, Leroy.
It only says 98 now.
Shake it down anyway. Maybe I'm subnormal.
Could be.
Shake it down and bring me my watch off the dresser.
Oh, I can tell a minute by counting to 60.
Bring the watch, Leroy.
Okay. Okay, you don't have to get so excited.
Mr. Gildersleeve, what's this out here?
Oh, don't worry about me, Bertie. Probably nothing at all.
Oh, my sister had the flu and it's terrible. You better not take any chances. Does it hurt when you breathe?
Yes. It sort of hurts a little.
Oh, my goodness. I don't suppose you want any breakfast then, will you?
Well, whatever's the best for me, Bertie. What's the saying, though? Feed a cold and starve a fever. I suppose flu is like a cold.
Maybe you've got a fever. You haven't taken your temperature yet.
Leroy, go get your breakfast.
Okay. Gosh, you try to help.
Yes, I think I better have a pretty substantial breakfast, Bertie. Try to head this thing off.
Yes, sir.
Just plain things, of course. Nothing rich or fancy.
Oh, no, sir. A little dry toast and tea, maybe?
Well, I think a half a grapefruit, perhaps. Some oatmeal with a little cream and sugar. Eggs turned over with a few slices of bacon. Crisp. Some toast, possibly marmalade, and plenty of hot coffee.
You think you can handle all that?
Yeah, I'll try, Bertie, but I don't think I better get up.
Oh, no, sir. I'll bring it to you right here.
Yeah, thank you, Bertie.
Uncle Mort, Dr. Pettibone will be here about 9. Now, you just stay here and rest while we have breakfast.
All right, my dear. Confounded nuisance getting Dr. Pettibone over. Still, you can't be any too careful.
Well, Throckmorton, do you feel strong enough to see a visitor?
Oh, hello, Leela. Come in and sit down.
Well, I don't think I better come very close. I'm scared to death of the flu.
Oh, well, I don't know. It's the flu. That's just Marjorie's idea.
I must say, you don't look a bit sick.
Oh? You can't tell, Leela. These things sneak up on you. Marjorie's called the doctor.
Oh, what doctor did she call?
Pettibone, naturally. He's always been my doctor.
Well, there are other doctors in Summerfield.
Well, you've always called Pettibone.
Yes, but he's not really very satisfactory. I believe I'll try Dr. Hargrave next time. I hear he's much more scientific.
Who told you Hargrave was scientific?
Well, lots of people. He told me himself, too.
Oh? Where did you meet him?
At that party New Year's Eve. Didn't you meet him?
I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. I guess you and Miss Goodwin didn't bother much with meeting people.
We met everybody that was there.
Well, you couldn't forget Dr. Hargrave. He's very tall, distinguished, slender.
Sure.
I knew right away he must be a surgeon. He has the loveliest hands.
Was he the fellow that took you out in the kitchen?
Oh, no.
Was he the one that was following you around with a plate of ice cream?
Oh, that silly man. No, that's not the one.
Oh, I know. He was the fellow you were waltzing with.
Throckmorton, I'm simply amazed at how much you noticed me. And all evening, poor Miss Goodwin thought you had eyes only for her.
Stop harping on Miss Goodwin. Was it Hargrave you were whirling around with?
Oh, he waltzes beautifully. It's because he studied in Vienna, you know. Everybody in Vienna waltzes beautifully, I've heard. Why don't you try Dr. Hargrave, Throckmorton?
Because I want a doctor, not a dancer.
Oh, pooh. Dr. Hargrave's 10 times the doctor that old Pettibone is. He studied all about the glands and everything.
Yeah, just as I thought. One of these fellows with a smooth bedside manner treats women for diseases they haven't got.
Throckmorton, I do believe you're jealous.
I am not. I'm sick.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
You shouldn't be getting me all stirred up like this, Leela.
Uncle Mort, here's Dr. Pettibone.
Oh? Well, at least I know he'll be honest with me. Oh, hiya, Doc.
Hello, Gildersleeve. Morning, Mrs. Ransom.
Oh, good morning, Dr. Pettibone. I was just telling Throckmorton how relieved I am that he's in your hands.
Oh.
Yes. Thanks. Well, what's the matter with you, Gildersleeve?
Well, he's been complaining of pain in the chest and general aches all over. It sounds like flu.
Uh-huh. Well, we'll soon see. Unbutton your nightshirt.
Well, I guess we'd better go, Marjorie. See you later, Throckmorton.
Yes, well, if you're sick, I'm no doctor. Stick out your tongue. Biggest tongue I ever saw on a human. I always did say so and always will. Take a deep breath.
I didn't get you up here to insult my physique.
Come on. Hurry up. I've got really sick people to take care of.
By George,
Take a breath. What'd you have for breakfast?
Just a light breakfast, hardly anything.
Now, you might as well give me the facts. I'll check with Bertie anyhow when I go downstairs.
Now, listen here, Pettibone. There's such a thing as medical ethics, whether you've ever heard of them or not. I don't mind your being old-fashioned and ignorant, but when you go snooping around my house, well, you just watch out, that's all.
Now, don't holler at me. It's bad for your blood pressure.
There's nothing the matter with my blood pressure.
There's nothing the matter with you, period. Get up and put on your clothes and go to work.
You haven't examined me.
Yes, well, I don't have to. I've seen you before when you didn't feel like going to the office.
Are you suggesting I'm faking?
I am.
That settles it. I'm going to send for a doctor.
Well, go ahead. I'm busy. I got plenty to do.
No, you don't. You'll stick around and learn something.
That's all right with me at my usual rates.
Marjorie, call Dr. Hargrave. Wait a minute, Hargrave. What's that thing?
This? Just a pharyngeal speculum.
What are you going to do with it?
Inspect the pharyngeal passages, look for signs of cystosis, chelamoid formations, that sort of thing. You agree it's a wise precaution, Dr. Pettibone?
Very sensible, Dr. Hargrave.
Will it hurt? No. Just lie quiet. It won't take a moment. Slight enlargement of the epiglottic fold, superficial erosion of the stenotic fibers. No evidence of gray bars and interstices. You care to have a look, Doctor?
Yes, I might as well. This is a nice gadget, Doctor.
Yes, I've used it for several years, Doctor. Had a case of Ergelfolter's disease in 1940. This thing was invaluable.
I can imagine. I concur with your findings, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I think we can safely say you're not suffering from either primary or advanced pharyngitis, Mitchell's disease, Ergelfolter's disease, or laryngeal mycoma.
Are they all fatal?
Oh, no. No, you mustn't be nervous in an examination of this kind, you know. Just a careful checkup. Now, let's see. You complained of breathing difficulty?
It's all right now.
Now, Gildersleeve, you asked for an examination, and you're going to get it.
You're no longer in charge, Pettibone.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm merely consulting with Dr. Pettibone.
Oh, no. Dr. Pettibone is consulting with you.
Oh, was that your understanding, Doctor?
Whatever you like, Doctor.
Well, in any case, I certainly want to examine your lungs.
All right, let's get at it. And keep your eyes open, Pettibone.
I don't think Dr. Pettibone has anything to learn from me. By the way, Doctor, I've been meaning to ask you, are you any relation to the Pettibone who performed the operation in the famous Danbury gallstones case in 1914?
Yes, that was my own case, Doctor.
Not really. Well, it's an honor to meet you.
Well, there was a lot of luck in it.
Oh, I don't believe it. It was very similar to the case of Perigord in Paris a year or so later.
Oh, yes, I remember Perigord's case. But we mustn't forget the famous case of Sneeden in London.
Do either of you gentlemen remember Gildersleeve's case?
That reminds me, I've got an appointment. You're in good hands, Gildersleeve. If you'll excuse me, Doctor.
Oh, could I have a word with you privately, Doctor?
Oh, yes, sir.
Now, wait a minute. None of that. I want everything out in the open.
Quiet. Remember your blood pressure.
Approve a thorough checkup in every department, Doctor?
Well, that's up to you, Doctor. I don't see how it could do any harm.
Some very contradictory symptoms here. I think I'll take him down to the hospital.
Very likely the ride is doing good.
What are you two talking about over there?
You.
Well, stop shaking your heads. You make me nervous.
Well, goodbye, Doctor. So long, Gildersleeve.
Goodbye. Fine man. Splendid physician.
Never mind, Hargrave. What are you going to do to me now?
Well, we're just going to take you down to the hospital, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hospital? What for?
Just for observation.
How soon do I have to go?
Just as soon as I can get an ambulance.
Ambulance? Oh, this is going to be one of my bad days. It is already.
Greg Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a moment. In leafing through your favorite home magazines, undoubtedly you've noticed all the attention that homemaking authorities have been giving to margarine. Well, in a recent issue, I ran across some sound advice. It said, give the package label the once over to be sure the margarine you buy is fortified with protective vitamin A. Well, that's important, of course, because vitamin A is an essential of good nutrition. The Kraft Cheese Company, maker of Parquet margarine, was early to recognize this important fact. And ever since Parquet was first introduced, this delicious quality spread for bread has been fortified with vitamin A. In fact, every single pound of Parquet you buy today contains no less than 9,000 units of important vitamin A. On the Parquet label, too, you'll read that quality vegetable oil is the principal ingredient of Parquet margarine. It's this vegetable oil that makes Parquet one of the best energy foods you can serve. So when you buy margarine, be sure it's Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, let's see now how Gildersleeve's making out. When we left him, he was on his way to the Summerfield Hospital for observation, and there we find him now in room 218. The shades are lowered, the light is dim, everything is hushed and antiseptic. Dressed in a hospital nightshirt and laid out on a hospital bed, Gildersleeve lies rigid while Dr. Hargrave holds his wrist and times his pulse with a handsome watch.
What is it, Doctor?
Well, it doesn't mean anything necessarily.
What are you going to do now? What are you writing?
Just making a few notes here on your chart.
What does it say? Can I see it?
Oh, I hardly think you'd understand it. Better just to lie here and relax.
How can I relax if I don't know what's going on?
No. Just relax, drink plenty of liquids, get a good night's sleep, and in the morning we'll give you a thorough going over.
What do you mean?
Well, we have certain tests, metabolism, and so on. I've left full instructions.
Doc, you're not going.
Oh, I'll drop by again this evening.
You're not going to leave me here alone with that old crab out in the hall.
Miss Fosdick?
I don't know her name. She came in here and took my clothes.
Well, you have to make allowances these days. The floor nurses are badly overworked. Anyway, I've arranged for a special nurse for you.
Do I need a special nurse?
Well, I thought you might like one. She's no ordinary nurse. Yes, Miss Riley's handled a good many cases for me. She'll be coming on any minute now, so if you don't mind, I think I'll be running along.
That's perfectly all right, Doctor. You go right ahead.
I'll be you again this evening, and in the meantime, don't worry.
Don't worry. Not a bad fella. Wonder what he charges. Gosh, 3 visits already. Ambulance, $6 a day for the room, at least $8 for the nurse. Miss Riley, eh? Yeah, probably Irish. Blue eyes and black hair. Sure, a little bit of heaven fell from out the sky one day. Oh, nurse, I feel terrible. Well, I wonder what the doctor wrote on that little chart. Maybe I could just take a peek. Gee, floor's cold. Where are my slippers? Oh, way under the bed.
Get back in that bed.
Oh!
What are you doing under there?
What are you doing in my room? I didn't ring for any nurse.
Get back in that bed.
Now, listen, I have a special nurse of my own coming, Miss Riley.
I'm Riley. Now get into that bed before I throw you in, and don't think I couldn't do it.
I won't argue with you there, sister.
You see that? All muscle, not a bit of fat. Which is more than you can say. Now, you be a good boy and behave yourself, or you're going to hear from me.
Yes, ma'am.
You do just as you're told, and we'll get along fine. The better you know me, the better you'll like me. They all do. Why, the last patient I had gave me a fitted suitcase. Not that I'm going anywhere. Gosh, who's dying? Let's have a little daylight in here.
Hey!
Well, shut your eyes. You'll get used to it. Where'd the flowers come from?
Friend of mine.
They smell. I'll give them to the little girl down the hall. Here, put this in your mouth.
I've already had my temperature taken.
Put it in your mouth.
All right.
Keep it under your tongue. Don't talk. How do you like my charm bracelet? My boyfriend gave me that for Christmas. Ever see one like that?
Yes.
Don't talk. You know, you don't look like any invalid to me. How long you been in here? Keep your mouth shut. Well, I see they haven't been starving you anyway. Been putting on a little there lately, haven't you? Well, I guess that's long enough. Here. Oh, you haven't got any temperature anyway. Or have you?
What is it? What does it say?
Don't be nosy now.
Tell me, have I got a fever?
I think you'll pull out of it.
What are you writing?
Just putting it down on your chart.
Let me see it.
Oh, no, you don't.
Where are you going now?
Just down the hall.
What for?
To make little boys ask questions.
Oh, by George, I am sick. She's going to call the doctor. If I just knew what was on that chart. Well, one little peek wouldn't do any harm.
And don't let me catch you getting out of bed.
Oh! Yes?
Are you awake, Gildy?
Oh, that's you, John? Yes, come in.
Well, so they finally...
Now, see, Hooker, I'm not supposed to get excited.
I'm sorry, Gildy, I'm sorry. But you look so darn funny.
There's nothing funny about it. I'm a very sick man.
Sorry, old man. Sorry. Of course, it's not funny. I just came up to inquire how you were. I wasn't even going to disturb you, but I thought I'd just tiptoe in for a minute, and then when I saw you lying there in that bungalow apron...
Now, listen, you.
I'm sorry.
This is no bungalow apron. It's a hospital nightshirt, and I didn't design it.
Well, how do you get into it?
Well, if you must know, it buttons up the back.
Oh, surgical gown, probably.
Huh?
When I had mine out...
It's a what?
Surgical gown. They use them on the operating table.
Ugh.
Easier to slip off and slip on again.
Judge, close the door.
What for?
Close it.
Just as you say.
Now, did you talk to anybody before you came in here?
Just the nurse down the hall.
What'd she say?
Well, she told me where to find you and said not to stay too long.
What'd she say about me?
Not a thing.
Oh, just as I thought.
What do you mean?
They won't talk to me either. I can't get a straight answer from any of them, Judge. They won't even tell me what's wrong with me. And that Dr. Hargrave.
I hear he's a very good man.
A hard man to put your finger on.
Well, I understand he studied in Vienna.
Maybe he did. What do they teach him in Vienna? You don't know and I don't know. Some pretty strange things have come out of Vienna.
Oh, you're just imagining things.
I'm imagining nothing. Listen, this morning I felt fine. Well, not fine exactly. A little tired maybe and a little run down. So I let him call in Dr. Pettibone. I thought maybe he'd give me a tonic or something and tell me to stay off my feet. It was Leela who talked me into this. This Hargrave fellow seems to have some kind of power over her.
Only the power that a handsome fellow has over any woman, I'd say.
Well, he's not so handsome. I think it's that Vienna stuff. Finger kissing. By George, I wish I had Pettibone back. He told me to get up and go to work. But this bird sends me to the hospital for observation. What's that?
Well, he just wants to check your symptoms and see whether they develop.
There's more to it than that. He's got me a special nurse.
You don't say.
I can't tell. Something in the wind.
Now, listen, Gildy. At the worst, it'll all be over in a few days. With this modern science, removing an appendix is as easy as taking a nickel out of a purse.
Who said anything about an appendix?
Well, that's one of the things they watch. Did they take a blood test?
Well, yes. They took a lot of tests.
When the doctor was examining you, did he prod you in the tummy?
Well, yes.
Appendix.
He looked down at my throat. He couldn't see my appendix from there.
Well, it could be tonsils, but appendicitis is more likely. And believe me, Gildy, it's nothing. Why, I had mine out 5 years ago. Look.
I don't want to look.
And they give you a couple of sleeping pills to make you drowsy. Then they sneak up on you and clap that cone over your face with the ether. Before you know it, bingo.
That's what I'm afraid of, that bingo.
Well, how's the patient? Ready to go Betty by?
Hello, Miss Riley. This is Judge Hooker, my lawyer.
How do you do? Always glad to meet a lawyer. I might need one myself someday.
I was just leaving, Miss Riley.
Judge, don't go.
The judge is right. We're closing up here now.
Yep.
I'll just get you a glass of water.
Judge.
Yes, Gildy?
Do me a favor. Get Dr. Pettibone back in the case.
But, Gildy, how can I do that? You fired him.
I didn't fire him. I just insulted him. Get him back, Judge. I don't care how you do it.
Well, I'll try.
Tell him to be here the first thing in the morning before they can do anything. I want him to keep an eye on this Hargrave fellow.
Here we are. Take the glass.
What for? I'm not thirsty.
Well, goodbye, Gildy. Oh, I almost forgot what I came up here for. Here, I wanted to get your legal signature on this.
What is it?
Just a power of attorney. Gives me the legal right to act for you. You know, in case anything happens. It's always best.
Hooker, I wish you wouldn't come around with things like that at a time like this. Give me your pen.
Look out, you're spilling the water.
You take it.
Sign right there now.
Ralph Martin, P. Gildersleeve.
That's pretty shaky, but I guess it'll do. Well, goodbye, Gildy. Sweet dreams.
Judge, don't forget.
Forget what?
You know.
Oh, yes, Pettibone. Yeah, I'll do what I can. Bye.
Now, sonny boy, you're going to have a nice long sleep.
I doubt if I sleep a wink.
Oh, yes, you will. Here, take these.
What are they?
Just pills.
What kind of pills?
Sleeping pills.
George Hooker, George!
Come on, sonny boy, wake up. Wake up and hear the birdies.
Yeah, right away, Birdie.
Come on, pull yourself together.
Huh?
You've got company waiting.
Company?
Here, comb your hair. You look terrible.
Thanks. What time is it?
10:30?
I must have slept.
I'll say you slept 14 hours.
Well, I was overdue. That look better?
I guess you won't scare anybody. All right, you can come in now.
Oh, Uncle Mort.
Marjorie.
How are you? How do you feel? Did you have a good night?
Hi, Unc.
Oh, and little Leroy. Leroy, why aren't you in school?
He insisted on coming.
I was worried about you, Unc. I had to know how you were.
Well, that's very touching, my boy. If true.
Bertie, it's all right. You can come in.
Bertie, too? What is this?
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, to see you lying there like that. I've been praying for you every minute. If anything was to happen to you, I just don't know what I'd do.
Now, careful, Bertie. Remember what the doctor said.
What did the doctor say?
Nothing, Uncle Mort.
Listen, what's this all about? What's everybody gathering here for? Who sent for you?
Nobody.
I don't believe it. I know. It's the crisis. You don't have to fool me. I can take it. Where's the doctor? Doctor!
Now, calm down, Uncle Mort. Dr. Hargrave is right across the hall. He'll be in a minute.
I know. They're coming for me with that thing.
What thing?
They sneak up and clap it over your face. Leroy, I've always been a good uncle to you, haven't I?
Sure, you've been okay. You've been swell.
You wouldn't keep anything from me now, would you?
Not me.
What did the doctor say, Leroy? What did he say?
Didn't say a thing.
You too. Bertie, have I ever spoken a harsh word to you? Have I ever complained about anything you did?
Oh, no, Mr. Gildersleeve, you ain't. You the best man I ever worked for, and that's a fact.
Bertie, be quiet. Now, here comes the doctor.
Stand over here, Leroy. I don't want anybody to get behind me.
Well, how are we feeling this morning?
I feel fine, Doctor.
Splendid. I wonder if I could ask you people to step outside for a few minutes.
Oh, certainly.
Is that necessary?
Well, it's customary.
Come on, Leroy. Come on, Bertie.
Aren't you even going to say goodbye?
Oh, you'll be seeing them again. Miss Riley, if you'll close that door, please.
Yes, Doctor.
What for? Now, wait a minute. Before you start doing anything, Dr. Pettibone was supposed to be coming down here. I sent for him.
I've already had the benefit of the doctor's excellent advice.
You mean he's been here?
We just conferred across the hall. Roll up your sleeve.
Why?
Please. Excellent diagnostician, Dr. Pettibone. Now, Miss Riley. Thank you.
What's that? What are you rubbing on my arm?
Just a little alcohol. Dr. Pettibone and I went over the records and results of the tests, and we found ourselves in complete agreement on every point. I'm happy to say that we can give you a clean bill of health, except for one thing.
What's that?
We failed to find any sign that you have ever been vaccinated. The needle, please, Miss Riley.
Oh, no, you don't.
Lie still.
I'm on to that trick.
Miss Riley.
I've got him, Doctor.
Oh. Let me up!
Lie still, you big baby. You want me to sit on you?
Doctor! Doctor! Oh, please!
All right. Let him go, Miss Riley. Really, old man, you ought to get hold of yourself. You want your nephew to hear you carrying on like that?
I'm ashamed. I guess I lost my head there for a minute.
Well, it's not uncommon.
All right. Go ahead, Doc. I can take it.
Why, it's all done.
All done? You mean...
It's all over. You're vaccinated.
I'm... Marjorie! Leroy! Look, I'm vaccinated. Well, I guess I'll be paying doctor bills for months, but I was lucky I didn't have the flu. The flu's been pretty bad here in Summerfield. Mr. Peavy's been down with it for a couple of weeks, I'm sorry to say. Of course, he's been with us in spirit all the while. But I know you'll all be glad to hear that he'll be back in business at the old drugstore next week. Good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was directed by Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Suspense.
This is the Man in Black. Here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our star tonight is Bela Lugosi, playing the part of Professor Antonio Basile, psychologist. The story is by J. Donald Wilson, who calls it The Doctor Prescribed Death. If you have been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. This series of tales is calculated to intrigue you, stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with the Doctor Prescribed Death and Bela Lugosi's performance. We again hope to keep you in suspense. Professor Antonio Basile has a theory, but let him tell you about it.
As a psychologist, I have worked out a theory I know to be sound. I contend that a person who has decided to kill himself can very easily be turned from this desire to the desire of taking the life of another. I can prove my theory, and if necessary, that is exactly what I will do.
Professor Antonio Basile has a theory, but only a theory. And he's worried about what his publisher will say, so he visits the editor, whose name is Hellman. Hellman finishes the manuscript and tosses it on the desk. Professor Basile leans forward eagerly and...
Well, Hellman, what do you think?
Professor Basile, it's purely conjecture, simply a theory, and I wouldn't advise publishing it.
I worked on that theory for a long time. I'm positive of it. I know it'll work.
Suppose it will. What good is it? What good have you accomplished if you can prove it'll work?
Are you laughing at me, Hellman?
It's so silly. An ordinary human being has suffered reverses. Is sick of it all. He wants to leave it all behind. And you say he can be changed to want to kill someone else.
I do. Self-destruction and the destruction of other life are closely related in the mind. The dividing line is very thin.
It's ridiculous.
And you won't publish it?
Granger would fire me.
Why?
He told me that, in his opinion, you should be in the asylum.
Mr. Granger said that. Does he think I'm insane?
How do I know?
Hellman, Mr. Granger didn't say that. It's you who thinks I'm crazy. You've never liked me. For some reason, you are trying to tear me down. Well, we'll see, Mr. Hellman. We'll see.
Now, wait a minute.
I'll show you whether my works are illogical. I'll show you whether I'm insane.
Oh, calm down.
I'm going to make you eat those words. I know you don't like me, but I'm going to prove that my theory is sound. Good night.
Wait a minute. Basile, wait.
You wait, Hellman. You wait.
Yes, wait, Hellman. Wait. Professor Basile, seething with resentment, rushes from the office and strides angrily down the street.
Insane, huh? I'll prove my theory. I'll find a subject. I'll find someone who wants to take his own life.
And so Basile goes home, late for dinner. He finds a note from his wife, Myra, saying she's decided to attend the opera and will be home around 11:30. Then Professor Basile gets an inspiration. He goes to the bridge over the deep canyon, the bridge called Suicide. And strangely enough, he hasn't long to wait. As he stands against the railing in the fog, a figure appears a few feet beyond, stops, prepares to leap.
Don't do it. Wait a minute. Listen.
Huh?
That's very silly.
Let go of me.
Oh, no. I couldn't do that. I need you.
I don't need you.
Don't you know this is against the law?
You're not an officer. You can't stop me.
It's 500 feet to those tracks below. Hard steel rails. And don't believe what they all tell you about not being conscious of what happened. You'd know. People don't die instantly.
Let loose.
They lie in agony for minutes and sometimes for an hour. It's a horrible death, I know.
How do you know?
I'm a doctor.
Doctor?
Yes. I can tell you much simpler ways, much less painful ways, and quicker. You're a nice young girl, an intelligent girl. You wouldn't want it to happen this way. Maybe after I talk to you a while, you wouldn't want to do this at all.
No?
No. But come on. Let's talk it over. Maybe a few minutes' talk will change the entire picture for you.
What could you do to help me?
If you'll come, I'll tell you. There's a motive back of your wanting to do this, and I'd like to know what it is.
Nothing doing.
Haven't you any relatives? Any loved ones you'd like to do something for?
Yes?
Then if you talk with me for a while, maybe I can find my way clear to help those people.
You sound crazy to me.
Oh, no.
All right, I'll... Where?
My apartment.
Let's go.
Well, here we are. Come in, please.
Well, what do you want to know?
Sit down first. Are you hungry?
No, I'm not that broke. It isn't poverty.
I knew that. I could tell by your clothes. Now, first, why did you come here?
Why? Why, because you talked me into it.
I see. You're not afraid of me?
Afraid? In my frame of mind. What can I lose?
Suppose I told you that I really brought you here to kill you.
Kill me?
You know, you're a very pretty girl, don't you?
Yeah? That doesn't always mean so much.
The right man, it might.
That's what I thought. But I found out it didn't mean a thing.
Ah, then it was because of a man. I knew it.
Really? How did you guess?
I'm a student of psychology. I'm Professor Antonio Basil.
I see. And you want to know what makes me tick. You want to know the reason behind my action tonight.
That's right. I would like to know what happened to make you want to kill yourself. Suicide is a mental aberration.
Yeah?
I'd like to know what preceded the decision to destroy yourself. And what you thought about until the moment I stopped you on the bridge.
What good will that do me?
You said you weren't broke, but you also said you had some loved ones you'd like to do something for.
I meant I wasn't broke to the point of being hungry. I have a few dollars. But you suggested help for someone in larger terms.
Yes, I did. Who is the loved one?
My mother.
You are her only means of support?
Yes.
And you intend to kill yourself?
Yes.
That's being selfish, isn't it?
Selfish?
Yes. You are concentrating solely on self.
You think so?
What else? The first law of human nature is self-preservation, right?
I suppose so.
The second law is the preservation of family.
Yeah?
So you decide to deny the first law and destroy yourself. And as a consequence, deny the second and leave your mother alone and in need. You indicate a form of insanity.
What would be normal?
To destroy the other person. The one who has done you wrong. Have you hurt him?
No.
Then the one who has done wrong should be the one to suffer. You have no legal recourse?
Legal recourse? No, I haven't, I'm sorry to say.
And you would kill yourself to let your poor mother suffer because of the wrong of another. Why shouldn't he be the one to suffer?
I suppose you're right. Why shouldn't he?
What happened after all? Why not tell me about it? Were you married?
No. He never seemed to find time to get around to marriage.
What's your name?
Gladys. Gladys Tanner.
How long had you known him?
Almost 4 years.
And you always thought he meant to marry you?
Yes. Until 3 weeks ago.
Yes?
On July 1st, he had to leave town for a week on business. Said he was going to Kansas City. When he came back, he seemed to be too busy to see me. Then a week ago, I found a snapshot along with several others in his desk in his home.
May I see it?
Certainly. It's a a picture of him and another woman. But the picture was not taken in Kansas City.
It wasn't?
No, it was taken on the beach at Atlantic City. And it's dated by the finisher, July 3rd. Since he returned, he's refused to see me. Yesterday, he finally said he didn't care to see me anymore. But I'd better forget him.
But it isn't so easy as that, is it?
No. I figured I'd done something. And blame myself.
Do you know this blonde woman in this snapshot?
No.
Then it must be a woman he has met recently. You've known him for 4 years. I don't think you are to blame. He's the one in the wrong. And he should be made to suffer.
How?
You were going to kill yourself. Why should you? Kill him instead. He double-crossed you. He deserves it. Now, let me go a little deeper into the situation. Whenever a person has reached the conclusion to take his life... Sure you have made up your mind, Miss Tanner?
Positive.
Now, if you're careful, you won't be caught.
No.
But whether you are or not, I'm giving you this check for $1,000 made out to cash to be sent to your mother only after the man is dead. Write his name on this pad.
There you are.
I will know what has happened by the newspapers. And I will withhold payment until I learn that you have gone through with it.
It'll happen tonight.
Very well. You are sure? You are determined?
Absolutely. Nothing could stop me.
Very good.
But just what would happen if I did get caught?
You won't get caught if you follow my instructions. I know. Now, here is a small revolver. It'll fit easily in your purse. That's all you need. Be sure to wipe your fingerprints off and leave the gun near the body.
Yeah. Well, goodbye, Dr. Basile.
Goodbye, Gladys, and good luck.
Professor Basile watches Gladys as she crosses the street to the dimly lighted bus stop. Then he rushes to his car and drives away. A few minutes later, he comes to a stop at Hellman's house. Hellman, the editor who ridiculed his theory.
Just a minute. Oh. Hello, Basile.
Good evening, Hellman. Thought I'd drop out to have a little chat with you.
Well, why this time of night? It's kind of late, isn't it?
11. Didn't think that was late for you.
No? Come in.
Thanks.
Sit down. What's on your mind?
I want to talk to you about my theory you ridicule so definitely. My theory about suicide.
Oh. Well, I just don't believe it, that's all.
And I said I'd prove it, didn't I?
Yes, but what are you getting at?
It's going to be proved. My theory is going to be proved tonight.
Well, that's fine. Go right ahead and prove it.
I don't like you, Hellman. I never liked you. And I know you don't like me.
I can't help that, Basile. What are you staring at?
Is there someone here with you?
Certainly not. Why?
That's a woman's purse on the Davenport.
Oh, my secretary dropped by earlier this evening with the manuscript. She must have forgotten it.
She's not here now?
Of course not.
Then I'll continue. I found a subject. A girl who was ready to commit suicide because a man jilted her. In a few hours, I was successful in changing her thoughts from suicide to homicide, and she is going to kill the man tonight. What do you think of that?
There may be a dozen murders tonight.
Ah, but you'll know which one I mean. You'll know about this murder.
What do you mean?
Because I'm going to tell you who the victim is going to be.
You know who the intended victim is? Why don't you stop it?
But then I wouldn't have proved my theory.
If you put this girl up to it, you're as guilty as she is. You're insane, Basile. Hopelessly insane.
You think so, Herman?
The whole idea is mad. Too utterly ridiculous for words. No sane man would ever think of such a useless, senseless idea. And for heaven's sake, stop laughing.
I'm thinking about the victim when he learned.
Who is the victim?
Martin Hellman.
Me?
Yes, you.
I don't believe you.
You will this time.
Who is this girl? I know no girl who'd want to kill me.
This one does. Now.
Oh, nonsense. However, I wouldn't put it past you to hire someone to do something like this.
No, this girl is no fake. This girl is serious, deadly serious.
You probably hypnotized some poor woman, figuring she'd never remember what happened.
Oh, Hellman, you underestimate me.
Maybe I do underestimate your evil mind. But believe
Put
me...
up your hands, Hellman. Get away from the desk. I'll just take care of that gun, Hellman. That's better.
Well, since when did you start carrying a gun, Basile?
A gun? Don't be silly. This isn't a gun in my pocket. It's just my pipe. See? Well, what do you hear, Herman?
Nothing.
Oh, yes, you do. I heard it, too. A sound on the porch. I leave now. The back way. I put your gun in the kitchen. And I'll be very careful to remove all my fingerprints.
You insane fool.
Oh, fancy you. You, Hellman, you are going to help prove my theory. Good night, Hellman.
Crazy devil. I'll have him locked up before he gets across town.
Good evening, Mr. Hellman.
Huh? How did you get in here?
Through the patio door.
What do you want?
I wanted to talk to you.
Very strangely.
You're just imagining things.
And what are you doing here?
I wanted to tell you something.
Yeah? What?
When you first indicated to me that you were through with me, I was terribly hurt. I thought all along that we were to be married. I couldn't understand. I tried and tried to think of something I'd done to cause our breakup. Then I happened to find this snapshot in your desk.
Snapshot?
Take a look at it. Kansas City. No, Atlantic City, New Jersey. You and a blonde. And the date is stamped on the back. A business trip. Ha!
Well, what about it?
I just wanted you to know that you weren't so slick. I wanted you to know that I knew about the blonde. That I knew you'd lied.
Now that you've told me, what good does it do you?
A lot of good.
First, I thought you came here for money.
How could you think such a thing?
Well, I think you'd better go now.
I'm going. Goodbye, Morton. And good luck in your new venture.
What venture?
This one.
Gladys. Gladys!
And wish me luck in mine.
Gladys stands staring a moment at the body of Hellman, then wipes off the gun, drops it to the floor, takes the professor's check from her purse, steps to Hellman's desk and writes a note. Then she puts the note in an envelope with the check, addresses it, stamps it, turns out the lights, and steps out into the dark street. At the corner, she drops the envelope in the mailbox and disappears. Professor Basile heard the shots. His theory worked. Hellman will torment him no more. The perfect crime. So he can go home to his wife now and go to sleep.
Myra. Myra.
Huh? What? Oh, Antonio.
What are you doing asleep on the Davenport? You know what time it is?
It must be after midnight. I've been waiting for you.
How was opera?
Oh, fair. Nothing to brag about.
Who sang the lead?
Belchiati. He wasn't very good.
Belchiati?
Mm-hmm. He's a poor Othello.
Othello? I thought they were doing Ida tonight.
No, they switched because someone was ill. Oh, they just as soon have stayed home.
Have a nightcap, Myra.
No, thanks. I'm tired. I think I'll go to bed.
I'll be along presently. Good night.
Then the night passes and the morning comes. The professor rises cheerfully and prepares for breakfast. Then...
I get it, Myra. Yes?
Are you Professor Basile?
Yes.
May we come in? We'd like to talk with you.
Of course. What is it you want?
Is your wife in?
Yes.
We'd like to see her, too.
What?
Oh, I'm Lieutenant Davis. Detective headquarters.
Well, what do you want?
Will you call your wife?
Why, certainly. Myra! But what's this all about?
What is it, Antonio?
These men are from detective headquarters. They want to talk to us.
Really? What about?
May I ask where you were last night, Mrs. Basile?
Certainly. I went to the opera.
What time did you get home?
Oh, I imagine it was around 11 or shortly after.
Mm-hmm. Were you at home last evening, Professor?
Well, I was at the club and got home about 12:30.
By the way, do you know a Morton Hellman?
Certainly.
What about him?
He's been murdered.
Murdered?
Good Lord. When?
Around midnight last night. I found him this morning.
How terrible. Why, I've known him for years. He was editor-in-chief of the company publishing my writings. I'm a psychologist, you know.
Yes, we know.
But what do you want to know from us? We weren't connected socially with Hellman. Just in business.
Did you know him, Mrs. Basile?
Yes, I knew him very slightly.
Do either of you know of anyone who'd have reason to kill him?
Certainly not. Everyone thought highly of him.
Did you ever hear of a girl named Gladys Tanner?
Gladys Tanner? No.
Did you know of a Gladys Tanner, Mrs. Basile?
No.
Is this your purse, Mrs. Basile?
Why, of course it is. That's the one I gave you last Christmas, Myra.
Well, yes. I must have lost it downtown.
Where did you find it, Lieutenant?
At Hellman's home.
Hellman's home? Well, how in the world?
Good heavens, but
we
how...
found it on the sofa.
Well, I can't imagine how it could get there.
And this is the revolver that killed Hellman, found on the floor beside him.
What?
No fingerprints on it, however.
What?
May I see it? Why, Myra, this is your gun. I bought this for you 2 years ago when I went on the lecture tour.
Yes, I think it's mine, but it just doesn't make sense.
Did you have the gun in your purse when you lost it last night?
Well, perhaps I did. I'm so confused now I can't remember.
That thing, Myra. The thing, it is terrible.
Oh, I know. Oh, dear, I feel ill.
Did you ever fire this gun?
Yes, once last year up in the mountains. I wanted to see how it worked.
Ever reload it?
No, I've never reloaded it. I just didn't think about it. Maybe I did put it in my purse. Why, I don't know. And whoever found the purse may have used the gun to... Oh, I just can't seem to think.
This gun misfired on the first 2 shots. The other 3 killed Hellman.
This is the most amazing piece of coincidence I ever heard of. Why would my wife want to do such a thing? Why should she get to Hellman? She hardly knew him.
Are you sure about that, Professor?
Of course.
Well, sorry to say that I don't believe her.
What? This is ridiculous.
This is going to be a shock to you, Professor, but here's a snapshot we found on Hellman's desk. Taken in Atlantic City last July.
Good heavens. Why? This is you, Myra. You and Hellman. You were at your mother's in Florida in July. Myra, look at me. What does this mean?
I can't.
And I can't believe such a thing.
May I have the purse, the gun, and the photo? Thank you. I'm sorry, but I'll have to take her down to headquarters.
But I didn't kill him. I didn't. I wouldn't. I loved him.
Myra. You better pull yourself together. You'll have to go back.
You'll want photos and fingerprints.
Yes. Better get it ready, Myra. Certainly looks bad for her.
Afraid it does. Looks like an open and shut case. Oh, will you come along too, Professor?
Certainly.
And so it all worked out beautifully. Not quite as the professor had planned. But then he changed his plan from the moment when Gladys Tanner showed him the snapshot taken in Atlantic City. And he realized that the girl's fiancé was Hellman, and the blonde was Myra, his wife. He had no intention of allowing Gladys Tanner to kill Hellman until he saw that snapshot. And when he recognized Myra's purse in Hellman's home, he decided to let Gladys kill him and the blame be placed on Myra. The perfect crime. But several hours later, after fingerprints and many questions, the professor is just about to be dismissed when Sergeant Rankin steps into the room and speaks quietly to Lieutenant Davis.
What is it, Rankin?
I stayed at Basile's place, as you said.
Well?
A few minutes ago, a special delivery letter came for the professor. This'll knock your eye out. Read it.
Huh? Well, this fits perfectly with the writing we were trying to make out on Helm's desk blotter. Professor, here's a letter sent special delivery to you a few minutes ago, postmarked last night. Read it.
Dear Professor Basile, your theory worked a certain degree. You convinced me I should kill him. But when that gun you gave me misfired twice, I almost quit.
Go ahead, Professor. Read on.
Then as I looked at him on the floor, the feeling of self-destruction came back. I'm going ahead with my plan. Here's your check. I won't need it. Besides, I lied to you. I lost my mother long ago. Better luck next time. Gladys Tanner.
And a half hour ago, they found her body beneath Suicide Bridge.
Well, Professor, your perfect crime has failed.
Failed? Yes, failed.
Wonderful setup on paper, but your theory backfired, and you're up for murder.
But I didn't kill him.
But you planned it, and you're as guilty as Gladys. She's paid her penalty. Now it's your turn.
No. I won't be hanged. Never!
Rankin, grab him!
And now the doctor lies on the sidewalk 17 stories below. His entire theory worked in reverse. And so closes the doctor-prescribed death, starring Bela Lugosi. Tonight's story of Suspense. It came to you from Columbia Square in Hollywood. This is the man in black who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday when we present the noted actor, Mr. Sidney Greenstreet, in The Hangman Won't Wait. William Spear, the producer, Ted Bliss, the director, Lud Gluskin, the musical director, Lucian Mahuik, the composer, and J. Donald Wilson, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. Whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trusts. I will give no deadly drug to any, though it be asked.
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. And now, for the first time, this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gildersleeve.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine. A clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York, a nerve center of medical progress where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital, where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on.
Good morning, Dr. Kildare. Oh, my, you look tired.
Morning, Parker. I am tired. Dr. Gillespie in yet?
He's down in the clinic. Ooh, that man.
Bad mood.
Bad? Oh, horrible.
Fine. Let's see now. Dr. Kildare speaks.
Hello. Is this Dr. James Kildare?
Yes? Who's this, please?
Jimmy, this is Angela. Angela Kester.
Angela Kester. Well, I didn't know you were in New York. When'd you get in?
Last night, flew in from Chicago. Jimmy, I must see you right away. It's important.
Well, I won't be off duty until
Jimmy,
tonight.
it's an emergency. I've got to see you now.
Hey, you do sound worried. What's the trouble?
Stephen, my husband. Jimmy, something terrible's going to happen. It's mine. He's sick.
Well, who's your doctor, Angela?
I haven't any doctor. Not anymore. Oh, please.
But, Angela, my work here at the hospital, I can't
Please,
possibly...
Jimmy. 612 East 73rd. Believe me, I'm afraid. I'm terribly afraid.
I don't understand, Angela. You're afraid of what?
He wants to kill me. I know it. Stephen wants to kill me.
Wait a minute,
You've
Angela.
got to believe me. Oh, please, hurry.
612 East 73rd. Is that right?
Yes, Jimmy.
All right, Angela. I'll be right out.
Kildare, what's the big hurry? You're not an intern anymore.
Rush call, Dr. Gillespie.
Rush call? Where?
East 73rd, old friends of mine. Lots of trouble.
Well, which is it? Not enough love or not enough money?
Might be either. She's afraid her husband's going to kill her.
So that's enough to keep a woman's mind off her housework.
Dr. Kildare.
Well, nosy Parker, why do you keep on busting in here all the time?
Oh, Dr. Kildare.
Parker, if anyone wants me, I'll be at the home of Mrs. Angela Kester.
Oh, all right, Doctor, but just a moment.
Parker, I'm in a hurry.
But there's a man. He just came into the reception room. He wants to see you.
I'm sorry, Parker,
He
but
says his name is Kester, Stephen Kester.
That's the way it's been going with her, Doctor. Every week she gets a little worse.
I see.
5 years ago, Angela Kester is one of the finest concert pianists in this country. Today, she's nothing.
When did all this begin, Steve? I mean, when did she start blowing up in the middle of concerts?
Close to 5 years ago. A few months after we were married.
Did Angela show any abnormal behavior just before that first breakdown?
Oh, she was working awfully hard, practicing 16 hours a day sometimes. It was kind of strange, like something was pushing it, as though her success was a matter of life and death. It was almost as if she was possessed.
And it's still the same. The harder she works at her music, the more the obsession grows.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you said before there was a particular composition that she keeps on playing.
Yes. A revolutionary etude by Chopin. Every time she sits down to play. Sometimes she can go on for, half an hour without breaking. Beethoven, Liszt, Brahms. And she goes back to it.
Does that piece have any particular significance to Angela?
None that I know of. It was one of her father's favorites. He's dead now. He had great ideas about Angela's career.
I see. Now about this latest fixation of hers, this fear that you are going to murder her.
It's the first time I've heard that one.
It was the first thing she told me on the phone.
She's really getting bad.
Yes. I think I'd better drop out to your place and see Angela for a few minutes. Come on, we'd better hurry.
watch her here from behind these glass doors.
Is the nurse with her constantly?
Yes. I don't dare leave her alone.
She still plays beautifully.
Yes, I know. But wait. Wait, you'll see.
Steve, the doctors that have been handling Angela's case, what kind of treatments have they been giving her?
Oh, I think she's been through about all of them. 2 courses of insulin shock, 2 courses of electric shock. I don't know what else.
When did she have her last shock treatment?
Oh, about 6 months ago. They helped for a while, then she slips back into the same old condition. Listen. You hear? She's breaking up now.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I see what you mean. Why, it's almost as if something had taken hold of her, pushing her, twisting her body, some strange force. Steve, stay here. I'm going in.
All right.
Why can't I? Hands! Hands! They won't let me! They won't let me! I've got to! It must come out! Hands! Oh, stop! Hands! Stop! Stop!
Angela.
Oh, Jimmy. Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy.
All right, Angela. It's all right. Nurse, I'm Dr. Kildare, Blair General.
Oh, yes, sir.
Are there any sedatives in the house?
Yes, doctor.
Grain and a half a second off, please.
Yes, sir.
Jimmy, what's happening to me? My hand. Can anybody help me? Can anybody help
Yes,
me?
Angela. I'm going to help you. Don't be afraid.
Jimmy, my hands. They won't let me. They're trapped. These notes on this paper. They've trapped my hands. My hands.
Then we'll set them free, Angela. Now, don't be afraid. I'm going to help you.
Kildare, that you?
Yes, Dr. Gillespie?
Ah, sit down, Jimmy. Sit down. Here, sit down. Cigarette?
Thanks, I could use one.
Yeah. I think it's high time somebody told you this.
What?
You've been going too hard. Ever since you got back to the hospital from the army.
Oh, now, let's not go over all that again.
And yes, we will too. Just because they appointed you a resident physician, that doesn't mean that you have to do all the work.
But you know how short-handed we've been, how many patients we have.
Yeah, and you go on out and take on more. Look, Jimmy, you've just got so much energy to spend in one day, and that's all.
Now you're going to tell me I need a vacation.
That's exactly what you do need.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Jimmy, you've been a doctor long enough to know you can't save all the lives in the world.
Sorry, Dr. Gillespie. I can't take the time off. Besides, I've got the research work on leukemia to do, and that paper for the medical institute.
And besides that, you'd hate to be away from that beautiful nurse, Mary Lamont. Huh? Go on, admit it.
Oh, your spies are working overtime.
They're always working overtime. You haven't dated Mary Lamont for 3 weeks. Now, that's a late bulletin. Why haven't you?
Oh, the Angela Kester thing, I guess. Takes a lot of time.
Well, why did you take the case in the first place? You don't have enough to do here, huh? You have to go out looking for work.
Doctor, until her mind got sick, Angela Kester was on her way to becoming one of the greatest concert pianists in the world. I'm convinced she can still be one of the greatest pianists in the world.
Yeah, well, that's fine. How do you go about curing her?
I'm not sure yet.
What's your diagnosis?
She's suffering from a neurosis, obsessive-compulsive, superimposed paranoid tendencies.
I have to give you credit, Kildare. When you pick a bad one, you pick the worst. What are the symptoms?
Deep-seated compulsive complex is the first thing I noticed. See, Angela had one of those fathers who wants great things for his children, whether they want it or not. He was a second-rate pianist himself, but he was determined Angela would reach the top. guess he impressed her with that as soon as she was old enough to understand.
Stupid parents.
Her father was a widower. He didn't have much money, but he spent every spare dollar he could get on piano lessons for Angela. Evidently, he made her realize how much he was sacrificing to make her a great artist.
He grew out of all proportion in her mind.
Right. And by the time she was 10 years old, she was afraid to be a failure. She had to make it. There was no other way out for her.
When did it first show on the surface?
Oh, 5 years ago. Angela was about 22 at the time. The night before she was to sail for Europe for a concert tour, she had a recital at Carnegie Hall. She went to pieces.
Oh, too bad. You spotted the neurosis, all right. Obsessive compulsive. What about the paranoid tendencies?
They've just started showing up lately. She's developing all kinds of persecution complexes. And thinks the public's against her, thinks her husband's going to kill her.
Too bad. Dreaded phone. Hello, Dr. Gillespie talking. Huh? Who? Just a minute. Still there. You.
Hello? Yes. When? I'll be right over. That was Stephen Kester, Angela's husband.
Well?
Angela just shot herself.
The story of Dr. Kildare will continue in just a moment. Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gildersleeve.
Blair General Hospital, good afternoon. Children's Clinic, thank you. Blair General Hospital, good afternoon. Who? The New York Times. Well, I'm sorry. Mrs. Chester is still in surgery. No, sir, no report. Blair General Hospital, good afternoon. Dr. Gillespie's office? Thank you.
Dr. Gillespie's office, Nurse Parker. Why, Mr. Willingham. Mr. Willingham. Oh.
Parker, what's that infernal babbling going on out there?
Oh, Mr. Willingham, call me back later.
I want my medical journal. Where have you hidden it?
It's right smack in the middle of your desk.
Then why didn't you say so? Always hiding things.
Oh.
By the way, what about those reprints I asked for? The ones on prefrontal lobotomy?
They're sending them up from the research library.
Well, tell them to hurry. Patient's dying.
Doctor, you don't have a patient.
Keep your nose out of my business. Now go on. Stop.
Dr. Gillespie's office.
Parker, this is Dr. Kildare. Just finished surgery.
Yes, Doctor.
Here's the report on Angela Kester that Dr. Gillespie asked for.
All right, Doctor, I'll take it.
Self-inflicted bullet wound on left side of chest. Bullet penetrated the chest cage. Small pneumothorax. No serious damage. Bullet lodged just beneath the skin under the left shoulder blade. Easily removed. Patient resting comfortably. Got it?
Yes, Doctor, thank you.
Now, tell Dr. Gillespie I'm going over to Sullivan's for a bite to eat.
All right, Doctor. You're trapped, Jimmy. I heard every word.
Mary, where'd you come from?
Been following you for days.
How about coffee?
Wonderful. Let's go.
Sorry about the last few weeks, Mary. I hope you understand.
I'm getting used to it. But really, Jimmy, I've been talking to Dr. Gillespie. You've got to cut down on your work.
All right. I concede. Just as soon as Angela Kester gets well, I take a vacation.
Wonderful. She ought to be up and around in 10 days. Then you start your vacation?
Well, I don't mean the bullet wound. Her mind. She's suffering terribly.
Do you really think there's a chance of curing her?
I think there is, Mary. One chance.
But I thought they tried everything.
Everything but an operation.
I don't understand.
A prefrontal lobotomy. It's her only chance.
But it's so risky, isn't it, Jimmy? Are you sure it's her only chance?
It's the last resort, I know. That's all that's left for Angela now.
If the operation fails?
It can't fail, Mary. I wish I could believe that. Come on, let's get that coffee.
Kildare, you're mad. A prefrontal lobotomy? You're just stark, staring mad.
Dr. Gillespie, you've been doing research on prefrontal lobotomies for the past 4 days. Now admit it.
You're getting worse than Nosy Parker.
So, what's your real opinion?
Oh, Jimmy, I don't know. It seems pretty risky to me, trying it on a girl like Angela Kester.
Actually, the prefrontal lobotomy has been successful with patients of Angela's type.
Sure. I know it has. What are the odds?
You've always said a doctor makes his own odds.
That's the way I like to hear you talk.
Dr. Kildare.
Well, Nosy, don't save those precious words for posterity. Spit them out.
Oh, Dr. Kildare, Mr. Stephen Kester to see you.
Send him in, Parker.
The Kester girl's husband?
Yes. Steve, good to see you.
Good to see you, Jim. How is she?
Physically, good shape. A little restless, that's all. Oh, Dr. Gillespie, Stephen Kester.
How are you, Doctor? Jimmy, about this operation you mentioned on the phone.
Yes, that's why I called you down here, Steve. I think it'll cure Angela. But we've got to have your permission before we go ahead.
Well, I don't know. What's it going to involve?
I'll try to make it as brief as I can. Angela's mental trouble, her obsessions, her fears are centered in this part of the brain here, see? Just inside the upper part of the forehead. The frontal lobes, we call them.
But how could an operation cure that part of the brain?
It wouldn't. Our only concern now is to cure the whole brain by permanently isolating those frontal lobes from the rest of the brain.
How is that possible, Doctor?
Well, it's comparatively a simple operation, Kester. An opening is made in the skull just above the frontal lobes. We insert into the brain an instrument called a leucotome.
Mm-hmm.
With that instrument, we sever the white tissue which connects the frontal lobes to the rest of the brain. That's what we call a prefrontal lobotomy.
What are the risks? I mean, what could happen?
4 alternatives, Steve. It could make Angela a little better, or it could make her a little worse. It could cure her completely, or it could kill her.
Jimmy, what would happen to her if she didn't have the operation?
We couldn't try any more shock treatments. She's already had the maximum. Her system wouldn't take it.
And without treatment, Kester, more suicide attempts, deterioration, until she's hopelessly insane. The operation's a last resort. You'll have to make the decision.
You recommend it, Jimmy?
I recommend it.
Kildare?
Jimmy, operate.
You ready now, Jimmy?
Yes. Say a prayer, will you, Doctor?
Scared?
Yep.
So am I. Let's go.
Dr. Long, is the patient ready?
She's anesthetized. I've given her sodium pentothal.
Is it all right to proceed?
Yes, Doctor.
All right, Jimmy.
Scalpel. Sponge. Hemostats. Silver clips.
How's that wound, Kildare?
Bleeding's controlled, wound's dry. Nurse,
Yes, Doctor.
retractor. Periosteal elevator. Dr. Long,
Yes, Doctor.
ready to proceed with the osteotomy. Her condition still good?
Blood pressure down, 90/68. Pulse, 88. Respiration 24.
Miss Lamont,
Yes, Doctor.
Treefine. Have the water syringe ready. Forceps.
Good work, Jimmy.
Nurse, careful with the skull disc. Keep it moist.
Yes, Doctor.
Scalpel for dural incision. Eyes. Quickly.
Yes, Doctor.
Dr. Long, how's her condition?
Blood pressure was down 90/68. Supplementing saline solution with blood. Pulse 90. Respiration 26. Blood pressure rising.
Ready to proceed with the lobotomy.
All right to proceed, Doctor.
Nurse,
Yes, Doctor.
the leucotone. Ready with the Lipiodol syringe.
Ready, Doctor.
Localized perfectly. Easy. Got to go slow. Sponge.
Yes, Doctor.
Very little bleeding. Fine work, Jimmy.
Fine instrument. Nurse ready to close the wound. Number 60 silk for the dura. Skull disc. Good. Well moistened. Skin sutures.
Yes, Doctor.
Sterile dressings. Everything all right, Dr. Long?
Condition's good.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Good work, Kildare.
Jimmy, you've done yourself proud.
You better wait and see, Dr. Gillespie.
Jimmy, how long will it be before we know?
Oh, I estimate about 3 days in Angela's case. Might know definitely by then.
You mean if she's cured or if...
If she isn't cured, Mary. If she has to live out the rest of her life a hopeless lunatic. We might be pushing things, Steve. Might be too soon to tell definitely.
Jimmy, I've got to know. One way or the other.
It's only been 3 days, Steve. In a case like Angela's, it could be months before we know, for sure. There could be complications.
Jimmy, I've got to know now. I've got to.
All right, Steve. Here we are. You all set?
Yeah, I'm all set.
He just woke up. Now go over to the bed, Steve. Let her see you.
All right. Angela.
Who is it? Don't touch me.
Hmm?
Get away. Get away from me.
Angela.
Don't. Get away.
Angela, it's Stephen, your husband. Stephen.
Steve?
Angela, look at me.
Stephen. Stephen.
Angela. You're all right. Angela, you're cured. Jimmy, she is cured.
She'll tell you, Steve.
Look, my hands. My hands. They're free, Steve. My hands are free.
Jimmy?
That's right, Steve. Patient cured. Case closed.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. again the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gildersleeve.
Actually, it was quite soon to have the permanent results of the lobotomy operation. Some cases take a good deal longer.
Kildare, this shop talk's boring me. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go over and heckle Dr. Carew. I think he's trying to impress something.
It's lucky Angela decided to make this party formal. First time I've ever seen Dr. Gillespie in a tuxedo.
Probably the last. Oh, look, Angela's sitting down at the piano.
Mm-hmm. Listen, Jimmy.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, Jimmy. You made it that way.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Dr. Kildare is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of East Side, West Side, starring Barbara Stanwyck, James Mason, Van Heflin, and Ava Gardner. The program was written by James Edward Moser and directed by William P. Russo. Original music composed and conducted by Walter Schumann.
Chapter 1 of What's Wrong with the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Benjamin J. Thompson, RabidQuill.com. What's Wrong with the World by Gilbert Keith Chesterton. Part 1. The Homelessness of Man. Chapter 1. The Medical Mistake. A book of modern social inquiry has a shape that is somewhat sharply defined. It begins, as a rule, with an analysis, with statistics, tables of population, decrease of crime among Congregationalists, growth of hysteria among policemen, and similar ascertained facts. It ends with a chapter that is generally called The Remedy. It is almost wholly due to this careful, solid, and scientific method that the remedy is never found. For this scheme of medical question and answer is a blunder, the first great blunder of sociology. It is always called stating the disease before we find the cure. But it is the whole definition and dignity of man that in social matters we must actually find the cure before we find the disease. The fallacy is one of the 50 fallacies that come from the modern madness for biological or bodily metaphors. It is convenient to speak of the social organism, just as it is convenient to speak of the British lion. But Britain is no more an organism than Britain is a lion. The moment we begin to give a nation the unity and simplicity of an animal, we begin to think wildly. Because every man is a biped, 50 men are not a centipede. This has produced, for instance, the gaping absurdity of perpetually talking about young nations and dying nations, as if a nation had a fixed and physical span of life. Thus, people will say that Spain has entered a final senility. They might as well say that Spain is losing all her teeth. Or people will say that Canada should soon produce a literature, which is like saying that Canada must soon grow a new mustache. Nations consist of people. The first generation may be decrepit, or the 10,000th may be vigorous. Similar applications of the fallacy are made by those who see in the increasing size of national possessions a simple increase in wisdom and stature and in favor with God and man. These people, indeed, even fall short in subtlety of the parallel of a human body. They do not even ask whether an empire is growing taller in its youth, or only growing fatter in its old age. But of all the instances of error arising from this physical fancy, the worst is what we have before us: the habit of exhaustively describing a social sickness and then propounding a social drug. Now, we do talk first about the disease in cases of bodily breakdown, and that for an excellent reason, because, though there may be doubt about the way in which the body broke down, there is no doubt at all about the shape in which it should be built up again. No doctor proposes to produce a new kind of man, with a new arrangement of eyes or limbs. The hospital, by necessity, may send a man home with one leg less, but it will not, in some creative rapture, send him home with one leg extra. Medical science is content with the normal human body, and only seeks to restore it. But social science is by no means always content with the normal human soul. It has all sorts of fancy souls for sale. Man, as a social idealist, will say, "I am tired of being a Puritan. I want to be a pagan." Or, "Beyond this dark probation of individualism, I see the shining paradise of collectivism." Now, in bodily ills, there is none of this difference about the ultimate ideal. The patient may or may not want quinine, but he certainly wants health. No one says, "I am tired of this headache. I want some toothache." Or, "The only thing for this Russian influenza is a few German measles." Or, "Through this dark probation of catarrh, I see the shining paradise of rheumatism." But exactly the whole difficulty in our public problems is that some men are aiming at cures which other men would regard as worse maladies, are often ultimate conditions as states of health, which others would uncompromisingly call states of disease. Mr. Belloc once said that he would no more part with the idea of property than with his teeth. Yet to Mr. Bernard Shaw, property is not a tooth, but a toothache. Lord Milner has sincerely attempted to introduce German efficiency, and many of us would as soon welcome German measles. Dr. Saleeby would honestly like to have eugenics, but I would rather have rheumatics. This is the arresting and dominant fact about social discussion, that the quarrel is not merely about the difficulties, but about the aim. We agree about the evil. It is about the good that we should tear each other's eyes out. We all admit that a lazy aristocracy is a bad thing. We should not by any means all admit that an active aristocracy would be a good thing. We all feel angry with an irreligious priesthood, but some of us would go mad with disgust at a really religious one. Everyone is indignant if our army is weak, including the people who would be even more indignant if it were strong. The social case is exactly the opposite of the medical case. We do not disagree, like doctors, about the precise nature of the illness, while agreeing about the nature of health. On the contrary, we all agree that England is unhealthy, but half of us would not look at her in what the other half would call blooming health. Public abuses are so prominent and pestilent that they sweep all generous people into a sort of fictitious unanimity. We forget that, while we agree about the abuses of things, we should differ very much about the uses of them. Mr. Cadbury and I would agree about the bad public house. It would be precisely in front of the good public house that our painful personal fracas would occur. I maintain, therefore, that the common sociological method is quite useless, that of first dissecting abject poverty or cataloguing prostitution. We all dislike abject poverty, but it might be another business if we began to discuss independent and dignified poverty. We all disapprove of prostitution, but we do not all approve of purity. The only way to discuss the social evil is to get at once to the social ideal. We can all see the national madness, but what is national sanity? I have called this book What is Wrong with the World, and the upshot of the title can be easily and clearly stated. What is wrong is that we do not ask what is right. End of Chapter 1. Read by Benjamin J. Thompson, rabidquill.com.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, that was a very clever introduction. Split a rail, split an atom, split a check. But you know, Don, you made history yourself.
What do you mean, Jack?
You're the only man who ever split a girdle. And live with me, will you?
Well, now, hold on, Jack. I don't even wear a girdle.
Well, you should, Don. When you had that suit made, 3 tailors worked on it at the same time, and they never even saw each other. And live with me, will you, brother?
Say, you're pretty sharp today, Jack.
Well, you gotta be sharp when you're playing here for the boys at Birmingham Hospital. What a picturesque place. The beautiful San Fernando Valley, surrounded by high mountains with peaks that meet the sky. The floor of the valley with its boulevards that meet Van Nuys. The gates of Birmingham with its bus that meets nobody. The fertile soil.
Wait a minute, Jack. I thought the bus service out here was excellent.
Excellent. Don, a soldier in Hollywood had the 7-year itch. They sent him to Birmingham by bus, and it took so long that the itch got off at Sherman Oaks. By the time he... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Say, these boys really gave you a terrific reception, Mary.
Well, maybe that's because they know me here, Jack. You see, I'm a member of the VACS, the Volunteer Army Canteen Service.
Oh, the VACS.
Yes, a lot of my friends belong to it. We come out to the hospital 2 or 3 times a week and go through the wards with cigarettes, candy, apples, oranges, bananas, and the boys really go for them.
Gee, why didn't I think of...
Jack, we don't charge them.
Oh, well, anyway, I didn't mean that. You know, Mary, I came out last week and went through the wards playing my violin.
Well, Jack, I think that was very nice of you to play your violin for the boys.
Thanks. Mary, did you say you gave the boys apples, oranges, and bananas?
Uh-huh.
Where do those tomatoes come from? I was so embarrassed there. What's that?
That's some of the boys bowling. You know, Jack, the patients here made all the equipment themselves.
All the equipment, Mary, the alley I can believe, but how could they make a big bowling ball?
They took one of the doctor's pills and put 3 holes in it.
Oh. And did they make the pins themselves?
No, they don't have any pins.
Well, what are they knocking down?
The doctors.
Mary, if you expect me to believe that...
Okay, fellas, here I am, the one and only Birmingham. Well, pour it right on. That's it, just lay it right down. Yeah, just make me know it. Now, that's what I call appreciation for the sensation of the nation.
Phil, coming in here with a noisy entrance doesn't excuse you for being late. Where were you?
Well, I'm sorry, Jackson, but I overslept. You see, me and my boys had a chance to play a ritzy place last night, and, well, we just couldn't afford to pass it up.
Oh, that's different, Phil. Where'd you play?
At the Brass Rail.
The Brass Rail, Phil, your band has 18 men. I mean, how could a place like that afford to pay you?
Well, they gave us a pretty good deal, $15 and all we could drink.
Oh, well, that wasn't so bad.
Well, the guy wants us to come back next week, but the deal isn't quite as good.
Why, what does he want to pay you?
$18,000 and no drinks.
Well, the guy's got to protect himself. Anyway, Phil, you ought to be ashamed of yourself only making those kind of deals.
What do you mean? Last week we were offered $200 and all we could drink, and we turned it down.
Where'd they want you to play?
At Ador.
Ador? Phil, that's a dairy.
Hey, Jackson.
Why in the world?
Hey, Jackson, wait a minute. Ain't you going to ask me what kind of music we play at a dairy?
No.
Well, then I'll tell you anyway. A cow, a boogie. Oh, Ayres, you got to stop eating that alfalfa, kid.
Phil, oh, brother. Phil, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Say, Jack, you mind if I say something?
Don, everybody knows that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Oh, I don't mean that, Jack, but talking about dairies reminded me that they've developed a process whereby they make clothing out of milk.
Well, what will them cows think of next?
Quiet, Phil. Say, Mary, didn't you tell me you had a dress made out of milk?
Yes, Jack, it's called Aerolac.
Well, why didn't you wear it today?
I couldn't. I wore it last night to the Palladium. A soldier asked me to jitterbug, and you'll never guess what happened.
What?
He whirled me around the floor once, and my dress turned to butter.
Butter? Oh, my goodness. Well, what did the soldier do?
Nothing. He gave me 8 points and took me home.
Every time I start to worry about
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Larry. How are you? Say, Larry, what's that you've got in your hand there?
Oh, it's a fan letter. I just received it this morning.
Well, you're going places. Come on, kid, don't be modest. Read your fan letter to us.
Okay. Dear Mr. Stevens, please send check for the fan you bought last summer.
Larry, just sing your song. If he comes in there next week with a washing machine letter, I'll hit him right on the head with it.
Imagine you.
That was I'll Buy That Dream, sung by Larry Stevens. Very good, kid. And now, fellas...
Say, Jack, I want to ask you something.
What is it, Don?
Did the police ever catch the gangster who robbed you of the $10,000?
No, not yet, Don. But I think they'll try a little harder now. You know, I offered a reward for his capture.
Some reward, $1.50 and 2 courses of Love and Bloom.
Mary, don't be ridiculous. No, really, I offered him more than that.
I know, but who wants a lock of your hair?
Anything that's scarce nowadays is valuable. Ad-lib with me, will you? That's a deal.
Jack, didn't I read where the gangster came back last week and beat you up?
The gangster beat me up?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even hurt me.
Oh, no. What about that military punch he gave you?
Military punch?
Yeah, he hit you on the chin and your brain took a 3-day pass.
It was only 3 hours. What a lousy time I had.
Hey, Jackson.
What?
Look, Jackson, when you get into a fight like that, you gotta be tricky.
What?
Well, when I'm in a fight, I tell the guy his shoelace is untied, and then when he looks down, boom, I clip him.
I tried that, Phil. I said to the gangster, look, your shoelace is untied.
Well, what happened?
He said, well, you're down there, tie it. You went boom yet. How do you like that?
Jack, did you tie his shoelace?
I would not. Anyway, I got up, drew back, and... I'll get it. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Where are you, Rochester?
I'm home, and I called to tell you that the gangster who robbed you was just here.
Oh, my goodness, he's after me again. Tell me everything that happened.
Well, I heard the door buzzer, opened the door, and there stood the hold-up man. So I invited him in.
Invited him in? For heaven's sake, why did you do that?
Boss, there's something about a man with a gun in his hand that brings out my southern hospitality.
Oh, he had a gun.
With 12 notches.
12 notches? Rochester, why didn't you grab it and capture him?
I'm superstitious. I didn't want to be that 13th notch.
Rochester, where was your courage?
It must have been somewhere around the house. It wasn't with me.
You know, Rochester, I hate to think of you being a coward.
Yeah, depressing, ain't it?
Certainly is.
But, you know, boss, there's a difference between being a coward and being practical.
There is, huh?
Yeah, if you're a coward and a man pulls a gun on you, you'll get down on your knees and beg for your life.
Uh-huh.
But if you're practical, you'll get down on your knees and try to think of something he's interested in.
That's what I thought. Anyway, you should have made some attempt to capture him.
You know, boss, I hate to bring this up, but last week you had a mighty good opportunity to capture that gangster yourself.
Rochester, he took me by surprise.
Well, I didn't have no appointment with him.
Well, there's no use use talking about it anymore. I'll see you when I get home.
Okay, by the way, has Joe Lewis gotten there yet?
Joe Lewis? You mean he's coming out here to Birmingham Hospital?
Uh-huh. Last week you convinced him that he was a comedian, so he's coming out there and make the boys laugh.
But Rochester, Joe Lewis is not a comedian.
I think he'll be all right, boss. I gave him a good joke.
You did?
Yeah, you know the one you told me yesterday about the traveling salesman.
Rochester, don't you know you can't tell a joke like that on the radio?
I know it, but Joe doesn't.
Oh, for heaven's sake, we'll do the best we can. I know the boys here would like to see Joe Lewis anyway. Goodbye, Rochester.
Good.
Everything backfires. I tried to get Joe Lewis as a bodyguard. Now he wants to be a comedian. All right, Phil, it's time for a band number. Let's have it.
Okay, boys, come on, hit it. Well, a root, toot.
Phil, wait a minute. What is that? A root, toot. Phil, I want to ask you one question. How did you ever get into the music business?
What are you talking about? Before I went with you, I spent 3 years with Phil Spitalny.
Phil Spitalny? How could you play with Spitalny? He only has girls in his orchestra.
My curls weren't always this short, Bob.
Well, take the ribbon out of your hair and play a number, will you?
Okay, fellas, all right. 1, 2.
Hold it, Phil, hold it. Come in. Hello, Joe. Hey, fellas, it's Joe Lewis. Chester told me you were coming up here to be a comedian, make the boys laugh. Do you think you can do it?
Oh, sure. You know I used to be in the Army.
Yes, I know.
I was a sergeant.
A sergeant in the Army?
Yeah, a sergeant is a rank between a private and a general.
Oh, well, what about majors and colonels?
They're mixed up in there someplace.
That's pretty funny. But look, Joe, your profession is fighting. Now, why don't you leave the comedy to me? After all, it took me 25 years to become a comedian. It's the same as fighting. Now, how long did it take you to become a champion?
10 seconds.
Oh, yes, I see. Look, that's when you won the championship from Jim Braddock. But, Joe, here's what I want to find out. You really only lost one fight, and that was the first time you fought Max Schmeling. How did he ever get you in a position to knock you out?
He told me my shoelace one time.
And you fell for that?
I fell for something.
Yeah. But Joe, you really gave it to Schmeling on that second fight when you knocked him out in the first round. How did you do it?
I wore shoes with zipper on them.
You really tricked him, didn't you?
Say, Joe, I've always been a great fan of yours. Double up your fist and let me take a look at it once, will you?
Okay.
Just look at that fist, Jack. Doesn't that remind you of a Lucky Strike cigarette?
What?
So round, so firm, so fully packed.
You're right, Don, and it leaves them so free and easy on the floor. Yes, sir.
And you want to know something, Jack? When a fighter gets knocked down, the referee should stand over him and say, LS-MFT, LS-MFT.
Don, what good is that?
If the guy doesn't get up and ask for a Lucky Strike cigarette...
Really? Joe, it was certainly nice of you to drop in, and I'll see you right after the broadcast.
Just a minute. I come here to be a comedian. I want to tell a joke.
A joke? Well, all right. Go ahead.
Okay. Tell me, Mr. Bennett, who was that lady I saw you with last night?
Oh, no, not that old one. I'm not going to go along with that. Try it on somebody else.
Okay. Oh, Miss Livingston.
Yes, Joe?
Who was that lady I saw you with last night?
There was no lady. That was Jack Benny's. All roads walk that way.
That's swell. Thanks. I do not. Look, Joe, I'll give you... Joe, I'll give you a proposition. I'll teach you how to be a comedian if you'll give me some pointers on self-defense.
Sure, I will show you right now.
Now, wait a minute. I'll get Phil Harris to box with me. Oh, Phil? Okay, Jackson, I'll help you out. Now, what do I do, Joe?
When Phil has come in with you with a jab,
Yeah?
swing at him with your right hand.
With my right, eh? Hey, Joe, watch me cool. I'll swing with my left. Ready, Phil? Ready. Here I come. Ooh, my chin. Ad-lib with me, will you, bud? Ooh, Phil, we were only playing. Hey, Jackson, look, I hit you so hard I untied your shoelace. My shoelace? Where? Oh! You see, Jackson, it works every time. Joe, did you see him pull that trick on me?
Yeah, but how did you fall for that? You're wearing button shoes.
Some more instruction. So in Love, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And Phil, the next time you hit me on the chin like that, I'm going to let you have it.
Oh, Jack, he didn't hit you so hard. Why, last week when that gangster hit you, you were in the hospital for 2 days.
I what?
Gee, I didn't know that, Jack. Tell me about it.
Oh, Don, it was nothing.
I'll tell you about it, Don.
Mary, she doesn't want to hear about it.
After the gangster knocked Jack out and left him on the floor, we shoveled him up and took him to the hospital. I'll never forget how he looked when Phil and I went to visit him the next day. How do you feel now, Jack?
Well, my face feels kind of swollen, out of shape, and it's so sensitive when I touch it. Gee, my cheek here. Mary, what's this big lump behind my ear?
That's your nose.
What's it doing way over there? Gee, my face looks awful.
You'd look a lot better, Jackson, if you'd wear pajamas instead of that nightgown.
And with that nightcap on your head, you look like you're waiting for Little Red Riding Hood.
Never mind.
Oh, drama, what a flat nose you have.
Phil! Cut that out. Everybody comes in here with jokes. No fruit. Fine people.
Well, and how's our little patient today?
Oh, are you the doctor?
What do you think I am with this thermometer? A spy from Florida?
Look, doctor, I want to...
Come now. Stick out your tongue.
Ah.
Stick your tongue out a little farther.
Ah.
Farther.
Ah.
The knees. Most of the patients can't even touch their chin.
Doctor, will you
Miss
please...
Benny, you can put your tongue in again.
What a time for the window shade to go up.
And now, Mr. Benny, I want to listen to your heart. Now, let me adjust this stethoscope. Mm-hmm. America. My, Mr. Benny, you must have a rigid contract.
Look, doctor, there's nothing wrong with my heart. Now, leave me alone.
Well, I'll see you later. I have to run down to the lab.
What a silly doctor.
All doctors report to surgery. All doctors report to surgery. Dr. Gillespie will operate on the first table. Dr. Kildare will be on the second. Greenberg's on third.
Somebody ought to tell him the game's over. I gotta get out of this place before anything else happens.
All right, everybody out. We must have a little privacy here. The patient's gone through a great ordeal.
We'll leave in a minute, nurse.
And now, look what I've got. And it's all yours.
Nurse, take it back. There must be some mistake.
Mistake? Aren't you Mrs. O'Brien?
Do I look like Mrs. O'Brien?
I don't know. I've never seen Mrs. O'Brien.
Oh, look, Jack, how cute. The baby likes you.
Yeah.
Well, I'd better take him to his mother. Give him to me.
Okay, here. But, baby, honestly, I'm not your mother. I'm not even your father. Nurse, maybe I better hold him again. Give him to me. Thanks. Aha, nice little fella there.
Look, I'll tend to the other babies I have outside. Then I'll pick this one up and take him to his mother.
But nurse!
No.
Kitty, kitty, goo! Kitty, kitty, goo!
Gosh, Phil, doesn't Jack look cute that way?
Yeah, but I still like Alice better.
Kitty, 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 goo! Kitty, goo! Oh, look, the baby's falling asleep. Baby, turn over on your side. I wish the nurse would take him and get him.
Well, here I am again.
Look, doctor.
Now, you have nothing to worry about. I just got your test back from the laboratory, and it shows... Well, I diagnosed your case all wrong. Doctor, when you told me your age, I never thought of this.
Doctor, this is not my baby. This is not my baby.
There's only one way to decide. Baby, tell me, is this your mother?
Oh, that silly-looking jerk.
Well, I've had enough. I'm getting out of here. Come on, Mary. Hospital, and I'm glad that the boys who couldn't be here in the auditorium could hear our show over their bedside network. I also want to thank Joe Lewis for being with us on these past two programs. By the way, Joe, I think I've got the idea of self-defense now.
You have?
Yeah, watch, I'll show you. Oh, Larry Stevens.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Come here a minute. Now, put up your fist.
Like this?
Yes. Hey, Larry, your shoelace is untied.
Where?
Right there.
Well, that's all right. I have to take them off tonight anyway.
What a lousy sport he is. Good night, folks.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. This story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Dillon, could I give you some more coffee?
Yeah, I guess so. How about you, Chester?
Yes, sir, I believe it will.
Why don't you just leave the coffee pot here on the table, Miss Kelly?
Why, sure thing, Marshal. Oh, I got some fresh eggs this morning, if you're interested. They were just brought in.
Well, good. Cook us up about a half a dozen of them, huh?
Have them for you right away, Mr. Dillon.
All right.
Fresh eggs. My, I'll swear if Delmonico's ain't getting to be about as fancy as some of them Kansas City restaurants.
Well, that's civilization, Chester. Progress. Another 5 years and Dodge City will be tamed, curried, and bridled.
Seeing's believing, Mr. Dillon.
No, you'll see it. Both of us will see it. That is, if we live that long.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen. You Mr.
Yeah?
Dillon, the marshal here?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you at breakfast, Marshal. My name is Hunter. Ed Hunter.
Mr. Hunter?
I'm a deputy sheriff from Richmond, Virginia. Come in the Santa Fe this morning.
I say. Well, why don't you pull up a chair, Mr. Hunter?
Thank you, sir.
Chester Proudfoot, Mr. Hunter.
Howdy do.
Howdy do.
Here's my first trip to the frontier. I find it a rather remarkable experience.
I can imagine. Won't you have some coffee?
No, thank you. Marshal, I'm here to arrest 2 men who are wanted in Virginia.
No?
Here are the warrants and the orders of extradition. I stopped off for them in Topeka.
Uh-huh. John Allison, Calvin Moore. Both wanted for murder, huh? Do you know these men, Mr. Hunter?
No, sir, I don't.
Well, the names aren't familiar to me. I never heard of them. Have you, Chester?
No, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I have some information that may help. Not much on Allison, I'm afraid. He shot and killed a bank teller at Greenbrier last spring.
Oh?
He's about 30 years old, dark hair and mustache, medium build, an excellent horseman and a confirmed gambler.
Well, that's fine. That narrows it down to about 2/3 of the men in Dodge City.
Well, possibly I can do a bit better in regard to Calvin Moore, Mr. Dillon. Now, he came down to Richmond from the north and set up practice as a medical doctor. He was about 29 at the time. And he ambushed and shot young Roger Beauregard and then left town. That was 17 years ago. Beauregard's been trying to trace him ever since.
Well, I'm afraid that's a pretty
Well, I
long
have a
time.
picture of Moore, photograph.
Oh?
Of course, he was much younger than this.
Well, sometimes there's still quite a resemblance, even after 17.
Something familiar about that picture, Mr. Dillon?
17 years. He must be somewhere past 45 now, huh? Are you sure that these men are here in Dodge, Mr. Hunter?
Reasonably so. Is there something about that photograph that makes you...
Well, it's too blurred to tell much about it. Besides, he'd be 17 years older now.
Yeah, that's true.
I tell you what, Mr. Hunter, suppose you leave the picture and the descriptions with me, and I'll check around town, and I'll keep in touch with you.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I wonder if you might suggest a good hotel.
Certainly. Why don't you try the Dodge House? It's the corner of Railroad Avenue at the end of the plaza, the East End. Tell the deacon I sent you.
I thank you again, Mr. Dillon, and I'll be grateful for any help you can give me in this matter.
Yeah, sure. So long. You want to see the photograph, Chester?
Yes, sir, I do. Well, Mr. Dillon, that is...
Yeah.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. He's my friend. I never asked him anything about his life before he came here. Didn't seem to matter. But now the law says he's a murderer. I'm part of the law. So now it does matter.
Maybe it's not him.
No, it's him, all right, Chester. You saw it same as I did. It's Doc.
Work. This is the first chance I've had this week to clean a few instruments properly. Gunshot wounds. Oh, Matt. I'll lay odds I'm the only doctor in the United States who makes 3/4 of his living off of gunshot wounds.
That's a rough country, Doc.
Yes, indeed, it's a rough country.
Maybe you ought to have stayed back east.
Yes, see, broken bones, babies, and gunshot wounds. Well, I wouldn't know the first thing about a good civilized case of gout anymore.
What part of the East did you come from, Doc?
See, I went to medical school in Boston. I studied consumption, colic, liver complaints. Never had a case of liver complaint in all the time I've been here, though.
No, I guess that kind of thing is more common down south, around Richmond, Virginia, for instance, huh?
Matt, stop beating around the bush. You've got something on your mind, and it's bothering you.
Look, Doc, a deputy sheriff from Virginia came in on the morning train. He's got a warrant for murder against a man named Calvin Moore. He's got a photograph of Moore taken 17 years ago. Would you like to look at it?
All things are taken from us and become portions and parcels of the dreadful past.
Are you Calvin Moore?
It wasn't murder, Matt. They said it was murder, of course. The Beauregards were an important family.
Would you like to tell me about it?
Oh, not much to tell, Matt. I'd been in practice in Richmond about a year. There was a girl, beautiful girl, with spirit and fire and that soft radiance that only Southern girls seem to have. And, me, that was so long ago.
I've been in the South myself now.
Roger Beauregard and I were both courting this girl. He was a typical Virginia gentleman, hot-headed, used to having his own way. He started threatening me, warning me. And I laughed it off. Then one day I was coming back from a case, and I ran into Roger on a country road. He had a pair of dueling pistols, and he challenged me.
What? Well, that's not a crime, Doc. That's self-defense. It's not a crime here anyway.
Well, I tried to talk him out of it, but he was crazy mad. He shoved one of the pistols in my hand, and he pulled back on his horse, and he leveled his gun. I had no choice. We both fired. He missed. I didn't. Self-defense, yes, but there were no witnesses, and I was an outsider, a Yankee.
So you ran for it, is that it?
I ran for it. St. Louis, Virginia City, Montana Territory, the Panhandle, Wichita, Abilene, and Dodge. I changed my name to Charles Adams.
And the girl, Doc. What happened to her?
I waited for her in St. Louis. We were married there. 2 months later, she died of typhoid fever.
Well, you never know. No matter how much you figure you understand somebody, you just quite never know.
I can't go back there, Matt. I've got no defense. Well, I mean prison. I'd rot in prison. I won't go back, Matt.
Now, Doc, look, Hunter is here after 2 prisoners. I got no right to my own rules, to go after one man and keep the other one covered. I always figured that the only kind of law that would work out here is an honest law.
What are you going to do?
Doc, I don't know.
You're late, Matt. I decided you weren't going to stop in tonight.
Is Chester around, Kid?
Yeah, over there by the faro table.
No.
Matt, what about this Virginian who's been hanging around for the last 2 days?
Oh, Hunter?
Yeah.
He's a deputy sheriff, got a couple of warrants to serve. Why?
Well, he's been asking questions. Some of the boys are getting a little skittish.
Now, there's no call for it as long as they're not named Allison or Moore.
Are you free now, Miss Kitty, or are you busy?
What's it look like?
Well, I figured maybe he was just killing time. Hiya, Marshal.
Bunko?
Bought you a drink, Kitty. It's over on the bar.
All right. Thanks. Matt, I'll be off in a couple of hours. Drop around.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
I understand you've got a rival lawman in town, Marshal.
Well, there's a deputy here from Virginia, if that's what you mean.
I always figured you were the law here. Is he short in this town, Marshal? Say the word, we'll run him out.
I ever ask you for help, Bunko?
Well, no.
When a man's short in Dodge, I'll run him out.
No offense,
You
Marshal.
keep your own cinch tight. Don't worry about anybody else, huh? I'll see you, Bunko.
I swear I never saw anybody with such bad luck in all my life. My gracious, he ought to swear off Pharaoh and stick the stud.
Oh, Chester.
The Jethro Keener. He just lost 3 weeks' pay. And Bunko Benson, sitting right there beside him, mind you, picked up $230.
So that's why he's feeling big. Come on, Chester, let's take a walk. Huh?
Yes, sir. 3 weeks' pay. Mercy, I never saw such luck.
What about Doc, Chester?
He turned in a couple hours ago. That's when I came on over here.
How's he acting?
About as usual. No signs of planning to run out, if that's what you mean, Mr. Dillon. One thing he's doing, though, that he's never done before. He's toting a gun.
Good evening, Marshal.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hunter.
Since you didn't come to me, Mr. Dillon, I've come to you. I'm wondering what progress you've made.
Well, I'm still checking.
Any results at all, Marshal?
Well, I don't have much to go on, you know.
Well, now, Calvin Moore was a doctor by profession. He might still be practicing. I suggest we investigate the local doctors.
Well, that wouldn't take long. We've only got one, Doc Adams.
How long has he been here?
Oh, about 4 years.
How old a man is he?
Late 40s, I imagine. But he doesn't show much resemblance to that photograph you gave me.
Well, maybe you're too used to him to notice the resemblance.
Yeah, maybe.
I'd like to look him over myself, Marshal.
Well, he's pretty busy out on calls most of the time, and...
Not all the time.
No, not all the time. All right, Mr. Hunter, I'll bring him around.
That's funny, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he should have answered by now. Well, we're wasting our time, Chester. He's gone.
Well, now, he might have got called out on a case.
Yeah, I know, but I don't...
Hey, what?
That was across the plaza, down toward the Dodge House. Come on, Chester.
Somebody sure is stirring up the smoke.
Yeah, it's across the street. Edge of the railroad yards, I think.
That you, Marshal?
Yeah. What happened, Mr. Hunter?
Somebody tried to kill me. I started into the hotel and they fired from the dock here. I fired back, but he got away.
You, get a good look at him?
Oh, no, I just saw the flashes.
Well, this is an easy town to get killed in, Mr. Hunter.
So it seems. About that doctor, Marshal. You didn't bring him around.
Well, he's out on call.
Think I want to meet him more than ever now.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, there's a world of wonderful entertainment awaiting you every weekday in the daytime with CBS Radio's roster of wonderful dramatic serials. This Monday, listen in. And now, for the second act of Gunsmoke.
What time is it, Chester?
2:15 a.m., Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I sure hope we don't have to spend the whole night waiting here. I don't see how Doc puts up with the smell of all this medicine.
He's used to it, I guess.
Yeah. I suppose a man can get used to anything except dying. You think it could have been him that fired those shots, Mr. Dillon?
Chester, there's somebody coming. I'll get it.
Doc, Marshal.
Come on in, Bunko. Doc's not here, but he'll probably be... Oh, what happened to your arm?
I got thrown into a barbed wire fence.
Here, let's have a look at it, huh?
No. It's all right.
It's a gunshot wound.
All right, hold it, both of you.
Well, is that the same gun you tried to kill Hunter with, Bunko?
Stay where you are, Marshal.
Yeah. Around 30 years old, dark hair, mustache, medium build, excellent horseman, confirmed gambler. Wanted for murder. John Allison. Alias Bunko Benson. Am I right, Bunko?
He's not taking me back there. You stay where you are, Dillon.
Now, don't be a fool, Bunko. Put away the gun.
Stay back. I'm warning you. Bunko, look!
All right, Chester, let's get him over to the jail.
Just hold still now, Bunker. Just one more second. And I'll have hold that bullet now, and then we'll just... Now, add that one to your collection, Matt.
Well, I'll make Hunter a present of it. It wasn't bad shooting to be firing in the dark at a gun flash.
He'll never get me back to Virginia. Now, hold still, Bunker. How do you expect a man to tie a bandage with your arm waving around like a mare's tail in fly time? See, how'd you know he'd come to my office, Matt?
I didn't, Doc. We were waiting for you.
Oh, I see. There we are. No. That ought to stop the bleeding. And don't loosen it up any. And you'll live to hang yet.
Don't worry about my hanging, Doc. I'll outlive you.
Well, in view of the circumstances, I'd say the odds are about even. Well, Matt, shall we adjourn to the front office?
Yeah, come on, Doc. Lock the cell, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir. Well, I turned in at 10 o'clock tonight. I got 1 hour's sleep. They called me over to Mrs. Behan's. She thought her baby was on her way. False alarm, of course. Usually is the first time. And I got back and I came straight over here.
Doc, you were wearing a gun earlier today. What'd you do with it?
Oh, I put it back in the drawer where it belongs. I realized I was acting like a fool. Was that where you were waiting in my office? Somebody had tried to kill Hunter, and you thought...
Look, Doc, I've tried to think of some way out of this. A way out for both of us. I got one man under arrest back there now, and I can't rightly set myself up as a judge and free the other man. I'd even hoped you'd cut and run for it. You'd get away if you did, you know. Hunter doesn't know the country.
I've been running for 17 years, Matt, and it's still caught up with me. I'm too old to run any farther. What are you going to do?
I'm a lawman, Doc, right or wrong.
Well, then I guess I'm under arrest. Huh?
No, I didn't say that. I just said that...
Is Doc Adams here? There's a... Oh, there you are, Doc.
Yes, what's the trouble?
A fellow over in the railroad yards asleep on the track who's drunk, I guess. They were switching cars. You better come, Doc. He's awful bad.
Mr. Dillon, that ought to be enough.
Good, Chester. You ready, Doc?
You're ready as I'll ever be.
All right, let's go then. He said near the loading pens. Down this way, I guess.
Yes, sir. It looks like some lights over there. People around.
Yeah. Marshal, is that you?
Yeah. Oh, Hunter. I thought you went to bed hours ago.
I'm a light sleeper, Mr. Dillon. I heard there's an accident over in the yards. Thought it might give me a chance to meet your local doctor.
Well, I guess you can meet him right now if you want to. Doc, this is Ed Hunter, Doc Adams.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Hunter?
I got one of your prisoners locked up, Mr. Hunter, John Allison, known here as Bunko Benson.
Good.
I just found out he's the man who tried to kill you tonight. He caught one of your bullets in his arm.
Oh, I see. Why, then it's one down and one to go. Just Calvin Moore. Dr. Calvin Moore.
This is no time to stand around making chin music. I'm sorry,
Well, that's
Hunter.
quite all right, Marshal. I'll go with you.
Will you pardon us, please? All right, will you move back and let us through here, please? Here, Doc, this way.
Yeah, I'm right with you, Matt.
Please stand back now, will you? Give Doc a chance to
Yes,
work.
please, if you please, just stand back. Bad is right. Well, we'll do what we can. Come on.
That man who's hurt, Marshal, who is he?
Oh, just a drifter. Been around Dodge a couple of years. Calls himself Texas Joe. No friends or family. Nobody knows where he came from. It's the usual story.
Easy now, Tex. We'll have you fixed up here in just a couple of shakes.
Is that you, Doc?
That's right.
I told him get you. Be all right if you got here.
Why, sure, it'll be all right. You just lie still now.
Certainly has to work under primitive conditions.
Doc? Yeah. Chester, will you get those lanterns going and give Doc some more light?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he's the only real doctor this side of Abilene.
Mr. Dillon, is there anything I can do to help?
I guess not, Miss Kelly. Thanks anyway.
Poor old Tex. Why, he stopped in the restaurant not more than 4 hours ago. I fixed him a meal.
You never know.
Well, Doc can pull him through if anybody can.
Sure he can.
Put one of those lanterns on the other side there, Chester. Yes, sir,
You
Doc.
seem to have a lot of faith in this Dr. Adams.
They've got reason to, Mr. Hunter.
Matt, could you give me a hand here?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure, Doc.
Lift his head up just a little bit there, man.
Yeah,
That's
all right.
Not much of a chance. All I can do is make him comfortable. Marshal Dillon.
No, don't try to talk, Texie. You're going to be all right.
You've been decent to me, Marshal. Just a bum, but you treated me square. You and Doc, only friends I got.
Sure, Tex.
I got one more favor to ask. Could someone read me some scripture?
Well, Tex, I just don't recall any of
Marshal,
them.
I know some.
Mrs. Kelly, I doubt if you can hear.
I can hear. Please.
The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters.
Mrs. Kelly.
He restoreth my soul.
Mrs. Kelly. I think that's enough.
Poor soul.
Well, you can't win them all, I guess.
No, you can't win them all, Doctor.
Well, Doctor, as the only physician here, I suppose you also function as coroner.
That's right. Yes.
This man will be buried in the name of Texas Joe.
Don't you worry about that. Boot Hill is full of men buried under nicknames. In this country, we...
Doc! Doc, I just came to... Oh.
What, Kitty?
Oh, Doc, I've been sitting up with Mrs. B, and you left too soon. She needs you over there right away.
Well, then it wasn't a false alarm.
No.
All right, Kitty, I'll be there just as quick as I can, but... Well, as soon as I...
Kitty, you go on back over and do what you can for her, huh? Doc will be along.
Oh, all right, Matt, but you better hurry.
Well, Mr. Hunter,
Gentlemen, this seems to have been my lucky night. Both my fugitives located within an hour of each other.
I guess there's nothing I can do.
One of them safely in jail and one of them dead.
What?
Didn't you notice the resemblance, Marshal? That Texas Joe there, he's obviously the man in the photograph. I saw it immediately.
Well, Mr.
I hope
Hunter,
you'll take all the necessary steps to see that he's buried under his real name, Calvin Moore. His death, of course, closes the case, and I'll be leaving for Virginia with my other prisoner tomorrow.
Well, Mr. Hunter, I just don't know what to say.
Now, I'd say it's no time to stand around making chin music, Dr. Adams. You have a patient waiting, and this town seems to depend on you.
Well, of course, but...
Hey, you got work to do, Doc. And, Doc, make sure it's a boy, huh?
Well, I'll do my darndest, Matt. Yeah. Well, good night, gentlemen.
Good night, Doc.
Good night, Doc.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Lou Krugman, Paul Dubov, and Vivi Janis. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Roma Wines present
Suspense.
Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud.
Your health, senor. Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, we bring you as star Mr. Orson Welles. This will be the first of 2 consecutive performances by Mr. Welles, in which he will appear as the protagonist of Kurt Siodmak's novel, Donovan's Brain. The producer of Suspense and its sponsors, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, feel that this story is so unusual that it merits more than our usual time. So in somewhat of a departure from established radio formulas, we will bring you the story of Donovan's Brain in 2 parts. Part 1 you will hear tonight, and Part 2 next Monday night at this same time.
Before we take you to the scene of our drama, let's take a little journey of a different kind. We'll let a bottle of Roma wine serve as Aladdin's lamp. I touch the label, and presto, we are all transported to that capital of gaiety, Havana, Cuba. And now we find ourselves in the charming Pan American Club. At a table nearby, an American has just voiced his delight at the uncommon beauty of the scene. And then his Cuban companion responds, "Well, you in America also have much that is uncommon to boast of, such as this marvelous tasting wine we are enjoying this minute. To enjoy uncommon fine quality, Cuba imports this wine from your own distant California. It is your superb Roma wine. Now just realize what it means when other countries import Roma wines from such great distances. Such international esteem must mean that Roma wines are truly magnificent in quality. And then consider this. You here in America need pay no high import duty, no expensive shipping charges. For these fine Roma wines come from Roma's own wineries in the heart of the rich California wine grape districts. Because so many Americans do realize this good fortune, Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. So why deny yourself this taste delight? Try an inexpensive bottle of tangy, appetizing Roma sherry, or the hearty Roma burgundy, or any of the marvelously enjoyable Roma wines. But remember, these days your favorite dealer may be temporarily out of the type you prefer. Then please try again. Ask for R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now with Part 1 of Donovan's Brain, and with the performance of Orson Welles as Dr. Patrick Corey, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
As I sit now outside my laboratory door writing under the heading Experiment 87 this final entry in my casebook, I know that these are the last words I shall ever write upon this earth. I neither ask nor expect forgiveness now or hereafter. But for those who seek some explanation, I refer them simply to this casebook. Let them read it carefully from its first entry on that ill-starred day of July the 13th. July 13th. Today I bought a small Capuchin monkey from an organ grinder. The animal trembled with fear when I took it into my laboratory, and when I tried to pet it, it bit me. I had to make it trust me completely. Fear causes an excess secretion of adrenaline, resulting in an abnormal condition of the bloodstream which would throw off my observations, so I fed it, and finally the creature voluntarily crept up into my arms, uttering little whimpers of content. When it laid its head against my shoulder, I stabbed it with a surgical lancet. It died instantly. Well, David, what do you think of it?
Well, it's pretty amazing, all right.
See what I've done, don't you?
I think so.
You think so? Good Lord, don't you know?
Well, after all, Dad, I'm only a second-year medical
I know,
student.
but what of it? I was a second-year student. Who is it?
It's me, Janice.
Come in, darling.
Patrick, Dr. Schrott is here to see you.
Oh, come on in, Doctor.
You know our son David, of course.
Yes, of course. How are you, my boy?
Fine, thanks, Doctor.
Well, Patrick, hard at it as usual, I see.
Patrick, you didn't eat the lunch I sent in to you.
Well, what is it this time, Patrick?
A brain.
What?
A brain, a monkey's brain.
Oh.
What about the brain, Patrick?
I've been trying to see how long I can keep the tissue alive.
Oh, is that it in that jar?
Oh, there's considerably more to it than just a jar, though. Want to see how it works?
Is it still alive?
In a way, yes. It's a fairly simple device, actually, Doctor. Variation on Corell's mechanical heart. The brain lies in a bath of blood serum. These rubber arteries are fixed to the vertebral and internal carotid arteries of the brain. The blood substance is forced through the cycle of Willis to feed the tissue. Over here, I've installed a small rotary pump that forces the blood circulation, you see?
But how do you know it's alive?
It's very easy to determine. The brain, when functioning, gives off infinitesimal electrical impulses. They can be measured. As a matter of fact, I've hooked the encephalograph up to a small amplifying system. The brain impulses can actually be heard. Here, I'll turn it on. You see? Quite effective, isn't it?
Yes, it's effective. And it's wrong, Patrick. Terribly wrong.
I've tried to tell him, Dr. Schrott.
In heaven's name, what's wrong with it?
Oh, Patrick, you and your mechanistic philosophy, trying to reduce life to a mere matter of chemicals and test tubes. The origin of life is from a higher domain than that, Patrick. And you're profaning.
Nonsense. You can't stop the progress of science. Every discovery of whatever kind is a step forward. If I can prove that the brain can perform certain functions outside the body, who knows where we may be able to go from there?
Oh, Patrick, how do you know that thing in there doesn't feel pain? How do you know it isn't writhing in agony?
Brain tissue itself is insensitive, you know that. Just a feeling. Look. I'll switch on the encephalograph. See? There. Notice the faintness of the amplified alpha rays. Notice the comparatively slow rate of pulsation now. Notice what happens when I tap on the glass jar. See?
It feels. It thinks.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that, but it certainly shows marked reaction to an external stimulus.
I wouldn't have believed it possible.
The trouble with you, Schrott, is that you don't really believe in science.
Have it your own way, Patrick. That's when you can manufacture love and sympathy and kindness in a test tube. I'll be back.
You leaving, old boy?
Yes. Patrick. Do me a favor, Patrick. Shut off the pump and let that poor thing in there die.
Let it die? Oh. If it were within my power to grant, that little brain would live forever. July 18th. I'm utterly exhausted from lack of sleep. At the events of the past 5 days have been of such tremendous importance that I must set them down while every last detail is still fresh in my mind. I've had no time to make an entry in this record since that day last week. It seems a month ago now, and I had my first partial success with the brain of the Capuchin monkey. At that time, however, it seemed that I was doomed to disappointment. In spite of all my efforts, the brain of the monkey ceased to live at 12:14 that night. Tired and disheartened, I lay down to sleep on the cot in my laboratory, but at that very moment, fate was contriving an occurrence which now seems destined to have the most profound effect not only upon my own existence, but perhaps upon that of all mankind. Hello? Hello, what is it?
Dad.
Oh, David, come in. What's the matter?
It's Dr. Schrott. There's been an accident or something. He's
Oh?
pretty upset.
All right, I'll come.
Oh, Patrick,
Sean.
thank heavens, my boy.
What's the matter, old boy?
There's been a plane crash on the mountain. Only one of them was left alive, and I've brought him this far, but he needs an immediate operation.
Sorry, that's your job. You're county physician.
Patrick, it's multiple fractures of both legs. The arteries are severed, and the legs will have to be amputated.
Huh? You're not in any shape to do the job.
Well,
Well, that's not my fault. Take him to the Phoenix Hospital. I'm not going to take responsibility.
It's
I'm
too
sorry. I
far.
really can't
We'd
help
never
it.
get there in time. Patrick, please, it may mean a man's life, and
your job as county physician.
No, I'm not thinking of that, but it's an important man. William H. Donovan.
Donovan? to Wall Street, Donovan?
Yes. You've got to help me, Patrick.
Donovan. What are his chances?
About even, if we hurry.
Well, bring him in.
Oh, thank you, Patrick. Thank you.
You'd better get some things on, David. You may have to help. Yes, and you will use the laboratory table. Before you go, put the instruments in the sterilizer. And don't forget the Geely saw.
Right. Oh, but...
But what?
I thought the Geely saw was only used for...
For brain surgery. Not always. Hurry. They'll bring him in now from the car.
Okay, Dad.
In here.
Careful now.
That's right. Easy does. Around the table, please.
Yes, Doctor. Easy.
You better get yourself a gown and gloves, Doctor, right over there. You won't have time to scrub.
Yes, thanks, Doctor.
Too bad, isn't he? Pulse rapid. Heart very faint.
I wasn't sure whether
David,
Yes,
half
Dad.
cc of adrenaline, David, 1 to 1,000 intravenous.
Right.
You men can go now.
Is there anything else we
No,
can do?
thank you.
Patrick, don't you
I'd
think...
rather we were alone if you don't mind, gentlemen.
Yes.
Good night, then, Dr. Schratt. Doctor.
Good night.
Good night. Now, David, if you remove the blanket from his legs, that's it. All right.
You see? Fortunately, a forest ranger got to him right after the crash and had sense enough to put a tourniquet on each leg. Even so,
Sure. Sure. We'll get it. Sure.
What's he saying?
Something like, sure. He said it over and over.
I hadn't realized he was deformed.
It doesn't show as much in his pictures. Patrick, don't you think we ought to begin?
No, there's no use amputating those legs.
No use?
He'll be dead anyway by morning. Well, won't it?
Well, suppose you're right, Patrick.
You know I'm right.
But still, we ought to try. We can't refuse to operate just
We are
because...
going to operate. Syringe, please, David, the large one.
Here you are, Dad.
Spinal anesthetic. Will you give it, Dr. Schratt?
Right.
Scalpel, please, David. Scalpel and the Geely saw.
Geely saw? Patrick.
Well...
No, Patrick, I won't let you.
After your performance tonight?
Well, But, Patrick, he's still alive.
Precisely. My mistake with the monkey was that he was dead. I don't intend to make that mistake again. Come on, David,
Patrick,
the scalpel.
Patrick, are you out of your mind? You're taking a man's life.
I'm giving him life. Donovan would die anyway. But for a while at least, Donovan's brain will live.
We'd better hurry. They'll be coming for the body pretty soon.
You can go now, David.
I
David,
think I will, then.
You understand, of course?
Yes, I understand.
Not a word to your mother or to anyone.
I understand.
Did you put something in the skull cavity
Oh,
so
yeah.
the eyes won't fall?
I filled it with cotton, bandaged the whole cranium. It looked like any head injury.
I hope nobody gets any ideas about an autopsy.
You're the coroner. You can stop that. Look, Schratt. This is a chance that comes once in a lifetime. William Donovan had one of the greatest minds, has one of the greatest brains in the world today.
And now you have it. It's
Turn on the
madness, Patrick.
encephalograph. Simple
alpha waves, of course. No different from the monkeys. You can't take a human brain out of its body and expect it to function.
I suppose not, but... Schratt, did it ever occur to you that the brain might simply be asleep?
Asleep?
Certainly. An operation like that is a severe shock. Tap on the glass.
Good Lord, Patrick.
Delta waves. It was asleep. You woke it up.
It's actually conscious.
You see, the three of us conducting this experiment now. You, and me, and William Horace Donovan. July 25th, I moved my bed into the laboratory, but I've scarcely slept in 6 days. There's no longer any doubt that the brain responds like a sensitive seismograph to vibrations near it, including the sound of my voice. Yet I found no method of communication with it. I've devised a simplified Morse code consisting of taps on the glass container, together with voice vibrations. Perhaps I can teach the brain. July 30th, Schratt has come to stay with me, half out of a feeling that he shares with me a common guilt, half out of scientific curiosity. I've scarcely seen him, and both David and Janice have been avoiding me. Not that I really care. They've been tapping out my code on the side of the brain's container endlessly, day and night, over and over, 1,000 times, so that a baby could learn it, if the brain can learn. I sleep only when the brain itself falls into exhausted slumber. When it wakes again, I resume my tapping. Trot! Wake up!
Yes, Patrick.
Come on!
What's
Get
the
up!
matter?
Hurry! Come on, I want to show
Something
you
the
something.
matter?
Yes, old boy, I want to show you something.
Patrick, you look like a ghost. Where are we going?
Back to the laboratory. I can't believe it myself. I may have been dreaming delirious.
What's happened?
Come on. You hear that? Delta waves.
Seems disturbed.
You've got to check my observations for me. If my reasoning is wrong, tell me. I can't be sure of anything anymore.
Yes.
Now listen carefully. You'll know that I've been trying to communicate with the brain in code now. If I were able to cause a distinctive pattern of the brain's delta waves by a specific command in code, if the brain responded with the same pattern of sound each time I issued the command, it would prove that I'd succeeded in communicating with the brain, wouldn't it?
Yes, Patrick, I think it would.
Now, listen. Donovan, if you understand, think 3 times of the word talk. 3 times. Talk. Talk. Talk.
It answered. It spoke.
Then I'm right.
It's true. This thing has learned to talk. To talk.
July 31st. Charlotte's romanticizing, of course. The delta pattern is so infinitely complex that it'd be utterly impossible ever to break it down into specific words, yet that it understands me, that it's trying to communicate with me, is certain. Charlotte suggests mental telepathy, that I try to make my mind a blank, as the mediums call it, while at the same time increasing the energy content of the plasma that feeds the brain in the hope of stepping up the brain's electrical potential as one would step up the power of a radio station. Naturally, telepathy is nonsense, but the feeding theory intrigues me. I shall try it. August 12th. Noticed today for the first time 2 distinct nodules of new brain cells on the frontal lobex. The electrical potential has increased to 510 microvolts. I've begun smoking cigars. Although I've always hated cigars before. Nerves, I expect. August 22nd, nodules still growing, electrical potential 1450, but no observable results. Lately felt a compelling urge to know more of Donovan's life and have collected every available scrap of information about him. A strange man he was. Strange, ruthless, actually evil in many ways, but nonetheless an extraordinarily brilliant mind.
Sure. It will be the test. You agree? Of course. Sure.
Patrick, wake up! Patrick!
What is it? What happened here?
I thought I ought to wake you up, Patrick. You were
I was
moaning
asleep.
in your sleep, talking.
Talking? What did I say?
I'm not sure, but your voice was so strange that...
Janice, what's the matter?
It's nothing. I was dreaming, that's all. Janice woke me up.
Patrick, let me see your hand.
Hand? What do you
No,
see
the
my
other
hand
one.
for? What about it?
You're not left-handed, are you?
No.
Then why have you got ink on the fingers of your left hand?
Well, I don't know.
Were you writing anything tonight?
No.
You must have been, Patrick. Here it is, right here on your desk.
Nonsense. Wait, let me see it.
Oh, you've been writing his name, William H.
William
Donovan.
H. Donovan Schrott. That's not my handwriting. It's...
What?
Don't you see what it means? The brain has communicated with me.
Patrick, you don't...
Look here. Look at this magazine article. Here's a reproduction of his signature. And he was left-handed, too. It says so here.
Why, it is. It is exactly the
What
same.
a fool I've been. Look at this picture, smoking a cigar. With his left hand. I wondered why it suddenly started smoking cigars. The same brand, too. Janice, try to remember what you heard me saying just before you woke me up. Come on, Janice. Think.
Patrick, I can't believe...
Think, Janice.
All I heard was something like, sure.
Sure. Of course. Don't you remember, Schrott? He said it that night. It was the only thing we ever heard him say. It was an expression of his. It tells about that in one of the articles, too. Yes, there it is.
It
right
wasn't your voice.
It wasn't my voice. You see, the brain has grown. And it's strong enough to influence not only the higher functions, the frontal lobe, but the speech centers, the motor centers of another brain.
Patrick, if this is true, then your experiment has been successful. It's ended.
Ended? Oh, it's only begun.
Patrick.
Don't you see what this means?
Patrick, listen to me.
Oh, what, Janice? What?
You've got to stop.
Stop?
I can't stand it any longer. Can't you see where it's led you? When you cut yourself off from your family, when you neglected your health, began having fits of temper, and were like someone I hardly recognize as the man I married. All that I tried to understand. But don't you see what you've done? You are a murderer, Patrick, a murderer.
Oh, Janice, darling.
David told me the whole thing. That poor boy's half insane himself from worry.
Insane? What do you mean by that?
What I say. You killed Donovan.
Janice,
Maybe he wouldn't have lived anyway, but you killed him. And now this thing has gained such power over your mind that it can make you do things you don't even know about. For all you know, it could make you do anything. Anything. You've got to choose, Patrick.
Oh, Janice, please. I suppose you're right, but I'm utterly exhausted. I can't even think anymore.
You've got to think.
Give me until tomorrow. Let me sleep, and then tomorrow I'll do something. I promise you.
All right, Patrick.
Tomorrow.
But if you don't do something, if you don't destroy that thing, I will. The brain.
It's almost as though it heard you and were raging at you.
This way, please, Dr.
Come
Corey.
along, darling.
But, Patrick, why are we going in here? A psychiatric clinic?
I told you I'd do something, Janice. I've got an idea.
You mean you're having yourself psychoanalyzed?
Well...
Something like that?
Something like that. I'll tell you about it later. First, I want you to talk to this man alone.
Dr. Zanger, this is Dr. Corey.
Oh, how do you do, Dr. Corey?
How do you
I've heard
do,
something
Dr.
of
Zanger?
your work.
Oh, yes.
And this is Mrs. Corey.
Of course, excuse me.
I'm happy to meet you, Mrs. Corey.
Thank you, Doctor.
Won't you come into my office?
I will certainly. Janice, would you mind, darling, waiting in the reception room? I'll be out in just a moment. Thank you.
Why, certainly, dear.
In here, please, Doctor.
Very well.
Well, Doctor, she seems quite normal. I'd expected from what you told me on the telephone that...
I know. I can assure you, I hate to tell you this, but, Doctor, she's quite insane.
I see.
Yes, paranoia. She's always been, jealous of my work. And, well, last little while she's got a delusion that she thinks I've made some kind of a monster in my laboratory. It controls my mind and then controls my actions. So I'm putting her completely in your hands.
Oh, well, it's of course a little unusual, but since you are yourself a medical man...
That's right.
You definitely wish to commit her then, huh?
Yes. You have the papers.
Oh, yeah, here you are. Just your signature will be enough, Doctor.
All right. There you are.
You let me know about everything, won't you?
Oh, naturally, Doctor. We keep you informed.
Thank you.
Well, goodbye then, Dr. Corey. We will do what we can.
Oh,
Patrick?
Mrs. Corey is staying with us, Miss Wilcox.
Yes, Dr. Zanger. Patrick? Come back! Patrick!
Oh, it's all right, Mrs. Corey. Just come with me, please.
Patrick!
No.
Where are you going? Let me go! Let me go! Oh, Dr. Corey?
Yes?
Oh, about the bill, how do you wish it to be handled?
The bill?
The bill? Sure. I'll take care of it by the week. The checks will be signed William H. Donovan. Sure.
August 20th. It's nearly 3 weeks now since Janice went away. I can't understand how she could have left me just when I needed her most. When I try to question Schrott or David about it, they only look at me strangely and change the subject. Clearly, they too now are in on the conspiracy. Sometimes it seems the only person I can trust is Donovan. The brain communicates with me more freely now each day. I know it has some great plan in mind for me, for both of us. I'm waiting, patiently waiting. Donovan, I'm listening, Donovan. Don't be angry, Donovan. I'm trying to understand. I'm listening, Donovan. I'm listening.
I'm listening. Sure. Sure.
And so closes Donovan's Brain, Part 1, the first of 2 half-hour presentations of Kurtziodmak's story, presenting Orson Welles as star of Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
We sincerely hope you enjoyed the performance of Orson Welles and that of the whole cast tonight in our Roma suspense play, and that you'll make a note to be sure not to miss the completion of this story next week. The Roma Wine Company would like to express its thanks for the many letters of appreciation from listeners which we are constantly receiving saying how much you enjoy these broadcasts. And here's a thought. To discover the enjoyment these suspense programs offer, you first had to sample one. And so you must first sample one of the many delicious Roma wines to discover for yourself their wonderful taste and quality, the excellence that makes Roma America's largest selling wines. You'll discover, as have other millions before you, that Roma wines are super quality, are super tasting, and are super easy on your pocketbook, too, costing only pennies a glass. Be sure you get R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
The greatest and most profitable investment you can make in your country's future is to buy war bonds. Don't forget, then, next Monday, you will hear Part 2 of Donovan's Brain, starring Orson Welles, in the completion of this remarkable tale of suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Roma Wines present
Suspense.
Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud. Your health, senor.
Roma wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, we again bring you Mr. Orson Welles in the second of two consecutive performances starring Mr. Welles as the protagonist of Kurt Siodmak's novel, Donovan's Brain. The producer of Suspense and its sponsors, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, felt this story so unusual that it merited more than our usual time. So in somewhat of a departure from established radio formulas, we are bringing you the story of Donovan's Brain in two parts. Part one you heard last Thursday, and tonight you will hear part two, the completion of Donovan's Brain.
But before we raise the curtain on our suspense play, let's for a moment wish ourselves away to Havana, Cuba, seated at a table in the fashionable Hotel de Nacional de Cuba. Near us, a group of Cubans are entertaining an American visitor. Our American has just remarked that in point of great enjoyment, the Cuban rumba is one of America's most delightful imported dances. And then, raising his wine glass, the Cuban host responds, "Then we have perhaps discharged some part of our debt to you Americans for this wonderful tasting wine that gives us such great enjoyment. It is wine that Cuba imports from your faraway California. It is Roma wine." Americans didn't have to wait for wine connoisseurs of other lands to discover the greatness of California's wine districts, the superb quality of Roma California wines. So many millions made this discovery for themselves that Roma wines have long been America's largest selling wines. But these millions discovered something more. In Roma wines, they discovered an easy, inexpensive way to increase the delights of daily living. Yes, millions have discovered that Roma wines, as a beverage on the table, and when used in entertaining, add a charm of a special and wholesome kind. I told you Roma wines cost little. That's because here in America you pay no high import duty, no expensive shipping charges. And two, Roma wines come from Roma's own wineries in the heart of choice California vineyard districts. So cost to you is only pennies a glass for R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now with part two of Donovan's Brain, and with the performance of Orson Welles as Dr. Patrick Corey, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
As I sit now outside my laboratory door writing, under the heading Experiment 87, this final entry in my casebook, I know that these are the last words I shall ever write upon this earth. For those who seek some explanation, I refer them simply to this casebook. Let them read it carefully. Perhaps they may then in some measure understand, if not condone, the awful circumstances under which I have been driven to the most appalling crime against God and nature that it has ever been the fate of mortal man to perpetrate. August 24th. It's now 6 weeks, exactly 42 days, since I began the experiment. For 6 weeks, by artificial means alone, I have kept alive a human brain. Completely detached from the body, floating in a bath of serum, nourished by a synthetic blood plasma fed through its arteries by an electric pump, it has remained alive. Not only alive, but I have succeeded in communicating with it. For I've even induced new growth of brain cells and so tremendously increased its mental faculties that by sheer brain power alone, it has actually been able to communicate its thoughts to me. And each day my communion with that living, pulsing mass of gray matter that was the brain of William Donovan becomes stronger and stronger. Even now I sense it striving to reveal some plan to me, something so truly world-shaking in its implications that only such an organism, developed to a point thousands of years ahead of its time, could ever have conceived it. So far I sense this only, but soon I shall know. Indeed, I shall be partner in its execution. What a fool I was ever to have considered for a moment my wife's demand that I end the experiment. It's because I refused, of course, that Janice left me a week ago without so much as a word of explanation or farewell. Even my son David and my assistant Schrott are privy to this conspiracy to thwart me, for when I ask about Janice, they pretend to know nothing, or they seek to avoid my questions. But the brain will live. Yes, I can hear it now. Its delta waves quite audible over the amplifying system I've arranged for it. Almost as though it were calling to me, trying to speak to me. The brain will live. Donovan? What is it? What are you trying to tell me? Go on, Donovan. I'm listening. Go on. Go on. Go. Sure. Who is it?
It's me, Patrick, and David.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you, David.
I've no time to talk. I'm busy. I'm sorry. Go away, I tell you. I'm busy.
Please, Pat.
Can't you two leave me alone? All right. What is it? What is it?
Patrick, won't you come into the study with us for a few minutes?
What have you got to say? You can say right here. You know I can't leave the laboratory.
Dad, it's only that, well, we wanted to talk to you in private.
Well, don't tell me that you're afraid of this poor mass of brain cells here.
It's not that, Dad, but
Well, never mind, David. At least turn that thing off then, will you, Patrick?
What difference would it make? It could still hear, couldn't it? Well, what is it then?
Well, it's about Mother.
So, she put you up to this, did she? I thought the truth would come out sometime.
Dad, listen.
She's tried to stop this experiment from the beginning. She thought she could blackmail me into quitting by leaving me, and she still does. And now she's using you as a go-between. Now,
Patrick,
true,
listen a minute, won't you? We haven't heard a word from Janice. We don't even know where she is. That's what we've come to talk to you about.
Oh, have you? Well, how could I know where she is?
Well, because you were the last person seen with her, Dad.
I was.
Don't you remember, Patrick? You took her into town with you. You wouldn't tell any of us why.
Yes, of course, the moment I've forgotten, but what of it?
Well, don't you remember what happened then?
Of course I remember. She left me, that's all.
Where, Dad? Where did she leave you?
Well,
What were you doing?
I don't know. We were in some big public building, City Hall, courthouse, taxis or something. Next thing I knew, she'd simply disappeared.
Is that all? Didn't she say anything? Didn't she at least tell you why she was going?
No, I remember what she said. It's been a week or more. I've hardly slept. You know, I've been working night and day.
Yes, that's just it, Patrick.
What do you mean by that?
Patrick, you say this. The brain communicates with you, tells you
yes.
things about his past life, suggests thoughts.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
if the brain can make you think of things, mightn't it also be able to make you forget things?
You're out of your mind.
Dad, are you sure? Are you sure you don't know what's happened to Mother?
No, I tell you, no, I don't
Patrick,
know. What?
don't you see what you might have done?
What?
In heaven's name, stop now while there's still time.
Get out of here.
While there's still time to help Janice, if there is. While there's still time to help yourself. Shut off the current. Let the brain
out.
die. Kill it, Patrick. Kill it.
Get out, both of you. Get out. Get out. August 26th. The brain continues to communicate thought fragments. More and more easily, but nothing further on what I've come to think of as the plan. I'm now sleeping a great deal, but my dreams are becoming increasingly troublesome, although I'm at a loss to analyze them. Most frequent is a sort of vast cosmic ballet, presided over by the colossal figure of a young man whom I seem to recognize, yet I never see his face. It's as though the entire population of the Earth were moving past him in review at his command.
Sure. Now. Do it now. Now. Sure, now.
Help me, someone! Help! Schrott!
Dad, let go, Dad!
David!
Had to, Dad.
Never mind now. Here, help me with Schrott. He's fainted.
No, David, don't let him.
It's all right now.
Here's a glass of water. What's the matter? You're trembling all over.
I
You looking at me that way for? You Look, I'm frightened half to death.
Dad, you...
What happened here? Anyway, I came and found you on the floor with your hands around your own throat. Stand in for me. Why's your luggage all packed?
I was going to leave.
Leave? In the middle of the night? Why?
Because
the fuse box has been opened. It was you, Schrott. You were going to shut off the current. You were going to kill the brain.
Patrick, you tried to strangle me.
What?
It's true, Dad. That's why I had to slap you.
But that's absurd. I came in here and found Schrott with his hands around his own throat. He was strangling himself.
Dad, please think a minute. Nobody can strangle himself.
Look at these marks on my throat. You think I could have done that?
Well, it's not possible, and yet...
It's true, Patrick, that I tried to shut off the current. I was afraid for you. But as I opened the fuse box, I heard the delta waves in the laboratory suddenly become stronger and louder than they'd ever been before. And then...
Then I...
Yes.
Then the brain knew?
Yeah, you even spoke in Donovan's voice,
Donovan's
Patrick.
Voice, his
That
voice.
recurring phrase of his, sure, 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 in his very tones, his very accent.
Sure.
You've created a monster, Patrick.
It has the power to make me commit murder. The brain must die.
Pull the switch in the fuse box, Patrick. It will only be a matter of seconds,
Yes.
and then...
Yes, But I...
You've got to, Patrick.
Schrott, David, help me. I can't move. Come in. Pull the switch, hurry. Schrott, David, go on. You too?
It's paralyzed, Dispatch. The brain won't let itself be killed.
Then it has the power to live on. And on. To command us as long as we live. To make us do anything it wants. To kill. Murder.
Dad, what are we going to do?
Listen.
The brain.
It's laughing. Laughing. September 7th. Schrott has left. He had to, of course, for his own protection, if nothing else. Before he left, he swore to eternal secrecy and was going to try to find Janice. The very thought that any harm might come to her through me is enough to drive me almost mad. As for David, although he's strong enough to prevent any untoward accidents, I don't know. He's volunteered to stay with me. He'll sleep at night behind locked doors. We must devote every faculty we possess together and independently to finding a way of destroying the brain. Perhaps while it sleeps. Although it seems to have developed tremendous powers of the subconscious, which operate even in sleep. The recurring dream, the now oppressive sense of some further task to be performed, continues. If Janice were only here, even her presence, I know, would help immeasurably to combat this fearful thing. Terrible thought crosses my mind. Could Schrott have left if the brain had not, for some reasons of its own, actually wanted him to leave? September 10th. My thoughts are less and less my own. The dream of the young giant bestriding the earth, the figure without a face, pursues me now, even in my waking hours. Increasingly, I seem to live in a world of evil fantasy, peopled and controlled by the mind of William Donovan.
Sure. It's not much time, but time enough. Time enough. Sure. Time enough. Sure.
Hello? Who is it?
Patrick?
Oh, Janice, my darling. Janice.
Hello, Patrick.
Sweetheart.
How are you, Patrick?
Oh, I'm well enough. But Janice, where have you been? Janice, why did you leave me that day? Why didn't you at least tell me? Where did you go down here?
I was with friends.
Well, did Trot tell you anything?
No, nothing special.
Well, Janice, I know I haven't been a very good husband these last months. I haven't been very kind or very considerate or even civilized. I haven't been myself, Janice.
I know, Patrick. My poor darling.
If you'd only known how I missed you after you left, how I needed you. I need your help, Janice.
I know, Patrick.
Terribly.
I came back to help you. But
what?
Where's David?
Well, he's asleep in the next room. That is, lately he's tried to make it a point to sleep only when I didn't. I'm trying to keep an eye on things.
Patrick, I'm going to help you.
Oh, darling.
All I can. Any way I can. But first, I want to take David away.
David? Why?
Because I don't think it's good for him to be here.
No?
I don't think that you... Patrick, I don't want to torment you. It's only that perhaps we can find a way if we know all the facts.
What, Janice?
Don't you know, really, where I was?
No, how could I?
Don't you remember where you took me?
Where I took you?
You took me to a psychiatric clinic. You had me committed to a madhouse.
Madhouse, Janice.
No, not you. Donovan.
Donovan.
It was because I tried to make you stop the experiment.
Yes.
Kill the brain. As you left me there, you even spoke in Donovan's voice. Sure, you said.
Sure.
I thought they were the last words I would ever hear you speak.
Oh, Janice, forgive me. Forgive me, darling.
I couldn't persuade anyone. I was sane.
Oh, sweet.
After what you told them. Everything I said only made them think I was mad. I'm not mad. Am I, Patrick? I'm not mad. Am I?
Janice will be gone for some 3 hours. I've sent her into town for Dr. Zanger, the psychiatrist. Maybe he can help, but now suddenly I'm overcome with the thought of the humiliation I shall have to suffer when other medical men become aware of the position I'm in. It'll be the end of my career and my reputation, all my hopes. Folly to think that Zanger'd keep it to himself, indeed. He'd have no right to. I can bear it if I must, but another way, a possibility occurs to me, and I've been thinking it over. There's no harm in trying it in any event. I must try. I have 3 hours. David!
Yes, Dad?
David, what's your blood type? Do you know your blood type?
As a matter of fact, I don't think I do. Why?
No matter. We can easily find out. David, I think at last I know a way.
To kill the brain?
It's simple. It's perfectly natural, and yet 9 chances out of 10 is something Donovan has never known about. I'll do it myself. Unfortunately, my blood type and his are... they're the same.
Transfusion?
Of course, I have to replenish the blood substance periodically. Anyway, it's about time to do it again. I've always used my own because it was the same type as his, but if yours is a different type, the right type, David.
You mean the wrong type?
Yes, you've given the wrong... The brain will die given the wrong type.
Yeah, sounds possible.
I'm sure of that. I know it.
But suppose the brain knows it knows other things.
I've thought of that. It's a chance we'll have to take if you're willing, David, my boy.
Of course I am,
Then
Dad.
we'll take the blood sample now. Come into the laboratory.
I only have the right blood type.
Sure.
Rather the wrong type.
Now, if you haven't, we'll find someone who has. Maybe Schrott. Now, lie down there on the table, David. We want a tourniquet on your arm here.
I'll
A
put it
small
on.
syringe will do it.
Go ahead, I'm ready.
David, don't watch me. It'll be easier if you don't. For me.
That's a funny one, coming from you.
Well, doctors are never quite as steady with members of their own family, you know. Ready?
Sure.
Ready? Here we are. You all right?
Yeah.
You'll be through in just a second.
You getting it all right?
Yes, sure. Just a second now.
Dad, I'm sleepy.
You'll be over it in a minute.
What's the matter? Why am I so sleepy?
You'll be all right.
Sleepy. So sleepy.
Sure. That's what an anesthetic is for. Make you sleep.
I was somewhat surprised to find the instruments sterilized, already laid out, but I worked more rapidly and skillfully than ever before in my life, I think. I made an incision just below the hairline, laying back the scalp as far as the base of the skull. I trepanned the cranium at 2-centimeter intervals, working back and downwards to the upper edge of the occipital bone. With the Geely saw, I cut through the connecting bone structure and removed the entire top of the cranium, placing it in saline solution to preserve it. I made a semicircular incision in the dura mater, laying it to one side, exposing the brain. As I dissected out the facial, auditory, and pneumogastric nerves to free the medulla oblongata, I became conscious of an insistent clamoring, something like a mounting hysteria in the distant reaches of my mind. Almost as strong as the irresistible compulsion that drove me on. But my hand did not falter. With a sure stroke, I severed the spinal cord just below the first cervical nerve. As I make this last entry with that awful guilt upon my soul, even now I cannot fully comprehend how it has been possible for any man, by mortal or immortal means, to be driven to such a crime. Even the divinity himself did not demand of Abraham that final sacrifice of expiation. When he, with his only begotten son, ascended the Mount of Olives. Perhaps Schrott is right. Perhaps there is indeed in man some spark of the divine that will elude our test tubes and our laboratories until the end of time. Perhaps that is the one thing that even Donovan did not foresee. I only know that at the instant my son died under my own hand, I was set free. At that instant, I saw and understood for the first time that monstrous plan born in the brain of William Donovan, of which I was to be the instrument. It was the plan I had glimpsed but never grasped in the recurring dream. Donovan did aspire to the domination of the world. And with those tremendous mental faculties that I myself had given him, it was literally within his power to become the absolute ruler of all mankind. Only one thing was lacking, a young, strong body into which those ever-growing brain cells could graft and affix themselves to live on, and on perhaps for centuries. He chose the body of my son, and now, my son, at last too late. I am free to destroy this foul thing of my creation. I know it as surely as I know that my own life must be forfeit. And the brain also knows. I can hear the disturbed, erratic oscillations of the delta waves coming through the laboratory door. But there's no room left in me now for fear. I shall take the 6 steps from the desk where I'm writing this across to the laboratory door. How often I've taken them in happier times. I shall open the door, close it behind me for the last time, and write finis to the mortal life of Patrick Arthur Corey and the brain of William Horace Donovan. May others learn from the record I leave here the lessons I have learned so bitterly and profit by them. And for the things that I have done, may God have mercy on my soul.
Phoenix, Arizona, September the 15th. The bodies of Dr. Patrick Arthur Corey and his son David were found in Dr. Corey's own laboratory early today. Young Corey had apparently died on the operating table as a result of a delicate brain operation performed by his father. In the case of Dr. Corey, medical authorities gave as their opinion that he might have died of shock as a result of the unsuccessful operation on his son. A curious feature of the case was the fact that numerous pieces of tissue identified as being from a human brain were found scattered about the laboratory floor, while a larger section of brain was found in the midst of an elaborate apparatus, evidently part of a scientific experiment. Medical authorities stated, however, that they were unable to explain the nature of the apparatus and that the brain itself was in such a state of decomposition as to indicate that it had been dead and slowly decaying for at least 3 months. Dr. Corey is survived by his wife, Janice. She was committed to the county asylum for the insane late this afternoon. Burial of Dr. Corey will be at the Mount of Olives Cemetery.
And so closes Donovan's Brain, Part 2, the completion of 2 half-hour presentations of Kutz Yodmak's story, presenting Orson Welles as star of Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
Did you know that these Roma Wine suspense dramas are setting a record for the millions of delighted listeners they are attracting? We want you to feel that by tuning in the Suspense program every week, you can count on real radio enjoyment. Well, in even more dramatic style, the popularity of Roma wines is also record-breaking, because Roma wines are by far America's largest selling wines. Millions make sure of great wine enjoyment simply by asking for Roma wines. Here's something else these millions have discovered. You don't need fancy glassware or a special occasion to enjoy these zestful, taste-delighting Roma California wines. Roma wines possess lip-smacking flavor and zest because they come from Roma Wine's own wineries, right in the heart of the magnificent California wine grape districts. And you can enjoy them as a daily delight because the cost is only pennies a glass. Ask for R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Orson Welles. Next week, Mr. William Spear tells me, and he'd like me to pass the information on to you, that Suspense will bring 2 exceptionally fine artists, Miss Ida Lupino and Mr. Vincent Price, in a play by one of radio's outstanding authors, Lucille Fletcher. I want to hear that, and I know you will, too.
Money invested in war bonds now helps ensure a healthy, prosperous post-war America, the kind of America we will want for our children as well as ourselves. Don't forget, then, next Thursday you will hear Ida Lupino and Vincent Price in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.